Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the MSI Valorant Invitational. Our closed qualifiers are getting ready to begin now, and we're ready to bring you all of the action. My name is Blue. Joining me here today on the broadcast is Stokes. Stokes, in fact, just made it here for the broadcast in time. Almost had some power issues, and I had to go live solo, but he's made it. He's arrived on time. And how you feeling about this story we got for you today, Stokes?
I'm just happy to be here now, man. I got so nervous there for a split second, but hey, we're here. We're ready to cast some Valorant today.
Absolutely the case. We've got some pretty good Valorant to show you guys. Quite a few teams showing up in the Tier 2, Tier 3 sectors of North America. We're going to go ahead and bring the brackets up on screen so we can go ahead and take a look at what exactly is on the docket for today's action. We'll be starting out with Group A, where you may have noticed, yes, we've already had some of the earlier matches get played out, specifically Third Impact and TLP, both finding some earlier victories against East Hill and Oni fans, respectively, pushing them into this first matchup that we're going to have on the broadcast between Third Impact and TLP. We'll also off-stream be having East Hill and Oni fans play each other as well.
I was going to say, not out of it just yet, as we do have a loser's bracket, so pretty cool that they'll be able to bounce back later on, and we'll see if they're able to reconcile with that and challenge once again. But you and I will be working on Third Impact versus TLP, which should be a pretty interesting matchup.
We're going to go ahead and get the rosters up on the screen now, start talking about some of these individual players here. We can start things off by taking a look specifically over at Third Impact here. And this is an interesting one for this team because they've kind of been a little bit MIA over the past couple of months. The last match we've got for this squad, and for the most part, this is that same squad coming back. The last match we have on the record for them goes all the way back to June. Now, we saw a very aggressive comp for the most part being brought out by that team during that time. However, important to note that that was quite a few months ago when we had a more aggressive meta, so it's possible we could see that change going into their first matchup today. If you're going to be wanting to pay attention to for that is going to be both Vanish and Zerg, who tend to pick up those more aggressive agents from time to time, but we can talk more about that when we get into the actual game. Stokes, what do we got going on over on the TLP side?
Well, for TLP, obviously able to take down their opponent in the last matchup. But besides that, honestly, not too much from me, John. I know a little bit about Papa Smurf as well as Powell, but not too much outside of that. I'm expecting them to have a pretty good matchup here against Third Impact, though. Although, as you've just been talking about, we haven't seen too much from Third Impact in recent history. So really expecting TLP to take it to them at the end of the day.
And talking about TLP, we have not seen a whole lot of them overall for the most part, this current iteration of TLP anyway. They did take down Dignitas and ultimately make it out of groups of a smaller $2,000 community tournament that was run about a week ago, but they were first rounded when they got to the actual playoffs. In terms of composition and some of the players you might want to be paying attention to when we get into the game, for me, it's going to be Tilo, based on the most recent run for this squad, who takes up, again, those more aggressive agents, such as the Reyna and the Jet. There was another player who they were kind of trading that role off between, but it seems that that player has been replaced specifically for this tournament, so we'll pay attention to the roles a bit more closely once we get ourselves into the game. Speaking of the game, we are getting very close to match time now, folks. We can go ahead and take a quick peek at the maps and see where we're going to be going. We've got a little bit of a different map pick system here because we don't have bans. We just have a picks between the two teams here based on the way a coin flip goes. So as you can see, we're going to be starting out over on Bind. That was a pick from TLP. We're going to be moving over to Ascent for our second matchup. That's the pick from Third Impact. And finally, we will go to Split for our final map. Now, these map picks are, I'm going to be honest, they're really weird because in the case of TLP, Bind and Split have never been played officially. And I'll be honest and say that for TLP, there's only about 5 or 6 matches in total on their recent history. So that's not too out of the ordinary with that few matches played to maybe have a few maps still hidden. But at the same time, for Third Impact, they've picked into Ascent. They currently have a 0% win rate on that map.
Yeah, that's kind of going to be a difficult one. I mean, you also look over at Split as well, and Third Impact have 0 plays on it overall. So kind of an interesting map pool for them, but that doesn't mean that they still can't take it. It's obviously going to all start here on Bind, folks, as we enter Agent Select.
But we're getting into that agent select now. We asked the players what they thought before the match got started. They apparently think first game's going to go 54 to 52 to like 17 overtimes here. So we'll see if that ends up being true. I don't think so, but maybe we'll be surprised here. Either way, we're getting into the matchup now, getting into agent select and getting a good peek at what these two teams are going to be bringing to the table. Stokes, what exactly did we catch there real quickly as we're now loading into the game? Anything standing out to you on these agent selects?
Well, some really big things coming in here from Third Impact. First things first, the KO coming into play. Agent that we don't get to see too much of, honestly, ever since his release. Obviously, Suppression, his name to the game, and well, we haven't been able to see too much of him, at least impactful play, as well as Brimstone coming into play here on Bind as well, where we usually see Astra, but obviously Brimstone, no slouch in the smoke game, the longest smokes in the game, and a pretty impactful ult at the end of the day.
We're going to see how this all plays out as we get into the pistol round now and see how exactly these two teams will fare off when they clash out against each other. We'll pay attention to the kind of opening gambit we're going to get out of TLP to see where they're going to try to put some of this pressure towards. Pistol rounds tend to go fairly quickly, but TLP is going to take a split approach to this one, looking at the initial positions for players here. So they're going to continue to keep that position spread out, and we'll probably get a better picture about 30 or 40 seconds into the round about where exactly they want to take this.
Absolutely. Plenty of utility here to actually read into the defensive setup and see where they can possibly poke some holes. Lots of utility here to be able to abuse for that info game. Beautiful shot there from Evolve as well, and Stee going to add on to it. So already TLP start to bleed. Redo at least be able to get a refrag here, but Frizzy quick to the punch here as well, as we have a pretty robust opening here as Third Impact will end up on top of the pile.
Powa starting to sneak around, one of the last two remaining here for TLP, and at the same time, Vanish going to bring the Trailblazer into the play here just to scout out the rest of the A site, make sure it is completely clear for the holding, and they'll find that indeed the case. So Rotates will need to come in pretty soon. The last two stragglers here for TLP have successfully snuck at least one of them through Hookah. Now, the big issue here is, of course, they haven't noticed the player out towards Garden just as of yet, but okay! It seems that the members of Third Impact haven't really noticed it either. Vanish is going to have one enemy remaining. Runs into one of them. Zerg will now be able to activate himself, however, as he jumps out, trades out the first of two. This is going pretty well here, as now, unfortunately, Powa is going to get suppressed, has to try and hide inside of the box and wait this out. Page Shell's coming his way, too. He'll get quickly overwhelmed. Zerg will claim that second kill. There we have it. Third Impact pick up the pistol after a lengthy fight. We'll go up 1-0.
Yeah, it's the early aggression on the pistol round here from Third Impact. Ends up catching TLP off guard. Nice pace set here early on, just to make sure that TLP aren't going to have too much to do inside of these first 3 rounds. So this next one should more than likely go by the wayside, but we're going to want to look into TLP's buy here and see exactly what they want to do. They got that spike down. It looks like they want to just a couple of small upgrades here to these frenzies on Tillo and Smurf.
See if anything else is going to be happening with regards to TLP's purchase. As you said, this one for the most part going to be a walkover round for Third Impact because we're not getting any huge investments from TLP, save for a couple of upgraded pistols. And even there, it's looking like there's only one of them across the board. Pretty sure we still have 4 classics over on the TLP side of things. So not going to be bringing a whole lot to the table. Meaning that for the most part, Third Impact should have a pretty easy time locking down their second. That doesn't mean they're potentially going to be able to avoid an actual spike going down onto the ground, however. There's quite a bit of pressure boiling in through A mid onto the site now. At the moment, Third Impact seems to be handling it quite easily. Frizzy, on top of one other kill they've picked up here, taking down Papa Smurf and one other member from TLP. A bit more damage going against the attack here from Frizzy, too. He continues to maintain this position on the inside of the Shower. Will get blinded out, but that doesn't seem to matter much. He continues to clean these players up. Powa trades it, but of course, it matters not. Steve comes in to seal the deal with only one player down. A second round is picked up by Third Impact at 2-0.
And TLP simply find the engagement inside of Shower, and well, they want to do something about it after losing their initial but remaining. Not much can be done. Frizzy in the power position with a strong weapon as to what the offense had, so really not too much you can do in that scenario except hopefully hit your shots in that team play, but just not able to make enough space or really find Frizzy in a moment to where he was weak enough to be able to land those shots. So very well done from Frizzy, but now here is where things can become a problem for Third Impact. It's round 3. TLP going to have access to some new ordnance, and it starts off now. Papa Smurf with a nice pickup here inside of short, but also some engagements going on the other mid here outside of Hookah. But instead, TLP slowly backing things off, and here's where we start to see KO have some impact with his knife, be able to at least suppress controls, but remember that also gives them insight as to where the location of that raise is, at least inside of the radius of that knife when it lands.
0 point slowing down the push forward here coming out for TLP, but Overall, TLP still with the majority of the control over this situation. That's going to continue partly into the execute as well. You can see the Heaven player, Frizzy, completely smoked out by the Omen smokes right now, so going to have to continue to hold back due to the dark cover that has gone away now, so the peak potential has been reignited. From what you guys can see in front of you, TLP just has so much control over the site. They need to go for a more bombastic retake here. That's what they try to do towards Showers, but still not paying out until Zerg can get into this fight a little bit as he finally evens the numbers out with his pickup, bringing it down to a 3v3. Zerg now going to push to the inside of Lamps. Can't find the shot onto Trolls, though. As a result of that, another kill is found by the attackers on TLP. Crazy keeps things consistent here with the defenders. Tries to do it one more time, but no, never mind. It's going to be Papa Smurf that does it instead for TLP, and they pick up their first round on the opening gun round.
TLP have to be happy about that one, but the issue is now is that they've lost so many members inside of that previous round, which means they're going to be worse for wear inside of the economy. For Third Impact, this is going to provide that opportunity for them to try and steal this away from them. Look at the amount of light shields that we have purchased on TLP's side as well. It's going to make it very difficult for these early engagements. A lot of these body shots going to be dealing massive damage with a lot of these rifles, but the same can be said about a couple of members of Third Impact, but they've also made it extremely heavy investment here into the operator, so could be seeing some of that sniper come into play.
First fully bought round for both teams here. As I quickly correct myself, last round was a bonus for the defenses. They did have the first two to build off of, including the second one for the most part being for free. Now when things can get rough for our defenders, though, if they don't immediately rebound and pick up their third, as TLP is going to take control of the economy game for at least one round here. Once again, nice work on that 0 point coming out here on the Third Impact. KO, unfortunately, not going to be able to get the first kill. Powa with two beautiful headshots. Zerg over here on the KO will be able to trade things back, but that's on the A site. Where the execute is leaning towards right now. However, the execute itself a little bit delayed, a little bit split up, and that's going to allow for another pick to happen from Steve. Slows down the B play overall. The spike is just now approaching the garden threshold, but you just have a one-player push coming out from both angles here. The defender is going to choose a smart play, falls back into a dark cover, excuse me, a nebula now, and Steve instead pushes out from that nebula to take down controls, leaving only one player alive on the site for TLP.
Untillo able to find some cover inside of the two, but once again, KO able to read out the situation. Sky now coming into play as well out of hookah, but redo quickly handled by Zerg and that op down into the 1 versus 3 Untillo. Pressuring the back end, but no, Zerg from defender spawn will be good for 3 inside of this round, and that investment into the operator paying off massive dividends.
Great work indeed coming out from the KO on the op to slow down the split play towards A. Great rotation to move the team together back over for a very quick retake and speed. A bit of a mistake made by our attackers here, unfortunately, trying to take such separated control over the B site. Didn't really seem like they had full commitment onto that until very late in the play, and that's after Powa, who we saw they're getting those initial entries, had been traded out. So as a result of that, TLP lost a lot of that initial momentum had they have just gone straight forward with the 3 players in the area onto the site from the get-go. Now pay the price for that as the retake ultimately comes out successfully for Third Impact. They take a 3-1 lead. More importantly, as you guys can see there, they've reset the economy for TLP, so they're going on to a full save for at least this round. A couple of upgraded pistols, to be fair, but for the most part, not going to see anything huge from these guys as they try to get themselves back on their feet for the next round.
Absolutely, but anything that they're able to pick up inside of this round does have some pretty big significance. I want to try and find some impact here inside of the kill department, do some damage to this Third Impact economy before it gets away from them. And here, where it all is going to start. Looks like it's going to be short right now for TLP, but Third Impact 3-on-3 currently inside of A site. As we look over at B as well, it looks like TLP don't want to be as aggressive as they once were. Currently have Spike on Astra, who's moving towards a fountain area. TLP still trying to find some info as to where these Third Impact members are residing, but it's mostly just a slow utility drain as of right now. The Boombot will at least be able to read out one TLP member down B long as they start to pressure up, but everyone's going to start losing their head. Well, at least Papa Smurf early on, Vanish will be able to take him down. The ball will tag onto one. Still going to end up losing his life inside of Garden as well, so it's going to be Third Impact inside of the 4 versus 2. Make it a 4 versus 1 after Zerg. It's a masterful shot into Hookah. It's all down to controls, and that's easily solved as well. The operator ends all at the end of the day. It's going to be a 4-1 here for Third Impact.
Great management of the anti-eco coming out there from Third Impact. Possibly a little bit overkill with the orbital strike coming in there towards Hookah. That more than anything,
tiny bit.
More than anything, I think that just is a safe play for the player.
Spike down B.
Evil, as we can see, that prevents the push from the last player alive on the inside there from moving outside of Hookah onto the site, potentially trading that player and causing a loss of control. Worth the investment in the ult? I would say ultimately, yeah, because they still have 3 others moving into this next round now, so it kind of evens out at the end of the day, and they make sure that they really don't lose anything at all going into that previous round.
Yeah, they honestly had just an insane ult pool at the end of the day, and you can see them abusing it once again here. The Seekers are going to come out. That's going to read everything as to what TLP wants to do, and they're still going to get tapped up by this as well. Just put them on their back foot, really, and now there's just been so much space created from the defense that it's more looking like an offensive play here, but it's not working out for them. Redo punishing them for this Seeker ult. That's going to be a 2K for him right here inside of a lobby. He's going to continue to go for more as well, but it's Vanish to finally double down on this situation instead, and both of the Skies finding some impact here. Now, down into the 2 versus 3, and TLP has actually been able to reconcile with the situation as well. They've been able to get the spike back and start progressing on to A. KO needs to get here desperately, as Viper will desperately need his assistance. Frizzy trying to push forward as the spike goes down.
Sea of smokes here. We're going to see the Vipers pick come out for the attackers, but oh no, Frizzy goes down as well here, thankfully. Going to be the defender, so we'll still have the Vipers pit staying alive. Not really much, unfortunately, that Zerg can really do at this point, though, with the loss of his teammate. He's just going to be stuck over here on the inside of vents. We'll trade out anyone that tries to push him out of this situation, but in terms of the round being winnable here, it's just not going to happen, especially with that Vipers pit being on the ground. That really secures it for TLP in this situation. He's not going to be able to get the angles he wants, and might not be able to keep himself alive here. He's going to get double push. Nice flick on the controls. One more to go, though, and it seems like this one's going to be played smartly by the last player live on the side. Not trying to force it out. Okay, never mind. Just hands him the 3rd kill. So Zerg does clean up shop against Papa Smurf, as well as the rest of TLP at the end of the day. But where is that going to leave the economy now? Is obviously TLP is still in a picking up the round, but with all 5 players going down, that could leave them in a bit of a delicate position credits-wise. We'll see that in a second.
Yeah, honestly, that's the exact same thought I was having. You know, a little bit of an oversight there, just straight up throwing themselves into Zerg, because this could be very problematic going forward, and yeah,
okay.
It's definitely going to be. I mean, like, they'll be able to at least full buy here in a certain sense. They're not going to be able to get 2 rifles on Smurf and controls, but this is going to lead them into this round right here, which could be obviously a big issue, because this is where 3rd Impact can once again steal everything from them, and obviously being down 2 ARs, it's going to limit them inside of their ranged engagements. Luckily enough, we are on binds, so there's a lot of close quarters things that you can try and pressure, but we'll have to see how 3rd Impact wants to play this out. They've been very strong arm on these angles, and well, it looks like they want to be that once again. Steve stepping up to the plate here for short. He'll take down 1, but still has 1 to deal with inside of Cubby. Papa Smurf will meet the same fate as the last, though. Steve, the champion of this situation, and TLP once again going to the wayside.
Fortunate for TLP, I believe the Showstopper gets wasted in that situation too, with him being denied, trying to hop through, just couldn't find a target quickly enough, and found himself headshotted out before he ever got a chance to reacquire one. Massive advantage going the way of 3rd Impact, not even just in this round in the 5v3, but for a future rounds as well, because they're not going to have that entry capability. Some great spam from Frizzy as he catches on to these close corners that TLP are constantly trying to hold at the site. Thresholds this time not going to catch them off guard. Frizzy even ready for another battle here too, as this guy tries to approach it and challenge, but Redo just cannot find a winning angle here, loses a bit of HP himself. Powa has seen the play from Steve, so at a minimum, that's going to be denied, but it's a very small step here with only 30 seconds remaining.
30 seconds left.
Things that need to be done to recover here from the 2v4.
Redo will at least get a phantom of his own.
Last player
Will
standing.
be able to create with this. Evil, though, takes down Powa on the other end of things, and now a 1 versus 4, and more than likely the shower position given up here for the offense, or at least for Redo. He is indeed one member
left.
here. Doesn't want to try and pressure things too forward. See if Frizzy once again wants to go through this for the spray through this wall. Ended up getting that kill the last time in this exact same scenario. Instead, Redo, let's see if he can get away with this Phantom. No one going to pressure the shower door, luckily enough. Only the back end, so Redo will indeed make it out of this round with the Phantom. But as for the rest of his team, it's going to be a very minimal buy as they'll attempt to try and save their offensive half.
The Phantom is the only serious weapon they will have, save for the upgraded pistol over on Tilo. Away from that, this is just going to be a classic round for these guys. Maybe a couple of pieces of upgraded shielding, but away from that here, don't expect anything too grand unless Redo is able to absolutely go off in this situation with that singular rifle here for the most part. We've already seen many of these rounds from 3rd Impact, and they've had no problem handling these types of anti-ecos before.
No, honestly, playing their angles very, very well. Vanish, they have some problems here now. Ends up getting one, gonna get shocked out and stunned. Beautiful shots here from Redo. Gonna capitalize on that stun, but now Zerg once again, 12-1 right now. and end up getting hit by those Seekers, but continues to keep himself alive. Evil, beautiful shot, takes down yet another TLP member, but Redo and have the play here. Frizzy ready for it though. Able to get out of elbow, but the beautiful bounces there from Frizzy. Gets him out of dodge, and now make it one more member. Redo, last alive yet again, not able to take down Evil. Make it a triple on the round. It's 6-2 right now for the defense.
Evil just stomping his way to the kills there at the end of the round. Some great stuff coming in from him and continued dominance from our defense so far in this half. Third impact, specifically Zerg with that op. And I don't think he's dropped it since he picked it up. Has been
They made that investment in round 5, I think. I want to say they made that investment in round 5, and he has not lost the same operator since.
We can see as well the attempts made to even force him to drop it. There is that one little round that was won there on our score sheet, the most recent one picked up by TLP. That was the one where he killed everybody else trying to chase him. Yes, he lost the round, but he completely reset TLP's economy in the process. So he's still a winner at the end of the day, at least in that aspect of the game here. And has continued to excel with that op ever since then. And continue to see that be the case here for Third Impact. Evil even getting the opportunity to bring out the showstopper. Now, Powell will respond to the nice Hunter's Fury, at least taking down Steve. So the numbers are certainly winnable here for TLP. They trade it to a somewhat palatable point in a 2v3, but they've gained absolutely no map control. And the Seekers are going to come out once again here from Vanish to get that intel about where they're playing from.
Yeah, that's the problem, my friend. They've won the battle, one could say, but they haven't won the war, and that's what Third Impact is winning right now, especially Zerg with what we've been talking about with him. So we'll see if TLP can get around them here. Currently stuck inside of Market. Silva looking for some action around the fountain area, but you can see they're going to end up marking that out. An immediate bird flowing in there and get some good insight as to what's going on in this area. As Third Impact continue to dwindle down this time, TLP still have to try and get something going here. The biggest issue for them right now is that they truly have no way as of right now until they get this recon back
30 seconds
to try and
left.
find any info on site. And even when they do, that's more than likely going to give up exactly what they want to try and go for. So in comes the recon bolt onto A. You see the immediate move from both members of Third Impact towards A from B. And as we know from Zerg, he's more than likely going to be able to hold this down. It's going to be an actual grenade through here. Beautiful use of KO's kit. A nice cutoff from U-Haul, but both situations handled so beautifully from Third Impact. It's going to be 8-2, or actually, excuse me, 7-2 on the round, as TLP's not even allowed to get the spike down.
About 3 rounds left in the half here, and unfortunately, at least one of them is going to have to be an eco for TLP yet again. They're stuck in the loop at this point, trying to get themselves into this game, into this half, with a more serious round count going up on the board before it concludes. But at the moment, Third Impact have control seemingly over every aspect of this round, especially the early portions here, getting aggressive constantly against specifically these types of buys, but even on full gun rounds, making more adventurous pushes, say through A mid, as well as areas such as the showers to try and keep TLP locked in a box and never really let them out to play. We're even going to see that on this round too. It's going to have some mixed results, though. Evil shut down initially. However, on the return, Vanish is also going to get dropped. Zerg in this, but Zerg's just tearing him to pieces right now. Already finding at least 2 on the operator, now 3. Papa Smurf will move back in, finding an exchange and opening up a possible path forward, but unfortunately with Spike on the ground on the near virtual opposite side of the map, this is still going to be a tough ask to clutch this out in the 1v2.
Oh, this is going to be so very impossible, even for Papa Smurf. Has a good weapon now, but able to avoid the knife. Moves here, head up, yes, yet, but the elbow at least expose him for the time being. Zerg not going to try and get it done with the op this time around. No. Instead, go with the Vandal. It's more straightforward here. Has a lot more bullets to play with inside of that kit. When you're in the clutch, coming down to one shot isn't always the greatest tool to have at your disposal. You'd rather have something where you can indeed make an error and possibly make an adjustment that could win you the round. See what Smurf's able to do. He comes in the fountain. First things first, it's got to be Steve, but Steve just stronger here. 40 crouched and ready. As the Viper comes in on the prowl, able to take him down. It's going to be 8-2, but Zerg 16-1-4 currently, only dying 1 time inside of his 10 rounds.
Predictable results after what we had been seeing previously, and for those that might be questioning the proficiency from Third Impact there because they lose a lot of players in the process, look at the money totals and ask yourself if that actually matters.
Yeah,
Because
and
these
here's
guys
the thing,
are
right?
rolling with cash right now, so them dying is not that big of a deal here as long as they're able to trade and keep the numbers in a good spot.
Exactly, and as long as you have somebody with Zerg that has that much money in their back pocket, they can buy themselves and buy whoever else needs a weapon. So it's not that big of a deal at the end of the day. You know, Zerg's been playing so very well with this kit as well.
Oh, no.
And, oh no, a beautiful smoke play here from Stee. He'll get away with the bag as well. Nobody able to get that refrag onto Smurf. I'll at least be able to get some insight as to what's going on B, as this seems to be the main game plan for them right now, as they're going to suffer his second death. No, not off rip, at least to the hands of Controls, but still has to worry about the Sova currently inside of Garden. The paint canister going to go wide, won't end up doing damage. Third Impact still in control of this situation. They've got 2 on each site currently as they're split. TLP trying to find a soft spot to push into as well. Sky working out onto A currently, but Redo's going to lose his life. Also, the Astra starting to head that way as well. Sova still inside of Garden, seeing to possibly get any of these duels to go their way, but that's not going to be the case. Instead, Tillo will lose his life. Powa, now the lone member for TLP inside of this one versus 4, able to get the initial shot. We saw that nice 2K the last time that he was pushing into Garden, but it's not going to happen the same way. Zerg ends up with another frag here. That's a 2K for him on this round, as he's been by far and away the most impactful player inside of this game. Count it up, 18-1 and 4.
Yeah, meanwhile, on the opposite side of the coin for the attack, we've seen Powa try to pick up that role for TLP. The problem was the actual success of his entries is being seen far too few and far between here in most of these situations here. One, because for the most part, the economy is always in the dirt for TLP. They've never really been able to keep themselves at full gunpowder. And even aside from that, too, Third Impact constantly getting in TLP's face. You're not really seeing Power able to get himself into a position where he can comfortably go out for entries like we saw in the last round. Worked out in the last round, and they tried to use that as a bait to some extent there and have the team go the other direction after they had still lost the majority of their player count in the first fight. But even that didn't work out there. Ultimately, they just used the null command against him in the corner, prevented him from doing anything else, and the rotate over towards A was denied. Once more success for Third Impact, but they continue to push their way towards what's going to look like an early victory on this map, although hold that for a second.
Standing.
Once again, good trades coming out from TLP. However, the advantage is going to be lost. Frizzy takes down Redo, leaving only Tilo live in the 1v3. Plus, the more frag proficient player for the roster in the past, it does seem like he's taking up more of a support role now. Control is taking the duelist, but previously we had seen Tilo stick to this, so clutch scenario, not going to be impossible for him, just not going to play out this time around. Zerg gets yet another kill, still with only one death on the board at the end of the half. And he goes 19-1, while his team leads 10-2.
12 rounds, 19-1, and that's not even to count the rest of his teammates. Stee and Evil both having 11 kills, and Frizzy with 10. Vantage not even being a slouch either, still has 7. Just more of that utility-based, agent that has to end up using a lot of those stuns for their teammates. But obviously, round of applause to Zerg when he was able to produce on that defensive side. It's up to TLP to try and get something going here, but honestly, I kind of doubt it. It looks like Third Impact are just way too impactful on this map, to be completely honest with you. They did such a bang-up job of managing their ultimates, as well as a lot of the aggressive plays that surrounded those, really catching TLP off guard. Zerg with a nice lineup here as well. Let's see where this knife's going to end up landing. Some info inside of guard, and they'll be able to suppress the Sova. We backed off here. You're also going to start backing, actually pushing forward here instead, trying to get in behind this fountain play. We could see a nice crunch here. If, oh no, not a single soul looking backwards. We'll be able to get one, but no, Redo ends up trying to get behind some cover, but the bullet punch will keep him in the angle. He'll lose his life, and Third Impact can continue their onslaught. Oh no, it's up to Powa now. The right click of the classic will take him down, and Third Impact have all the picks they need to start getting something to work on this site.
20-1 now, by the way, I believe. He's just hit the 20
absurd.
bomb with the most recent kill. Insane stuff coming out from the KO on Third Impact right now. And it's really only just begun for this half here. This pistol, however, is incredibly important for TLP. I cannot state that enough. They drop this pistol, the game is virtually over. They will once again pretty much have no economy for the rest of this game. Will have to crawl their way back I believe 9 rounds. That's just to tie it up. 11. In comes the attack. Tilo with some great picks, but again, Zerg is just too powerful here. He shuts out Tilo. The spike will go down onto the ground. It's going to be a 3v2 post plan as both Papa Smurf as well as the Rays are rotating over for TLP.
One
We're going to
enemy
need to see
remaining.
Papa Smurf actually smurf
Hey,
here
Zerg
because
died.
KO was sent to kill Radiance. They'll finally be able to kill him, but not going to mean too much at the end of the day. Third Impact still in the power position here. Papa Smurf very low HP, and he's got to deal with this elbow position. Zero utility in order to do so as well. It's going to be a quick solution here for Frizzy and the rest of Third Impact as they'll gather their 11th round and put TLP back down in the hole.
Zerg finally does end up dying, but picks up 2 more kills in the process before doing so. So
Oh,
even
darn.
in death, keeping himself positive at 21 and 2 at the moment here.
Almost
Pistol
has an
round
11,
victory.
what is that? Almost an 11.0 KDA.
Yeah, something like that. I'm not,
God.
you know the rules. Don't do math on stream. But Third Impact, seemingly in full control of this map at this point. What can stop them is the only remaining question here. TLP need to bring everything to the table, but as you can see, they don't even have enough money to pay for the table in the first place. So they're going to need to go for the eco pretty heavily. And I'm actually surprised they're even going for it, considering the kind of dire straits they're in. There's a situation where you'd see the team not really have much of a choice and just be forced to buy into it. But they seem to not be able to pallet it, except for Stee over there, who I didn't even catch it, but I ended up buying into this one.
Yeah, Bulldog, but it's traded out so early here, and that's the big problem. Oh no, TLP. They're just going fishing at this point, John. They're looking for anything to try and deal damage to Third Impact. And as you can see across the entirety of the map, we got flanks going on everywhere, but the weaponry is just not there to try and deal any damage to these TI players. And yet again, they'll take down another member of TLP. Zerg looking for yet another frag here as well. It's been bountiful for him throughout the entirety of this game. And they're looking for their almost last point here, as we'll end up getting the spike down on A. Looks like Rays will have to end up doing the long jump from B to A to try and win this out in a 1 versus 4.
Control's looking to control the situation here, but once more, the 1v4 is set against him. The lack of any real weaponry, no shields either here, so it doesn't even have the excess HP, and just a single set of shells trying to come out. Gonna go pretty much as you'd expect it to, as it's shut down in the vents. Vanish picking up that final kill, now putting Third Impact up on map point. This is a best of 3, folks, so it's not the end of the day just yet here for TLP, as well as if they drop the series, it's not going to be the end of the day for them just as of yet either. But they do need to try and recover now. It's do or die, as they need 10 rounds straight at this point to take us to OT. If not, Third Impact is claiming a 1-0 lead in this series.
If TLP gets 10 rounds straight right now, I will donate $1,000 to any charity. I promise you. Like that would be the most absurd thing I've seen in a very long time. Hey, you know what? I'll keep my word. Trust me. But TLP, you got to do something here. You know, here's the biggest issue right now. It's back to the money once again. I mean, they really can't lose too many bodies inside of this round as well, because Third Impact is still going to have the monetary to push themselves forward. It all starts now here inside of U-Haul. Controls on the other end. Well, it looks like it's going to be a mirror matchup, and it's actually Zerg to strike first up against Redo. Controls will back off inside of U-Haul, but it's a U-Haul flood instead here for Third Impact. 3 members currently inside of this. Also, the suppression wave starting to come out from KO as Zerg doing his damnedest with that ult currently. Controls end up getting behind triple box here. Looks like it's also going to be a teleport here from Third Impact, and Zerg's going to stick around, dealing even more damage to TLP. They're just confused as to what's currently going on. They don't know if it's going A, they don't know if it's going B, but they finally found the spike. Zerg will be able to pick that up, and he's found Powa as well. The Recon's going to bounce in. He can't get the shots off of it. Powa keeps missing these shots. It could make or break this round, but finally able to get it done with those shock darts. He'll take down Zerg and push us into a 2v2.
30 seconds left for the play to be made here, so
30
time for
seconds
Third
left.
Impact. And more importantly, still with control over a site. You're going to see the stars start to go down, so in order to avoid that, we are going to see Steve play in a bit of an unorthodox positions that they aren't going to be able to easily predict the default plant spot and suck him out of it there and make this a longer process than it needs to be. Power can maybe do the rotate, but he may not catch. Oh no. He's well aware of the fact that Steve could have gotten aggressive. However, Steve still wins the fight at the end of the day here. And that now brings us down to final player alive. It's not going to stay that way for very long. Vanish shuts it down, and it's a 13-2 victory for Third Impact as they take control of the opening map of the series.
Well, it may have been a 4-month break for Third Impact, but it doesn't seem like they were, out of practice, to say the least. They look really, really good, especially Zerg right now. 25, 3, and 4. An econ rating of 197, John. I don't even think I've ever seen that inside of a game.
No, that's absolutely insane stuff coming out from Zerg specifically. They're keeping the op in his hand for what, like 7-8 rounds before it finally gets dropped as well. And he drops it, in a play for the team ultimately at the end of that. I think he actually makes it all the way to the end of that half without dying. So never technically lost it, only goes down in the pistol round in the second half. So just his performance alone is enough to push their Impact through to victory. But quite a few of the rest of the team stepping up there when they were needed as well. Unfortunately for their opponents, Trade, like Pros, just not really getting their foot on the ground at any point in this matchup. The economy always in shambles, going through just a rotation period of saves to buys, saves to buys. When they do have buys, their entries are very hit or miss. They've got a consistent player to make those happen, but the rest of the team, unfortunately, just isn't following through right now. And they're going to need that in a very big way, as the attack on Ascent is going to be just as brutal against that type of play, if not even worse, due to the cutoffs that exist on that map.
Yeah, absolutely. Mid control being a very big thing about Ascent as well, and that's something that we didn't see a lot of in general, which was control. We just didn't see control at all from TLP, and that's something that they desperately need. I'm calling back to the round where Pawa ended up getting the 2K inside of guard, and his players just aren't close enough to actually have an impact on the site when he gets those kills. The rotation times are almost the exact same amount of time for the defenders to get over to the site as it is for the offenders to catch up to him. So at that point, it's basically pointless. Like, you try to push forward onto the B site, but by the time you get there, the defense has already gotten back. So really, what do you do in that kind of situation? They just strung themselves out so thin on their offenses most of the time that they simply couldn't get anything done against Third Impact, especially those rounds where they were being so very aggressive. It's just they had so many bodies in one area, and it's very hard to deal with it when you're a man down in those scenarios.
Either way, for TLP, they're going to look for a rebound coming up on map number 2. So, ladies and gentlemen, do stick with us. We are going to go to a short break. When we return, this series will continue on Ascent as we continue the action at the MSI Valorant Invitational.
Gone. Spike down B. Hawk blinded. Dead. Astro's dead. Barry. Harden up, girly. Hawk destroyed.
Spike down B.
Hostile KIA.
Last player standing.
One enemy remaining. Attackers win.
One enemy remaining. Spike down A.
Gone.
One enemy remaining. Spike down A.
Gone.
Spike down B. Blinded. Dead.
Astro's dead.
Barry. Harden up, girly. Destroyed. Spike down B.
Hostile KIA.
Last player standing. One enemy remaining. Attackers win. One enemy remaining. Spike down A.
Gone.
Spike down B. Blinded. Dead.
Astro's dead.
Barry. Harden up, girly. Destroyed. Spike down
out KIA.
Last player standing.
Kill confirmed.
One enemy remaining. Attackers win. One enemy remaining. Spike down A.
Gone.
Spike down B.
Blinded.
Astra's tip.
Buried. Harden up, girly.
Destroyed. Spike down B.
Hostile KIA.
Last player standing. One enemy remaining. Attackers win. One enemy remaining. Spike down A.
Gone.
Spike down B.
Blinded.
Astra's tip.
Buried. Harden up, girly.
Destroyed. Spike down B.
Hostile KIA.
Last player standing.
Kill confirmed.
One enemy remaining. Attackers win. One enemy remaining. Spike down A.
Gone.
Spike down B.
Blinded.
Astra's tip.
Buried. Harden up, girly.
Destroyed. Spike down B.
Hostile KIA.
Last player standing.
One enemy remaining.
Attackers win. One enemy remaining.
Welcome back once again, ladies and gentlemen, to the MSI Valorant Invitational. We are already in the midst of our first of 3 highlighted series of the day. Plenty more games going on off stream as well. We're going to take a quick look at the maps real quick before we jump into our second map of this series. It is going to be Third Impact going up against TLP. As we can see, Third Impact took a fairly one-sided, unfortunately, victory there in our first map of 13-2, mainly because of their op presence from their KO going unpunished throughout pretty much that entire map once they picked it up. And now we're going over to Third Impact's own map pick on Ascent, where the stats are still a little weird here, mainly because Third Impact still has a 0% win rate on this matchup, but it should be noted for anybody who wasn't here for our previous pregame segment. This is Third Impact's first official match, as far as I could find, in a good, 3-4 months. So those map stats obviously need to be taken with a grain of salt.
Yeah, this is always something they could always be working on. Every single day that they haven't been playing an official tournament is always something that they can be working on with these maps. So obviously going to be up in the air in between these two, but more than likely you guys at home having an idea in your head as to who's going to win this one. And I wouldn't fault you if you're the one saying Third Impact, but that doesn't mean that TLP doesn't have a chance here. That previous map, obviously not going their way with a 2-13 score line, but there's obviously some things that they can end up writing to see if they can have a better chance here on Ascent.
I'm going to say this is probably going to be about momentum more than anything for TLP getting into it here. I think that if we see them get off to a poor start once again, specifically with regards to the economy, I think that the odds of them getting back into it is probably not going to look so great at the end of the day based on what I saw on that first map. But if things go better, specifically in the pistol and the follow-up rounds there, we can see this team build up at least something to play off of here. We could have ourselves a bit more of a competitive matchup at the minimum.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, with TLP's play inside of that last game, I think it was more Third Impact just taking it by the reins. You mentioned the op presence, and I completely have to agree with that. But I think that at the end of the day, it's just kind of a team diff. You know, it's the fact that Third Impact are simply playing around each other a lot more than we're seeing TLP trade around each other, which is sad because their names trade like pros, and they're not really trading. And that's the thing, is that we really need to see them having some, you know, some rounds where they actually end up having a man-up situation, that kind of stuff, because we haven't seen that. There really wasn't any clutch rounds there for Third Impact inside of that last game, so kind of a hard call for TLP on Ascent here.
Ultimately, just need to see, when dealing with the operator setup, just need to see better use of the utility, in my opinion, here, because that's the problem. That KO just allowed to sit on his position round after round after round and pick up kill after kill, never really being thrown, you know, flashbangs or anything at him to try and mitigate him, keep him behind a corner, never really smoking him off from what I saw. And it happened once or twice, but nowhere near the degree that was necessary to actually stop the op presence and actually kill it at some point. As we saw there, it never went down. So that needs to change going into it. For Ascent specifically, because of so many long angles being present on this map. Like I was saying at the end of the last map, that situation is really only going to get worse, in my opinion, if it's not managed by TLP. But here we go, folks, into the agent select now. So let's take a quick peek if we're going to get any major changes to the operator lineup. And we're already seeing a couple of those, with Tilo bringing in the Killjoy instead of the Astra from the previous one. That is instead going to be picked up by Papa Smurf as they're going to ditch the Viper.
We got a lot of interesting things coming out here. We have the Jet here for Zerg as well, but honestly, you and I probably both expected that after that last game with the op plays that were going on. It was like, Zerg kind of seems like a Jet player. I don't know if he's played a lot of KO. We'll have to see. So, you know, that one not exactly surprising either of us. But Frizzy here coming out with the Breach pick. That one is somewhat surprising, especially for a map like Ascent. We'll see what he's able to produce here. Obviously, Breach inside of these last handful of patches has indeed caught a buff, so we'll see if they're able to get anything done with that. But as for TLP's camp, this is looking like more of the same that we saw from the previous game, all except for the the KJ coming in here.
As well as the fact both teams choosing to still bring the Astra to the
Choose
table,
your
choosing to
agent.
prioritize the utility coming from that instead of potentially using, say, like the Sage's wall blocking capabilities that we see brought onto this map from time to time, but it seems to have faded off in this matchup. At least we do need Power to lock himself in there, and there we go, and then we'll hop ourselves into the matchup as he'll be, of course, just sticking with the Sova. Sova still pretty much a requirement to be brought in most situations on this map due to the amount of intel he can provide. And like I said, the cutoffs specifically with regards to getting into the site are brutal here, so you absolutely need that intel, or at minimum some type of distraction to get past those with if you're going to use them to get access to your site of choice. Either way, we're in the loading screen now. Let's get into the matchup, folks. See if Third Impact get the quick cleanup that I think the majority of the folks at home watching are expecting them to get at this point, or if we're going to get a bit more of a fight out of TLP. They can get their foot on the ground appropriately this time.
We'll have to see, my friend. As for Third Impact and their lineup once again here, this is actually a lineup that they've been using for quite some time. All the way back in 2020, actually, is when we saw a lineup quite similar to this one, all except for Evil, who ended up getting switched out for Omen instead of the Astra. But obviously, this time
just makes sense. Like,
yeah,
so,
yeah, exactly.
yeah.
That's what. Thank you, because you know, with Astra in play, it's a lot more like chess instead of checkers with your smoke game, because of the amount of utility that she can control all inside of her state. So it's just very, very cool that she has access to all of that stuff, and you can definitely tell why they would much rather go with her on a map like this as opposed to Omen. But we're into it now, folks, as Third Impact will start out on offense, TLP on defense, and it looks like B is going to be our bomb site of choice here as well. Third Impact are pressuring very deep right now. Tello taking a little bit of damage from the shock darts, but it's going to be a smooth
Spike
2K
down,
for him.
B.
Frizzy will at least be able to get the refrag. A bit of a tag up here as well from the TLP members as they're ahead for the very first time here inside of the
Last
man count,
player
and they're going to
standing.
make it matter most here early on Ascent. It's 4-1 right now with only Evil to have something to say about this.
Obviously a simple round because we're just pistol, and much greater reactions coming out there from TLP compared to what we were seeing on the previous map. Immediately getting everybody over to the B site when they see that play coming in, and more importantly, a great hold from Tilo, even though he only goes 2 for 1. What's more important is he holds his opponents up on that speedway for a good extra 10 to 15 seconds or so, and that delay is what buys the necessary time for the rest of TLP to rotate over and make sure that that rest of that pistol gets shut down pretty single-handedly in the favor of our defenders here. So a much better start for TLP. Let's see where it goes, of course, as they've got the subsequent bonus rounds coming up on this one and the next one.
All right, well, this round going to be pretty smooth sailing here for TLP, all things considered. We'll see if Third Impact can possibly do something strange, but Controls with a hell of a shot end up removing the head of Evil. They're going to continue to pressure Tree, though, even though they do indeed get marked out by the Recon Dart. Lots of shots starting to come in now as Papa Smurf and the rest of TLP take down Third Impact. It's going to be a Team A. It's everybody getting a hand in and a smooth 2-0 to start us off.
A quick shutdown there. Third Impact kind of just throw themselves at the win over on Catwalk and pay the price for it. Great opening shot from Controls, and as we see, the rest of the team quickly jumping in to help out there. Make sure that doesn't go any further. I think Controls actually partially lit. We'll see it here one more time. I think we're going to get... Oh, we just missed it, man. Some bad timing on that. That's okay, though. I'm pretty sure I saw it. The Sova actually taking a bit of damage on the collateral from that headshot right there as well. So pretty much a kill and a half coming out of that shot right there from Controls. Great stuff. Now we get to see where else this can go. Finally, an op in the hands of a member of Third Impact. Let's see if they can use it as proficiently as TLP, or excuse me, an op in the hands of TLP. Let's see if they can use it just as well as Third Impact was in the last map.
It's up to Controls here. He'll be the operator. This your sniper rifle.
That's mine.
Zerg trying to chase it down. He'll be able to get one, waiting for the shot, but Controls there to deliver. Third Impact, though, they'll deliver on the other end, which is the frag department, as they take down all of the TLP members in the area. They'll start to make some progress towards A. TLP also split here. Sova on the flank. Controls going to be the only one making headway towards this actual push as of right now. Flank going to start coming in soon, but oh no, Steve looks away at the last second. On the losing his rifle, but Evil's there just in time to slow it down. Now Controls, lone member of TLP, along with an operator in hand. Can he get the initial shot? He will. He's looking for the clutch now as well, but a singular round inside of that operator, and all the flanks already worked out. Although unbeknownst to him, it's not even gonna matter, and Evil's just gonna stare it down. Frizzy ends up moving into hell. He'll shoot through the floorboards of rafters, and he'll take down the TLP member. Third Impact with a round of their own.
That's going to be dangerous for obvious reasons, because look who is going to get that operator pretty much immediately going into the next round. Right over to Zerg's hands, so he has been reignited here, stealing the operator away from TLP themselves, who do not have the bonus cash at this point to repurchase that. So they're going to be down on a spread buy of rifles as well as one SMG from the looks of it there for Controls. He unfortunately bought into that operator in the previous round, so not going to be able to bring that back out once again, and has to downgrade himself as a result of that very expensive purchase. Third Impact going to take a slow roll at the beginning of this round, though, just to make sure there's not going to be any extreme overreaction on the strategy side of things for TLP. Correct about that. Maybe a much slower round here. Where's it going to go? That's the big question here. Well, the aggression from TLP is going to come out towards Fish Market, quickly deal with Stee, give our defenders at least an early 5v4 to build off of.
Third Impact moving forward here. We'll touch on the other thing that I was talking about a little later on here, as it does seem like Third Impact want to start making progress towards A. They still have a hold on mid, though. They'll at least be able to catch some audio in the back of this rotation. So we got Astra pushed up so far here. So we'll see if Astra can possibly get something done, but the Trailblazers are out. Read out the situation on that. Evil will still be able to land shots with assistance from Frizzy. They're going to start trying to put as much pressure on this mid take as possible. Controls Cloudburst will actually allow the player to get into market. It's a 3 versus 2 right now in favor of the defense. And then spike down. Controls knocking noggins as well. Zerg will lose his life, and it's a 1 versus 3 for Evil with very minimal time, but doesn't mean that he can't get it done. And possibly have a read on the player coming in behind him as well, but oh no, it's going to be a beautiful pinch here, and Tilo will finally be able to get the shots to land. The defenders go 3-1.
Evil nearly making it into that second pick there and possibly bringing it down to a 1 versus 1, but is not meant to be. So TLP quickly retake control after dropping the previous round here. Third Impact trying to call an audible to their overall plan and make a push towards B after their last player is able to get control of it. But unfortunately for them, TLP catches it mid-rotate, shuts down the large majority of the team. and pretty much secures the round on that rotate denial. That is going to break the economy of Third Impact. We can see this, just a Marshall purchase, a Sheriff for one, and aside from that, it's going to be one more Sheriff getting picked up there, but classics for the remaining 2 players. Third Impact going back down to square one here. We'll see if a more combined approach down through A long will be what the team needs. The players, though, also trying to poke out towards the top and middle to keep the presence held back from TLP more than anything.
Those reset skins are so very good. To be really honest with you, I didn't think I'd be a fan of him, but I really am at the end of the day. And Tillo probably not a fan of this situation, although he'll still
Spike
get the
down
swing as with the rest of his team. Stun out and Steve now caught off guard as well. The last remaining Third Impact members just outside of A. Trailblazers will be able to help in assistance of taking down Steve. It's up to Zerg to try and win this out, and at least be able to get one, make it 2 with the hip fire. The Marshall always damning in these situations, but Powa, the Phantom, no trails through those smokes, able to take down the last member of Third Impact. It was looking just a little dicey there for just a split second, but at the end of the day, still able to seal the deal, make it a 4-1.
I couldn't hold my laughter for a second there, man. That's some insane stuff from Zerg. Full confidence in these hipfire shots, and both of them hitting dead on as well. You have to be so careful when this player gets himself any type of bolt action weapon, because as you can see, he is extremely deadly with not just the operator, but the Marshall as well. Not going to see that come into the fold for this round, though. It stays in the hands of the defenders for now, as well as our lead for one. They're going to use this LMG spam to potentially allow for them to get aggressive. Will Zerg notice the player in the corner? That's the big question right now. It seems as though no, not the case. Redo allowed to just go off right now. Controls hops in for a third pick on the up, and that's the entire execute shut down. Evil finds the ball. Control over here towards middle, and even gets himself a second kill, but he's got to find the other 3 players as well. And Controls has now made his push all the way to the outside of B main, where he shuts down any hope of that happening and secures a 5-1 lead.
That was so well done there from TLP. They used the Odin as one big distraction, although obviously it can deal some serious damage through that wall. Everyone is trying to waltz their way into B main here, but that was the exact opposite of what needed to be done. They tried to commit the KJ ult, but too many members in the area from the defense that they were not aware of ended up catching them off guard. It's a perfect crossfire to just decimate Third Impact's attempt here on the B side. He'll go for it again, but Controls, it's going to be more of the same. He'll deliver as Steve falls.
Evil quickly popping off both of the Nebulas available in middle here to try and smoke that off and allow for a quick rotate on Third Impact side of things. We're going to see the Trailblazer hop its way through. Zerg doesn't need to shoot that because the vision of the dog is not going to go to the point where he's standing, so we can just kind of let that fade away as the timer expires on it. Aldrone going to have better results scouting out the mid play, and now Controls will feel a bit more confident in his own peak out towards A main as a result of that info gathering. Tilo with the double pickup here as well pretty much kills the execute, as all that's left is Frizzy in the 1v4. He's going to try to force himself in through A main, and to his credit, he does get into that because TLP have allowed it to happen, so they can bring him in the Lion's Den, as we just saw there. Tilo securing his 3rd kill. Overall, TLP securing their 6th round. It's looking like we've kind of flipped sides here between the 2 teams, and now suddenly TLP are kind of dominating this map.
Well, not only TLP, but Controls, 11-2-1
I didn't even see
with
that.
an operator. Are you sure that him and Zerg didn't just switch seats? Are you positive?
I have no evidence.
Somebody
to the
check the
contrary,
Moss file. I'm not convinced.
I have no reason to believe not. So
that's what I'm saying. Controls, though, has been playing a hell of a game thus far. You know, he's just been making impact on both of these sites, and that's been the biggest thing, is that they've been able to keep this operator moving and continue to find some major impact here. Vanish going to get so much insight as to what's going on the site. Bird making big plays. Is he going to lose this? No. Still on very minimal HP, though, as he'll take down Powa in behind Generator. They've created space on A as well here. They just need to get this spike down before the Cosmic Divide goes away. Defender KJ out as now as well. Controls going to dedicate the Blade Storm to this situation as well. The lockdown will be destroyed, though. Traded out from the Fury. The spike down as well. We're into the post plant here for the 4 versus 4.
Cosmic Divide keeping things awkward over out towards A main. Insight players are going to have to make the calls about when this support is going to be needed, or they'll have to wait out this wall. The good news is it should be expiring relatively soon. The bad news, though, is here comes the retake. All of these members of TLP hopping back in. They found their first mark, but now it goes the other direction. Evil and Steve all picking up the kills and cleaning up the 4 remaining members of the defense. Finally gets another round on the board for Third Impact. Only their 2nd, and they really had to fight for it in the site there in the post plant. At the same time, though, TLP uses nearly all of their available ultimates. Sova is the only one that will have one.
Spike down
That was very scary into that there for Zerg, especially with how prepared Powell was for that engagement, but still able to win it out, and that was the pick that they needed to actually get onto A. If Powell wins that, everyone else stuck more towards door and everything else, and he's going to have a lot more gunfights that he'll be able to procure if he so chose in that situation, but obviously ended up not breaking down that way. Although third impact still need to be trying to shore up this line, and it all starts now. They've dealt some serious damage to TLP. It's going to be ult out. Controls here holding the line, but oh no, you heard the updraft too late, and Zerg's going to get the angle. Controls has been outplayed, and no, the Hunter's Fury not going to land either. Zerg's back up and ready for war. He'll take down 2, and TLP will be forced into the retake.
He's got the cutoff for the Heaven rotate as well, so any attempts from TLP to get back into a retake position are going to be shut down, or at minimum going to be contested here. We can see that from Power. A little bit cautious to even move forward up to the next angle, and what's even worse, Evil's going all the way back down through A long, back out towards Catwalk. It has been spotted by Tila, but Tila doesn't seem to think the player's going to be all the way around the corner so quickly. Doesn't have the weapon out as a result of that. Papa Smurf holds on in his own regard now, bringing this down to a 1v1 as he gets a quad. The only one left, though, is going to be the Breach. Frizzy's been great in these situations, but not good enough as Papa Smurf gets it done in the 1v5 and shuts it all down to put a 7th round on the board for TLP.
He swings it. He swings it with so much time left on the spike. He doesn't even try and play it out inside of the 1 versus 1. And that was so ill-advised. Evil, just that much better. Look at this spray here, folks. Oh my, that op shot just going over the shoulder of Papa Smurf, and he's able to get things done up against Frizzy as well. Just cool, calm, and collected in that situation when they needed it most. And it's a 7-2 scoreline for TLP as they'll push themselves over the edge of time here in the top.
That type of round just shouldn't happen, folks, especially with the way that Zerg was able to get himself on site. Everything seemed well and secured for third impact. Every advantage they could want was in their court, but still, despite that fact, Papa Smurf able to do the impossible, give us a 1v5 clutch, bring the team back from the brink, and more importantly, keep them in control here. Outburst is out on the site, not really going to cover much, though, and it expires well before the team is ready to move out on their own regard. We're going to see their Heaven player end up getting hit out by an info dart that'll force them back a little bit deeper into Heaven so they can play safely. But third impact, even with this info grab, doesn't feel the confidence to move forward. They're quickly stepping back and taking up positions towards middle instead, where we've also got Breach lined up outside of B main. So probably going to see, oh man, a play in this direction as Zerg with the knives. Might not be an op, but it can still shut people down in one shot. A second one found now against Kilo. Blind hit, but no redo. It's going to be the blind player that finally shuts down the knives. Steve quickly trades that back out, though. So we're still going to go into a 4v2. Lockdown also on the A site to force anyone that's remaining in this area to the outside, and hopefully allow for Impact to finally get a third round here.
Just absolutely insane what Zerg's been doing inside of these games so far. The scoreline might not say it, at least on this map, but third impact's really running up against TLP. Controls and Zerg going back and forth with these big plays, but Papa Smurf also getting a hand in this as well. And we saw some good stuff from Power earlier on, so I'm expecting a lot from him in this Raptors position. Recon dart out. Obviously, Odin's so very impactful in these situations, but oh no, Evil's taking him down. See with a beautiful move with the SMG. Just so much easier to shoot on the move in general over those ARs. He'll be able to win that, and it's going to be 3-7 here for third impact.
Steve's not taking any chances this time around with potentially allowing Papa Smurf to run another clutch out against this team. Gets right into his face over to Zerg, doesn't give him any time to think. And see the great entries coming out there from Zerg. Like I said, not necessarily the off, but a little bit quicker, in fact, a little bit better in this situation. He's able to run up on 2 separate players and swing the A site wide open for the taking, at least up to Cat there for the members of third impact. Starting to wedge their way back into this matchup a little bit now, but the remaining is will it be enough to truly bring the scoreline back under their control. Try to get this a little bit closer to a more palatable scoreline as we enter the final couple rounds of the half. Certainly seem to be progressing towards that, and that could be dangerous for TLP if third impact are allowed to come back with such strength here. We've already seen how efficient third impact have been on their defensive halves, and I think that this map is going to be no different when compared to the first. So you have to be getting a little bit worried now that third impact are starting to pick up these rounds, and they explain the more conservative play coming out from both of these teams right now. More than anything, Third Impact doesn't want to mess up this anti-eco, as we see Tilo getting out there for at least one pickup on his own. Still an advantage to Third Impact after that trade, as it goes down to a 4v3, but there's quite a few other things that can catch these guys off guard, such as the aggressively positioned TLP member over on Cat.
Well, Third Impact will be acting quite slowly, trying to prod things out on B. So much utility in order to do so as well. They just want to make sure that they measure this twice and cut once. It's still 4 versus 3 up against the TLP
30
members, so
seconds
they
left.
don't want to try and give this up when they have created this man advantage for themselves. Also, remember, this is indeed an eco as well, so it's favorable for TLP to deal any damage to any of these members at all. Every one of these picks can mean the most at the end of the day. Controls, trying to pressure himself forward now, trying to clear things out, and Grog has one here, but oh, a beautiful shot. Not going to end up going for the rifle immediately either. He just shored up the man count here instead of the 3 versus 3. Now, yet another wall up here. We had one on the entry and another Cosmic Divine to lock things up for Boathouse, but no trade coming through for TLP as they lose another member. Finally, Server able to find one, another, but oh no, Vanish, can he get it done? 5 HP, and the Bucky doesn't land the shots necessary. The attack get yet
Last
another
round in the
round
half.
here as TLP almost win it on the eco.
Third Impact, certainly a close one, but yeah, as you said, TLP nearly stealing that round away with minimal investment to begin with. And once again, it's mainly due to the great work coming out from Controls. They're constantly being a thorn in the side of these executes from Third Impact as he sneaks his way forward, kills the cutoff that would have been coming in from the B main side of things, and allows for the team to have full retake potential there, going back into the site. Restricts Third Impact to only the site play, and then they kill the Boathouse play as well there by being able to block that off on the site. So great work coming in from the TLP side of the utility. It's not enough ultimately at the end of the day, and this next round's not going to start out too great either. Third Impact runs right into that aggressive rush from TLP. Third Impact's going to win it there, bringing it down to a 5v4. No trade yet, although Power trying to vie for it. He'll go out, but again, that'll be denied. Zerg took out Power instead. We're on a 5v3 now.
Oh no, we're also going to have a huge ult come out from the breach. Also, blinding light or
enemy
guiding
remaining.
light out, stunning the entirety of side and Third Impact. They're just going to make mincemeat of TLP at the end of the day. They just ruin everyone on
Switching
A side. The
sides.
last remaining member of TLP being in the mid area and ends up getting taken out by, I believe, Pizza. I'm able to read that little snapshot of staircases that we saw there at the last split second. But either way, Third Impact get things done. I really don't like the aggressive nature of TLP over towards, A main right now, at least inside of that round. We end up seeing Controls go very, very aggressive, knife out to try and get past the Astra utility, and simply just doesn't have his gun up in order to take any gunfights. And yeah, the aggressive sense has been working out for you guys, but Third Impact have done a very good job of playing around each other. So even if he does get that initial frag, there's more than likely going to be someone very close behind him, whereas Controls just simply did not have the same. We saw the Sova step up and more of the same result, but that was multiple seconds after, and that's when Third Impact still have quite a few members staring at the exact same angle.
So as a result of that, TLP continuing to put the aggression against Third Impact after they kind of figured things out, and we're finding much more success on those initial duels as well as just trying to get initial map control. It's going to be a much closer half than what the way things started out here. TLP with only 7 rounds, Third Impact right behind them at 5. Control's already moving his way forward for TLP as they begin their first offensive round here. Definitely seeming to gather the intel on what's going on on the site as they're rotating into it. Controls his pick against Zerg, though, might send players back the other way. I say might because we still have a fairly committed push coming out through B main. That was a Third Impact. We're already halfway here when the kill went off. So now here in the execute move in, they're going to be reaffirmed of their positions. All the utility coming out from Frizzy on site as well. Not a lot of kills following up, but hopefully just a 1-to-1 exchange. Still favoring our attackers right now, but it won't stay that way. Frizzy with a great flash working its way out. Manages to dink another player before finally going down, and with Controls finding a big pickup. It's all going to fall to C. He comes close to clutching it out. Look at the HP. Those last 2 TLP members, but not enough as TLP get the pistol and maintain their lead.
Very unfortunate for Steve there. Any bullets inside of that classic more than likely ends up winning out that round. But either way, TLP get a much needed round inside of that one, and they're going to get some more guns out now. So lucky for them, obviously get the pistol round one. They'll be going into this one with their heads held high and hopefully another round under their belt, making this one 9-5 before the third impact have any of the artillery to really do anything to them that they want.
Stuns working their way out here against the push from TLP. It is going to catch them initially, but at the same time, there's response utility that comes out from the TLP side. So third impact going to be held away, arguably just as much. TLP still with the gun advantage. More importantly, since we're just in the second round of the half here, they're going to quickly move over towards the B site. That is caught by third impact, so still hot on their tail. If they meet them head on, there's a chance they can shut this round down. It's going to start here with Steve's position. 2 for him, but he gets traded out by
Down
Smurf.
B.
Now the rest of the team going to quickly funnel onto the B site, but with only 2 left standing here. Third impact, especially with their most recent pick, really have a possibility to win this fight here. In the site, though, in the pit of B, things are going to get a lot more difficult for third impact, assuming both players stay committed to it, but they're not, though. They're going to try to maintain full site control here. Papa Smurf even moving up to the front part of the site to try and get this initial pick. It'll work as Ridu gets himself the double. Zerg is the only one left now. It's Zerg after all, though. His biggest limiting factor as he works his way in here, still manages to nearly knock out Papa Smurf, but at the end of the day, TLP control the round yet again. Well, up to 9 here. They're about 4 rounds away from closing out this matchup.
That was so very well done from Redo. Just gets ahead of the rotation from the third impact members and ends up taking down the arguably biggest deal to come into that post plant, which is the 2 members going through B main. That's going to be obviously the biggest group of people that you're going to have to worry about. So lots of issues that could have came with that if that was allowed to continue to fester. But instead, they deal with it. End up getting yet another round on the board, but now for third impact, they actually have weaponry, and this is where the rubber hits the road. Both turrets out here on A main. Steve will at least be able to get rid of the opponent, so able to hold this off of his own turret for the time being. As for the rest of third impact, though, they'll get red out, especially Vanish, as he'll get red from the recon bolt, as well as the Trailblazer that ends up pushing in through tree. But this push hasn't started being too aggressive just yet, up until Vanish gets taken down and tried this inside of tree. But Zerg, with 2 big frags, he's pushing in from tiles. He's taking down the tree members, and now he's down to the 2 TLP members inside of main, and they're gone as well. Oh, third impact with a huge round here, taking away a lot of weapons from TLP, but they'll at least be able to buy inside of this next round.
That last few moments of frags right there really explains why we see Vanish sticking so hard to the fight inside of Garden 2. It's not even necessarily to pick up the kills more than anything, it's just to cause that couple seconds of extra delay on the inside of trees so that the rest of the teammates can rotate in. As we see there was Zerg pretty much immediately trading out that death, along with a +1 on top of that, and then his teammates also helping out with the rest of the cleanup there in order to make sure that that death was not put out of that. It was great work by third impact, and more importantly, their great work to push themselves forward for Vanish. Tila's going to have a really unfortunate start to this round, immediately gets stunned and just cannot move out of there fast enough in order to get away. So that's going to be a nice early pick going by the way of third impact. Controls with an opportunity to trade it back, ends up dashing away though, as I think he hears the action over towards defender spawn, gets a little bit scared of it, goes back to first arch to play it safe.
Necessarily blame him. So much utility here to worry about, and he'll lose his life anyways as he steps up to the plate. Vanish with the possibility of 2, but Papa Smurf crouches right under that bullet pattern. He'll be able to at least live for a little while longer. An opportunity to clutch up, but it's a 1 versus 4. We've seen him here before, though, and on similar sites, but not similar straights. It's getting pinned to this corner, and it looks like this Breach has an idea of where this member is, and just an onslaught of utility out of Frizzy to end up taking down Papa Smurf. It's able to get the kill, but definitely a hand in there from Frizz.
That control starting to really show back up here for third impact, and it seems like once they've got a grasp on things, they very rarely, at least with the defensive half, very rarely let it go. Where you see a large majority of these rounds yet again, and similarly to the previous map, TLP on their attack here, struggling to get a footing, even with the first 2 rounds under their control. Economy woes are now back, as we can see a full Sheriff buy coming out on the upcoming round to try and keep this somewhat competitive.
Yeah, those Sheriffs, usually one of the sole buys that we see in a scenario like this. Make sure you can possibly deal some damage at these longer ranges, and if it is close enough, that 1-shot headshot, obviously getting you a big weapon as well if you're able to win out the engagement. Third impact Playing this one pretty close to the chest, so they've rounded off on TLP. Look at this mini-map right now. TLP just locked inside of A main, A lobby. They really can't get out of this area as Cat's been stuck off, but Redo, he doesn't want to leave. Instead, he'll take down Vanish, but Freezy will get two through the smoke. Frizzy does not give a single damn about what TLP want to do with this site. Instead, he'll take matters into his own hands and start
player
removing members
standing.
if that's what it's going to take. Evil with one and a beautiful knife play from Zergle and Tillo's life and TLP's chances. It's 9-8 in favor of TLP.
That is going to, of course, be on an eco round, as you could tell with TLP trying to force their way out through A. Pretty much minimal utility here. Great work from the
Spike down.
Astra to immediately block that off with her own Nebulas over on the side of Third Impact as well, and support that spray from Frizzy, which ends up taking out two different players. I can't even see their opponent on the other side. TLP still with a one-round lead, and they do have a gun round to defend that lead on. However, the momentum swing has very seriously shifted over the past couple of rounds, really for this entire half so far, into the favor of Third Impact. So we're going to need to see something different out of TLP if this round is going to be a success. And more importantly, they're going to continue to control this game in the later portions of the round. There's Zerg again, inching his way out into a winning angle with this up, and picks up the first kill against the Doppelganger from the other side as TLP loses their own jet.
And that's been the biggest issue for both of these teams, is trying to keep track of where this operator's moving. This time around, it'll be on TLP's foot, as they simply do not know what Zerg wants to do in this situation. He goes fishing, getting a pretty big one at the end of the day. Spike's still going to be down inside of B lobby, so still not a lot of options open to TLP here, but exactly what is the move going to be? Well, it's going to be Seekers out, as well as the wall down here for Astra. But Steve end up getting marked out, and more Astra utility. The gravity well now keeping him locked inside of logs. He needs some assistance from one of his teammates, but an overwhelming force here from TLP as they'll take over the entirety of B. So he ended up in a spike down here in the back corner for TLP as they'll set up for post plant.
Huge utility dump bringing out here from TLP in order to get this done, such as the Cosmic Divide. For the time being, it's working. More importantly, the utility being returned by the defenders is not panning out at the moment here. Still evenly traded, though, as they begin to re-entry their way back into the site. Tilo and Frizzy both getting kills here. Kawa, fortunately, getting spammed out by that dart and gets caught as a result of that. Down to a 2v1, and ultimately the trades are very close as it comes down to a 1v1, but Vanish just barely manages to win it with a little under 50 HP. That's going to be the tie, though, at 9-9 with his success.
Oh, so do the Zed skins do this? Is this what it does?
Yeah, I think that's the finisher animation. From Red Skins.
Oh, that's
makes-
actually so clean.
It gives everything an outline.
Yeah.
That's what it does.
Yeah, it's actually pretty sick. And it ends up changing colors like the guns do as well. So that's actually really, really cool. I saw a couple of things on it, but I only saw that the gun skin changed colors and like the song at the end. But that was about it. I didn't know it ended up changing the environment like that. So that's actually really, really cool. And speaking of cool things, we have a game on our hands, folks. Unlike the last one. Things are tied up here between TLP and Third Impact. TLP will have a couple of options to be able to try and defend this and take the lead once again here before Third Impact can try and run away with things. And run away with things they have, John. The economy right now is just looking so overwhelming for them in comparison to TLP, who's just running low right now. Just basically trying to rub pennies together to see if they can get something done. Controls, speaking of trying to get something done, he's going to updraft onto Jen and try and get a kill inside of Rafters onto the Soba. Really using his arrows, but not able to get it done. Powell will finally seal the deal as Vanish goes to the wayside, and we're once again into a post plant here on A site.
Once again, good utility usage from TLP in order to facilitate this plan in the first place as well. Really forcing back the Third Impact players, not allowing them in, but Third Impact have their own utility to use here. They countered out the attacking Killjoy. Now they're going to bring in one of their own
Revealing area.
players. We'll find out in just a second. Kawa will be locked down and will not be able to survive getting himself to the hell corner either. Rest of the team is stuck on the outside of A-Main. We're already seeing Caps on the defuse here, saving this Killjoy. Might have been the saving grace to allow Third Impact to pick up the round, but now they get aggressive against the A-Main hole here and suddenly lose everyone. Controls picks up the last kill. It was looking so good for Third Impact until they had to push their way back into A-Main, where it just went very, very wrong very quickly. As a result of that, TLP hold on to not only that round, but the lead as well. They go back up 10-9.
An amazing clear there from Third Impact. I love the capitalization that they had off of the KJ lockdown, but outside of that, as you were saying, the A main take simply just not going their way. And really, Down to the fact that they didn't have Evil inside of that situation with utility they could possibly use to get a smoke down that lasted longer. We're using Cloudbursts here, and Cloudbursts are the shortest smoke in the entirety of the game. So when you want something that actually denies LOS and gives you an opportunity to get a pretty decent spike tap, or at least get it to halfway, then that's definitely not going to be it. Got a lot of action happening here early on, though, folks. This is going to be a quick insurrection here inside of mid, able to take down one, but the spike still being out towards B lobby as well. So TLP once again with a lot of options. They've got their sky pushed all the way up after that trade ensued. Third Impact still really no info or real insight as to what is happening here across the entirety of the map. Still sticking to default for the time being.
Just trying to hiding light himself out, passed over towards defender's spawn. That's going to be a dead giveaway, however, for the TLP members. Excuse me, for the third Impact members. They will read into that, have a countered angle set up. It's not the TLP whether they want to push the angle here or not. The good news is that push is making them think that this is still potentially a B hit.
Nowhere to run!
Darts are now going to reveal quite the opposite as they're starting to line up their own play. This also allows Redo to do that, deny the rotates from Frizzy. Eventually, the other player's going to be moving in too. Stee is the other one, and he's also going to get dropped, so it should be open for the taking, I would say, on A, but no. Again, an audible is going to be called here. This could be problematic for TLP, because look at the time remaining, 16 seconds left. But the good news is, third Impact not being too advantageous on their own rotate potential here.
Left.
They're going to be well behind the curve, and even with this limited amount of time, as long as they beeline it here, shouldn't be an issue to get the spike down onto the ground. There you go, with about 2 seconds left. 1 second, actually, cutting it a bit close. But the job is done. Vantage, I think, was hoping they might have messed this up, and the time would have run out. You weren't far off on that, but ultimately, now you're alone in a 1v4. Not much hope here, and it's looking like TLP going to go up to 11.
Yeah, Advantage isn't even going to try here at all, and I can't blame him either. You have to go all the way across the map, but just look at the minimap right now, folks. TLP have so much control inside of this mid area. There's no way that you're going to end up busting this. Just very problematic at the end of the day, so might as well hold on to that Phantom and try again with the entirety of the team's forces the next time around. Beautiful round there from TLP, and honestly, a great audible called there in the dying moments of that round as well. You need 4 seconds to plant a spike, and they had exactly 4.7, I believe, when they ended up getting 2 sites. So pretty interesting stuff when it comes down to it. TLP, especially Revo, able to make huge, or Redo, excuse me, able to make some huge impact inside of that round, and actually ends up taking the kill lead as well with that, 19, 13, and 5.
Some great stuff coming out for Redo, being assisted, of course, by Controls and some of the great plays from some of the other members, too, such as Papa Smurf and even Tilo from time to time when it comes to entries. Tilo's been quite the proponent for putting a stoppage to the play from third Impact. And Papa Smurf, I mean, kind of goes without saying, he had that 1v5 clutch a couple of rounds ago and has been a proponent inside of a lot of these other rounds. Awesome. Let's get into it, though. Potentially going to set up the map point here for TLP if they can continue to sell on this attacking side.
I've got your trail.
Or out. Not going to stay that way for very long, though. Evil pretty much being pushed back entirely. But what's going on with Zerg? He's found himself a double against both Controls and Redo. That's going to be play from mid. Stopped out pretty much entirely, although Tilo will trade one out here, making this a bit more palatable for TLP as they try to bring things back under their control.
One enemy remaining.
Cautious as once again
Spike down A.
watched as he falls back there. Evo will be able to catch him. Powa successfully sneaks himself onto the A site, but only one left alive. He's going to try to just get hyper-aggressive to make the rest of the play fail. And it works! Powa gets the 1v4 clutch! And that's going to be a massive push for TLP up onto map point. Third Impact. How can you let this happen 2 times?
Oh no, just the playmaking ability of these TLP members right now, and third Impact are simply not ready for it. Frizzy just simply locks up as well at the end there, not able to hit the shots like he wanted, and honestly, that's a far cry from what we saw inside the last game where Frizzy was just hitting those shots. Comes down to that high pressure situation, just not able to get it done. The 12-9 lead right now for TLP is on the precipice of taking this one. But Zerg has something to say about that. He's going to updraft, right click, doesn't hit the other shot. No! He was really expecting that one, but he's going to die. Oh no, he ends up dying from fall damage. TLP bounced back in convincing fashion as well, although the KO, or actually the KJ rather, is taking quite a bit of damage in the process. Third Impact, technically speaking, ahead inside of this one. TLP have to go back and get the spike, and they still have to worry about the Sova in the area as well.
The Jet supposed to set this up for success, but Instead, has only pushed things into an even scarier part of this round. A 3v3, TLP, a bit of a disadvantage here. However, TLP also has the strategical advantage in that the site defense, wherever it ends up going, unless Third Impact get the correct read on it, it's going to be much, much weaker than it would have been, obviously, with the full 5-player hold. As far as TLP is concerned, they're still making their decision about where they want to go, and this big hold from
Spike
Vanish is
down
going to
mid.
allow him to go 1-for-1, not pushing us any further with regards to an advantage, but does catch the rotate over towards A. The problem now being,
have
is it
this
going
spike.
to stay that way, or are they going to audible back to B
30
since the A
seconds
rotate
left.
was obviously caught here? Steve? Oh no, he can catch the master
enemy
very
remaining.
easily, and there you go! That's the
Spike
spike going down
down
to the
A.
ground as well. Tilo now alone here, 1v2 set before him. Evil quickly manages that walkout from Tree. That's going to be a quick exchange from Third Impact here, putting them on 10 rounds and making overtime a very real possibility. Although TLP going to have the gunpowder to try and fight it back themselves and try to end this normally.
I don't really understand Papa Smurf's decision making there. Just doesn't really check anything. Just simply makes a lot of noise inside a lobby and runs for the ult point. You're still inside of a clutch situation inside of that 2v2. Just doesn't seem like necessarily the right play. But either way, though, Third Impact still able to get away with it. And what was, coming up to be a very, very scary round for them. One that TLP could have taken definitely on a knife's edge, to say the least. But now Recon bolts out in a very aggressive offense here from TLP. They're going to lose controls early on. Tillo will go by the wayside as well. Shock Dart out. Vanish is going to avoid that, though, as Redo and the rest of the squad are still here inside of main, locked up. But there's a rotation coming
Healing over
through
here.
from Third Impact as well. Vanish will end up losing his lunch in the top of rafters. TLP has been stunted
Obscuring
for the
vision.
time being, and the deep cut has already been set. We'll see how they try and get out of this one.
Evil still waiting for that push to come from TLP. TLP themselves still working at the courage for it. Falling back is not necessarily going to be a good option either, though. You can see the silhouettes. As I say, multiple silhouettes suddenly approach this angle. One from top mid, one from all the way back in the attacker spawn. Zerg and Stee are very much ready for this if TLP want to commit. Ultimately, they probably going to make the decision to just go for this, as I think they realize they've been crunched. They've got a
You want to find it?
two-player hold no matter which way they're going. We're going to see Cosmic Divide come out. It's countered pretty much immediately, though, with a Cosmic Divide from the defenders. They're going to have to walk past that going out to the game. The spray from Evil isn't there, but thankfully it doesn't matter. Frizzy and Stee also helping out with this shutdown against the play coming in from TLP. And that now takes us to the final round of regulation to decide, is TLP going to be able to shut this one down and take us to a map 3, or will Third Impact trigger overtime and still have their 2-0 potential reignited?
Evil's probably a little salty that we were on his spectating for that one right there.
Yeah,
but
not the best POV for that one. But.
It happens to the best of us. I mean, he's 21, 14, and 5 in this game right now. He's been playing a heck of a game so far for Third Impact, and they've almost pushed it to overtime for the first time here inside of this series. TLP finally showing up how we wanted them to in the last game, and we'll see who can possibly get out of this. Is TLP going to decide it here, or what is Third Impact got to say about that? Spike once again going to be down inside of site, or down inside of spawn rather, here for the offense, as KJ will be moving back for that. Looks like they could possibly go for a B swing here, as they have a lot of mid presence moving up towards market. Controls currently operating around the pizza area. Well, Vanish on the other end of this smoke. We decided quickly here, but instead decides to back off. As soon as that nebula goes away, the Owl Drone will come out, gets a solid mark here, but Controls has already found so much space. Frizzy will read that out as Controls tries to power forward. Ends up dodging the fault line, but not ready for Zerg inside of main, who will be able to assist with getting rid of these Seekers. And ult out will limit, at least the pizza player for the time being. As the rest of TLP, well, they're stuck currently inside of B main. This is looking like overtime unless they have something to say about it. And it's all going to start with this ult. They'll be able to at least trade it out, as Evil will get taken down. Tillo will also fall, and oh no,
30 seconds left.
Well, as
I have this
Evil
fight.
stuck inside of this 2 versus 4. 25 seconds remaining, and John, they're stuck here. They have to go for this execute.
They don't have enough time to
Last
rotate now.
player
They've got to commit
standing.
themselves to the inside. But all these fights have been going by the way of Third Impact, and they will continue to do so as the final 2 players force themselves out of the B site because they simply have no choice in the matter
Overtime.
and go down there, igniting the overtimes, cutting up the 12-12 scoreline. Now taking us into a very interesting point in the match. Obviously, everything going to get reset. 5K to all 10 players here. And the first team to get a +2 advantage will be taking control. So let's see which team will do that. Third Impact obviously has the momentum swing going into their favor right now. They're also going back onto the attacking side for this. So need to be careful, as this is where they struggled as well. However, they seem to get a great grasp of things towards the end of their regulation half. So if that's going to remain the case, in my opinion, TLP are in trouble right now.
Yeah, most definitely, especially with Zerg reclaiming his mantle. Not entirely, though, obviously not doing this through the means of an operator right now, but still finding some major impact, especially when it's necessary. We've seen some huge rounds from him thus far throughout the entirety of his ascent, so I'm expecting more out of this overtime. Also, remember, folks, if you do want to get your hands on an operator inside of OT, you got to go with that light armor buy as well, so you can't have both. More of a glass cannon if you do end up going with that, but we all know how detrimental that can be to the opposing team if you do indeed get your hand on one of those things. As for TLP, though, gonna be defaulting out for right now. Third Impact not trying to pressure too much early on here. Controls is going to go fishing. He'll get one and immediately tailwind back out towards Tree. That's a big pickup onto Vanish. That's going to limit a lot of their intel gathering going forward.
Smart plays not to over-aggress, too. He saw just how many players were stacked there and probably how quickly they were going to reach him from Third Impact if he tried to continue that fight. Third Impact is still second-guessing themselves in all avenues of their strat right now, as we can see them trying to poke in to see what the inside of B main looked like, ultimately deciding, even a few seconds before that peak, to rotate over here towards A, where, oh no, they're going to be walking right into the setup for Controls. Not sure if Controls has been given any audio cues as of yet. Seems to be very well ready for the play, though. Here's going to be the old Swerve to try and bait him out first off. That is not
30
going to
seconds
work.
left.
It seems like we are going to have Power bring something out here, whether it's an info dart or another utility, but no one checks the corner. Controls just allowed to get 2 more kills here and shut down a 4th at the end of it as well. TLP takes the lead instead of Third Impact. As we start
Switching
overtime
sides.
off well for them.
Match point.
Third Impact, so very ready for anyone to peek that corner when they go for the ult point, but right after the ult point gets picked up, they no longer care about wine, and Controls is able to get away with everything there. Such an impactful round from him. All starting off on Tree with that beautiful fish, straight up cat, and ends up just walking towards the angle for Tile, finds one, dashes back, and then immediately moves into wine, knowing that the rotate is more than likely coming their way after that pick, and he reads that out as well. So very well done from him. DLP now in the driver's seat yet again here. Recon bolts going to be exchanged, but no info gathered from either team, as mid is currently the play for Third Impact. Or for TLP, excuse me, rather.
Okay, we'll start with the T. We got TLP with that mid control being built up. We're using the Owl drone to try and push this a little bit further into Tree, as we've obviously been seeing A impacts, or A executes, excuse me, B to go to for the most part for TLP here. Even the options open over towards B main, and more than anything, just trying to keep the pressure from Third Impact back. However, a few of their kills are committed to that as well. But the spike still present outside of B. It's looking like they will decide to go that route at the end of the day, since they're not really getting much of a bite from the other side on the defense. No one trying to peek out, get aggressive against this push in any way, shape, or form. This is going to be the default site setups here, as the members of TLP slowly approach the B main avenue to try and work their way out onto the site. And they'll get that info in just a second here. So we are going to see the info dart begin to work its way in. Rest of the utility is coming out too. Evil does catch. Time's coming out there. Excuse me, the jet jump coming out there, but react to it quickly enough, so the team will be allowed to work their route. Controls once again gets the opening entry, but is shut down just as quickly by Evil. Problem for Evil, though, he doesn't have eyes, and he doesn't have a second teammate watching Speedway, so he gets traded out from there. More players work their way in from Market, and they're coming so quickly, they actually have to cancel the plant, but members of TLP seem ready for that here now. It's all down to Vanish. One more here for the Third Impact side of things. Vanish good pick up. Zerg as well denies the play from B main. That's going to leave Rito alive on the inside of the site, but time is ticking in his favor. If he can outlast this for long enough, he'll still win it out on the spike explosion. And that'll allow for TLP to take this map. If not, we continue to go deeper and deeper into overtime. Info dart used, and as well, we're going to see the guiding light come out to try and counter, but it does not work. Vanish immediately shuts it down. Third Impact tie us up again at 13 wall. We continue.
It's the guiding rave light. That's what it is. So, you gotta end up getting the spike in the
Switching
Third
sides.
Impact, and tie us up once
Overtime.
again here after we get to see the Zed skins once again inside of this matchup. 24-19 and 6 for Zerg right now. Redo going to be almost a mirror of that. 24-18 and 8. Most assists here minus Powa, who's currently got 15. So a lot of team play coming in from TLP this time around, where it's a far cry from what we saw on the last map. So definitely reconciling with a lot of the issues that we saw on Bind. This Ascent has been so well played from both sides thus far. So we'll see what they're able to try and get done inside of this one. Spike currently going to be in Frizzy's hands as third impact, prioritizing B main for the time being. Zerg going to go fishing here. Not able to find anything, at least in the cubby here for main, as third impact going to start backing off. Zerg just simply managing the Nebula. Vanish could actually have some problems on his own. Good positioning here as Controls pushes through, but not able to catch off Evil, who's on the opposite box, just not prepared for the crossfire set up here inside of a lobby. And now the big pick going to third impact early.
Third impact once again taking an advantage. This time from the attacking side too, which is a big deal here. Big indicator of whether third impact potentially is going to be able to sneak this 2-0 in, is whether they can get the edge off on their attacking round and be able to set themselves up for a map point from that one. So here's the opportunity to do so right here, bringing it down to a 5v4. A little bit hesitant to follow through with the play out onto the A site for good reason too. These are those aggressive cutoffs I was talking about before, where defenders can really shut things down if you're not careful. No support for Redo to come into the site. That leaves Powa all alone here. Despite that though, I'm going to see Papa Smurf at least trade out for one against Zerg as they try to win. Redo as well, running his way into the garden. This seems to be the downfall point for third impact. So many rounds in a row here, as once again they're going to lose 2 players on the inside of Tree. Get down to Frizzy as well as their Sova to try to clutch this out 2v3. May very well be possible if they get 2 in a row. Tilo as well, seemingly working with just a pistol at this point. I'm going to assume he has something else aside from that, but there we go. That's the fall back to pick it up.
No
We're going
way.
to see as well, though, Tilo get pushed into a corner, and the push from Frizzy. That will give third impact the advantage now as they go back over to their defensive half again.
Switching sides.
Well, third impact with
Match
a big
point.
win here on offense, and now the opportunity has presented itself to end this in 2-0 fashion up against TLP. Such a hard-fought map for them as well, but seems like the tank is starting to run dry to try and dig deeper, see if they can possibly bring something to the surface to assist themselves currently. As well, Powa backing inside of the kills department, but as we said before, making up with it inside of assists. As for third impact, they've been having so many impactful players across the entirety of their roster. Currently 2 members with 24 frags in between themselves. So very, very crazy stuff to see currently, but something that TLP can't have something to say about it. It's like they want to go for the mid play here yet again in through market.
Already going to be able to push their jet through. This has been the trademark opener for TLP throughout a lot of this map here. Zerg is going to be aware of it, does not try to challenge it. What he's going to miss, though, is the movement up so close, but it doesn't matter. Zerg is so dang good with this op. He's still going to be able to shut down Controls and to get inches in distance of him. Powa, though, trades it back out for TLP, takes down Evil, pushes the overall A defenses back out of the site, as we can see Vanish trying to make sure he doesn't get pushed on the inside of the garden. They keep the 4v4 for the post point. That's the goal more than anything right now for TI, and they've succeeded in doing so as the spike goes down onto the ground. At the same time, though, TLP have a very, very comfortable amount of control over the A site.
Third impact. Small grounds to work off of right now, but it all starts with popping this door open, seeing what possibly lies on the other side. KJ very close there to her mirror matchup, and oh, Tillo, can he get away with it? He gets one, he gets the second as well. Make it 3 for Tillo. Third now with a triple of his own, but Smurf shuts it down from the rear, and TLP keep this game alive. We're tied up
Switching
once
sides.
again at 14-14.
Overtime.
Nearly walks in and does it all by himself one more time. He's already retaken over the lead for his team on the scoreboard there, with Evil following closely behind at 24-19. It's the rest of the team now that need to pick it up a little bit here if they want to get over the edge.
Enemy remaining.
Final defensive round to win things out. Some of the members of TLP are igniting themselves here as well. Tilo having a great hold on the inside of that last round right there. Pretty much every member of TLP, I think, over or near 20 kills at this point. Quite a bit of an effort being put in from them to try and survive here and push this over to a map 3. Going to see, though, Papa Smurf immediately cuts off this play. Controls as well with the shutdown. Zerg's going to be able to get one for himself, but that's it. The rest of the team failing yet again here, leaving 4 still standing to defend this site. Only the defenders themselves. Only 2 alive for the attack. Let's make that 1 as well. Palace succeeds in fending off Zerg for the inside of Boathouse. Evil barely had on-site presence for himself to play for. since he was at the threshold of B main, just falls right back. Plays into that, hoping for some over-aggression from TLP to make the numbers better, but it's not going to happen. He's going to have to go right back out onto the site here. At minimum, does control the spike, so it's not a complete end-of-the-world situation for Third Impact, but it is looking like TLP could not have much of an issue shutting him out over the next few seconds.
Now
There
as
we go.
well, Pao is going to find probably the most simplistic option to solve that equation. We'll just put it that way.
Switching
As
sides.
those high impact
Match
rounds have a
point.
lot of effectiveness across the entirety of the B main wall. It's not a good time if you're anywhere inside of there and somebody's got an Odin on the other team. It's just not fun, especially when it's Sova, because he's just self-proficient at that point. You just have intel fly into the garage, and then you start just catching bullets. And the worst part about it is, John, you can't shoot back, especially if you have an AR, because they just don't go through the wall. So it's very unfortunate given the circumstances. But TLP shoot ahead yet again here in between these two. Early play here from the breach inside of B main, and that's going to still lead into TLP looking to see what they can possibly get done here in B main.
Zerg with an awkward opener here as he is going to get spotted out by the Sova info dart there, forces him back to the second archway, where he'll probably continue to hold things closer towards market. Controls had an angle against Free, but it's just off the mark, so not going to sink itself the way that they needed it to. TLP stays at full strength, as does Third Impact, however. Once again, TLP going to continue to search for info, specifically towards mid, really trying to fend off the aggressive hold that would have been on Cats, and they succeed in doing so. Tilo, once again, doing well for his team, taking out the Sova over on Third Impact, and potentially setting up at least the first kill for what could be, once again, our final round of the map.
All this is indeed in TLP's hands. Looks like they are going to indeed start moving back for the spike. Haven't tried to progress too far forward on either one of these sites right now, but now as the picture starting to unfold just a touch more, it's looking like B is indeed going to be the option. Very minimal time for them to try and make any adjustments. You can see the amount of extra utility as well as KJ's utility over on A. Don't necessarily want to try and play around with that, so instead they're going to go for A, and they're going to start it now. Zerg pushing out from Market. He'll get taken down immediately here from Smurf. Evil with one of his own. The guiding light actually in here will indeed blind Evil twice, but ends up blinding Redo as well. That still ends up getting away with the kill, but now it's down to Frizzy to try and win this in a 1 versus 4. The spike goes down, make it a 1 versus 2, make it a 1 versus 1, but Tillo seals the deal with a triple inside of the round. It's 16-14 in favor of TLP.
Well, that's up being Tilo. That's the hero of the day, specifically inside of these last couple of rounds in overtime to make sure that TLP secure themselves a third and final map. And we are going to see that as he ends up second on the team overall, 23-20 there. Still, Redo, the overall hero, at 27-20, I believe, before he had that off the screen. He tries to push himself forward. Despite that fact of TLP actually not even having the top fraggers, though, they still end up closing out the map in their favor, showing that this is definitely a bit more of a team affair. Unfortunately, that prowess coming out from Zerg by itself, just not enough to net Third Impact, their second map that they need to push themselves past this series.
Yeah, so many post plants on this map in comparison to last. I feel like we had a lot of frag fest going on Bind, and this one was a lot more controlled and more towards the strategy of how they wanted to try and get that spike planted. So, you know, it was very well done there from TLP, and I'm just very happy at the end of the day that we got them into form for this second map, because Bind was it was just very strange in comparison to what we just saw, to be completely honest with you. So end up taking it in overtime. I think Third Impact is still looking as strong as they once were, just Ascent, maybe not their map.
Yeah, and I mean, again, keep in mind, that was the pick from them. At the same time, the pick from their opponents also coming in. They do get TLP. This is get the final map pick as well. And that's going to be coming up in just a few minutes, ladies and gentlemen. So stick with us. When we come back from the break, we'll have the last map of this series to see who's moving forward and getting closer to our playoffs next weekend.
Give me those back.
One enemy remaining.
Looks like I was the smarter one. Your fault.
Spike
Well divided.
have the
Spike
spike.
down A. One enemy remaining. Clutch.
Yeah. What's this?
One enemy remaining.
I'll feed it. My ultimate.
One enemy remaining. Spike planted.
Silver's dead.
One enemy remaining. Attackers.
Yeah. Yikes. Nailed them.
You should run.
No, dead.
I punched. Player standing. Spike down B. Spike down A. One enemy remaining.
Knocking them.
One enemy remaining.
Give me those back.
One enemy remaining.
Looks like I was the smarter one. Your fault.
Spike.
Well divided. Oh,
Cussing.
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
I have the
Spike
spike.
down A. One enemy remaining. Clutch.
yeah. What's this?
One enemy remaining.
Oh, I'll feed it. My ultimate.
One enemy remaining. Spike planted.
Silver's dead.
One enemy remaining. Attackers.
Yeah. Yikes. Nailed them.
You should run.
No, dead.
I punched. Player standing. Spike down B. Spike down A. One enemy remaining.
Knocking them.
One enemy remaining.
Give me those back.
Welcome back once again, ladies and gentlemen, to the MSI Valorant Invitational, where we are in the midst of our first of three best of threes today. It is going to be between Third Impact and Trade Like Pros, or otherwise known as TLP, as we've been calling them throughout this matchup. TLP just traded out the second map of this series over on Ascent by being able to take it all the way into overtime, 16-14. I believe the final score was when we finally concluded things in drastic comparison to our first map's results, where Third Impact took it without much of an issue whatsoever, with this final score of like something like 13-4 or less than that for the members of TLP. So we're going to take a look at the maps, and you guys can see 13-2. In fact, it was even worse than I thought.
You tried to give it to him too. You're like, oh,
Yeah,
they got
yeah.
4 rounds. I mean,
I
come
was trying to
on.
be nice, give them a couple. But now we're heading to Split, which is the final pick from the TLP side of things. And just like on Bind, they do not have any official play on this map as of yet, which makes me a little worried considering what happened on Bind. But we seem to be a little bit up in the air with who's kind of leading things in the series right now. So I'm going to reserve my judgment until we actually get into the map itself.
You know, I was also gonna say, I mean, like, you know, for Third Impact, this also has 0 play as well. So,
Yep.
you know, kind of up in the air as to who's really going to be ahead here. Really, I guess it's gonna be decided inside of this map. And, you know, really, in comparison to the other 2 maps inside of the pool, Split is a lot more close quarters. There's very minimal long-range engagements on this map. There's basically 3 main lanes that you're going to have to work around. So we'll see what they really want to do. We could see more of that breach play coming in here especially.
I think the op presence is still going to be a key part of both teams' playstyles because they've been using it so heavily. Obviously, moving away from the reliance on it because of the map change that you were just talking about, but overall, still is probably going to be a big key piece. I think the big question, specifically for Third Impact here, is who else besides Zerg is going to be stepping up to the challenge in the situations where it's needed. Specifically on attacking entry situations, Zerg seems to be one of the few players that is capable of making things happen for the squad, with a couple of the other ones showing up from time to time, but not nearly consistent enough. So if attacking side is going to once again be the problem for Third Impact going into, well, this third map here, that's going to be the main avenue where we need to see improvement, or they could very well falter once again in that half hands of their opponents here from TLP. TLP arguably with the same issues though, as they are lacking with regards to their entry power quite a bit, although we did see much better results coming out from controls more than anyone on the inside of that Ascent play right there, and hopefully that continues going into this map.
Don't forget about Redo, though. That's the big thing that I wanted to point out. I think this might be the difference in between these 2 teams. You know, they say, John, not all things are built the same, and that includes teams, and that's what we have right here. Redo has definitely been more of the utilitarian figure inside of their team, where he's really just been making impact with a lot of these sky plays and these kind of things. And he's also self-proficient in what he's doing. So I feel like on a map like you know, Split, this is going to be something that's easily abusable for them, but I could be wrong about that. This could be a very poor map for Redo, but with those 2 together, it could be very damaging.
All right, guys, well, we're going to be heading in-game right now so we can see if agents like that, such as the Skypick, are going to remain in play for both of these teams. And we will see that in just a moment here. We're also going to see at least the Viper come back for Papa Smurf and TLP specifically. A lot more room to set up those Viper plays and just the lineups for her in general on this map. So we're going to see that pop back out. Meanwhile, for the Third Impact side, it's actually going to be Vanish that once again brings things back here over on the Sky. And Redo still making that decision, so we'll have to wait and see if he's going to bring it out. But I'm happy to see, and it does look like we're going to get that Sky, by the way. I'm happy to see more than anything Control sticking with the Jet here, as that was a big proponent to the success from TLP in the last map. Would have been very sad to see that go.
Yeah, I think that him and Zerg just really need to duel it out at this point. You know what I mean? Zerg and Controls. And really with the Sky picks coming in as well, that was kind of self-explanatory. Neither of these teams are going to be running anything like Omen currently. They're running the Astra instead, and nobody else has stuns. And having stuns is just an amazing thing for when you're trying to gain space. So you might as well have someone that inside of their stuns also gets you info on if somebody's inside of the area. So with Sky, this is going to be a perfect matchup for both of these teams to work into their lineup. So really like this coming in for Vanish and Redo, but the stage is set, and it's very similar in a lot of different ways. I think the biggest things that we're going to see, obviously, is going to be Papa Smurf and what his impact can be on this Viper in comparison to the rest of this game. Frizzy with the Sage pick, I would say personally, it's kind of more of a lateral move there. Sage is always a really, really good pick. Her utility is always really strong, so really can never go wrong. But we've seen so much impact from Vipers nowadays.
The Sage, more than anything, going to be useful, obviously, for the wall and its potential immediate blockage of mid on a round-around basis. We're going to see something a bit more creative than that at the start, though, as she's going to be positioned at garage entry to B, so probably trying to see if there's going to be any action coming out from there. And yep, the second we hear footsteps, block that right off. That's exactly what will be done here, nice and quick from the Third Impact defense. They're going to try to fend off the usual go-to route for the attackers. Is TLP working their way out through that avenue, and instead they're forced to go into mid. They do take male control. Controls is going to get that. Vanish initially missing it, but adjusting beautifully to be able to go 2 for 1 before he's finally traded out by Tilo. And yes, Tilo gets the male control back as well as a possible path to heaven, but only him being in that position is not going to be advisable to move forward until they figure out what's going on with Powa. Unfortunately, Powa is going to get knocked out entirely, so it leaves only Tilo
Last player
and one other player
standing.
alive. They'll try to split foot
Spike
between garage
down
and heaven.
B.
the moment. Just not really working out too well. Papa Smurf, though, we've already seen a 1v5 clutch from him. This is just one player less. The good news is we're on the pistol, so everybody else is going to be working with a very similar arsenal. Smurf having that extra bit of HP to put up with the shields, too. It's certainly possible, just not realistic in this situation. Frizzy shuts it down instead, and Third Impact take control of another defensive-sided pistol.
Yeah, just too much influence from Vanish early on there. TLP do a very good job of working their way up mid. They really don't have to worry about a ropes player. They go immediately for Male, but then they run into problems as soon as Vanish steps up to the plate. He takes down 2 members, and they really can't try and make a forward play past that, mainly because they don't have anybody else on a supporting angle down low or trying to make another push somewhere else because of the wall for B main there. So, you know, you end up having Papa Smurf stuck, and now the rest of your push is simply hampered inside of mid. You still have Stee on a very creative angle, just simply standing on top of rafters, kind of on an off angle there, and catching off, you know, the TLP member as well. And well, we're gonna have it yet again here, folks. Zerg, as we'd said previously, anything with magnification, this guy is hitting headies, whether he uses it regularly or not. Ends up hip firing, but this time around it'll be scoped. But either way, Third Impact shooting it yet again here in round 2. And is it going to go down with a shotty? It is indeed. Third Impact get away with a flawless here on round 2.
You really got to appreciate how Power knows exactly what's about to happen as that as that judge runs up, but he's powerless to stop it. As it indeed runs right up and takes both of those players out. The pistols are no match for that judge at close range right there. So that's going to be a very quick shutdown in the favor of Third Impact. The bad news is they got to keep that now going into the next round and use it against Vandals and Phantoms, or apparently just Phantoms. Okay, maybe one Vandal. But yeah.
I mean, it's not the worst thing in the world. I mean, I know
Male.
they nerfed it, right? But it's still, you know, on a map like this, it can have some serious influence. We'll see where they try and place it. You know, it's all about product placement, folks.
It's
That's what
literally
we try
about
to
the
say.
positioning. And
Exactly. Oh, and speaking of positioning, Control's got some amazing positioning on that crosshair placement. Little nice little adjustment up. Taking down the sky, but it's going to be an equal trade here back and forth, as they'll end up losing a member of their own here on TLP, and arguably more important one, as the Astra's going to go down, no longer having access to smokes, but obviously still have access to Viper, so some smokes that they can't move around, but smokes all the same. Third Impact, though, still trying to find some space to work with. Evil will get one with the Spectre. They're starting to deal some serious damage to this TLP account.
One enemy
still a
remaining.
very slow reaction ultimately though from Third Impact, and I think they're going to end up paying the price. Oh no, look who's left alive here in the 1v3. It is going to be just the shotgun trying to clutch it out, and yeah, shotgun versus an op. I'll let you decide who wins that one, as Controls will pick up the final frag, and very quickly we will see TLP getting on the board when they're given their first opportunity to invest into gun power. The good news for the Third Impact folks at home, they are not broken just as of yet here. They're going to get at least this one fairly full rebuy, minus Zerg potentially going down to a bit of a more economical purchase. And after this one is when things will start to get a little bit more rough for our defenders if TLP can repeat their success on this second round.
Yeah, honestly, not a terrible round, all things considered, for Third Impact. They're still able to get 2 big kills and limit one of the TLP members that's no longer allowed to buy. It'll end up starting things off here with a Spectre instead and a Light Shield to conserve some of that money. Steel end up losing their life as Controls pushes forward very aggressively in mid and ends up picking them off inside of Male. So starting to look more like a B hit than anything, but they actually haven't made any progress out of B main. The spike still resides currently inside of Ramen, with TLP members still prodding or more or less holding push here over on the A side. We always start to see a push out, and that's going to start what we start to see here from Powa. He's dedicated himself towards ramp, but Zerg's ready for it. It's going to be some quick blade storms, and how do you do to Powa? He'll lose his life as things tie up here.
Continuing to way to the back corner, but you're going to have all the Viper utility blocking off access here. You're going to be able to see anything, and it'll pay the price as he gets himself in. Papa Smurf gets 2 entries going for TLP. Tilo now adding a third to the counter, leaving only 1 player alive for Third Impact, including the first one they got earlier. Controls quickly shuts that one down, and the reinvestment from Third Impact barely matters. TLP waltz their way out onto the B site, secure a second round, and fully break the defending economy.
Well, Controls just poking and prodding his way into B. As we said, it started in mid, immediately goes to garage, and starts looking for even more frags here. The more or less Smurf prodding themselves forward as well into that clear. They're taking down 2 big members on the actual site, and third impact, worse for wear after that one, as you were saying. This is going to be the eco for them this round, just trying to deal some damage to TLP any way they possibly can. They got to try and avoid these longer angles as much as possible, but Controls has been doing such a bang-up job of making sure that he's got that crosshair in those important areas. And oh, some big kills coming through here for Tillo, simply just holding the rotation in through sewer. And with 2 big kills, Controls gets one of his own, and this is looking like a spike plant going down on A.
Last player standing.
Papa Smurf starts to clean things up pretty quickly here with the elimination of Evil. That was the only real defense on the A site. So it's going to fall to Zerg once more to clutch out the 1v5. We can see the gunpowder he's working with and the immediate counter angle that Tila has here. Gun shoots the hand, kills the Zerg, and sets up another flawless round for our attackers here in TLC as they finally take the lead at 3-2 past third impact. That save, though, is once again going to reignite the buy coming out from defending squad. It's a chance to also tie it right back up here.
Going to Astral to do them Astral Guardian
Okay,
things
so
like-
a quick 3 rounds from TLP, and I mean a very quick 3 rounds from TLP, and nothing really going down to the wire there at all. Third impact, as you said, finally get to reignite their chances, or any real chances of getting a round here. They have 1 ult on the board as well, so we'll see if they can have any possible impact with that, but it doesn't seem like they want to try and get too aggressive early on here, at least for TLP. So
World's
things
watching
around as we'd
fighting
expect, but honestly, all they're getting set up here is the snake pit from Viper to hold things down on A. The spike's over towards Ramen and more towards the left-hand side of the map here, or towards B. That's exactly where these TLP members are starting to push towards as well. Haven't lost a singular soul just yet, as everyone except the Viper, obviously, starting to push towards the main. But it looks like this is a good read here from third impact. They still have 3 members in the immediate area as well. Things are starting to break down now. Control's looking for an early kill here with the Blade Storm, but he's not able to procure it. Lots of damage onto him. The stun doesn't even matter. Frizzy with 2 big kills, looking for the third, but Vanish has it. And now it's all down to Tillo to try and make something happen here. The spike's down deep inside of sight. Has to try and find this frag or any of these of the immediate angles that are currently being managed.
Tillo's been stepping up over the past couple of rounds of play here. Going back to the previous map at this time. It's too much of an ask as he works his way outside of Garage and is immediately shut down by that oh so infamous op coming out from Zerg right there. A fairly easy shot for him. Ties it up at 3v3, reigniting that control for third impact, if only temporarily. Obviously, TLP still have plenty of money to burn through as well, so they're going to be coming back in with just as strong of a buy, including an operator on controls. They're not out of this just yet either. They want to fight for the lead just as much. Both teams are fully armed to the teeth, and we are going to get the battle to show it here in about 5 seconds with some pressure out towards mid from their Viper, more passive than anything else here, though, as well as leaning towards A primarily, as you can see from that big stack they have.
Well, it looks like TLP will be starting to pressure things out towards mid here. Smurf ends up getting inside of ropes. Evil, though, with a very nice shot onto controls. I believe I heard the op go off as well, so more than likely a missed shot. And I'm assuming that all chat is also a NS or something along those lines. So very well done from him. And Smurf would actually end up getting one off the side angle. But now Zerg with a kill of his own, the tailwind to get back into safety as well. And a repeat. Smurf gonna go fishing, but Till's gonna lose his life as well. Oh no, Zerg starting to power up once again here, Blue. Still holding the angle at the bottom of Mail. Papa Smurf does not want to overstep the bird at the perfect time, and not the cloud burst in time to save his life.
Player
He's gonna end up going to the wayside here, though. Frizzy pushes down from Mail. Smurf with 1. He's in the 1v2. Gonna end up tapping Frizzy here. No, it's gonna end up being the wall that comes down, and they're actually gonna go with the res as well here, just to save a little bit of that economy. Third impact, make it away with 3 members.
Not only that, but a bit of a distraction as well. Papa Smurf probably thinking that there's not going to be a push after the res. The opposite happens. A little bit of a misplay there to outwit him and make sure he gets shut down. We've already seen Papa Smurf bring multiple clutches to the table in 1vx situations for TLP. So third impact obviously being cautious there so as not to play around with that too much. Third impact not only tied things back up on that last round, but now they take the lead once again at 4-3. Only by 1 round here. We are starting to get to a point here now where the money's a little bit low for TLP. Not broken as of yet, however, so they're still in the fight right now. 2 stars immediately come out from the defending Astra. Neither are going to be used on the inside of Garage, though. Quite a bit of attacking utility also starting to work its way towards that main door. The same can be said for mid here with the Trailblazer working its way up, spawning at least one of the players. Heaven, top of Mail. Oh, Controls, unfortunate, walks right into the spray pattern for Vanish there, trying to get into Mail, getting an advanced angle.
It's going to be yet another big tool down here, and almost $10,000 worth of investment inside of the last 2 rounds that we're not getting anything off of, at least for right now. Just positive trade getting in the way of third impact, and that's going to continue
Spike
here.
down mid.
Only a 4-1 right now, up against the Viper of Papa Smurf, but that's not going to matter at the end of the day. Evolve, or Evil, excuse me, will end up getting that frag, and it's going to be a 5-3 lead here for third impact. Zerg's been able to find his stride yet again, as the rest of the team on their individual levels. We've seen a lot of positive fights go in their way, especially around the mid area. A big pickup there for Vanish, who's been quiet inside of this game, along with Redo and Power on the opposing squad, but inside of that one, only able to make his presence known. And a very, very big kill that would more than likely have been the round if going forward. Controls has just been able to produce so much inside of these rounds where he has been able to stay alive and use that operator.
We're going to continue to see Zerg excel much like he did on the first map of this series as well. If into his way, such as that, peaks was Papa Smurf, or what is giving him a healthy kill score to work off of, both between the first and now third maps. So TLP have to watch out for that, try to find better ways to get the intel necessary without potentially risking top peaks. Because unfortunately for them, Zerg is very proficient at these, and testing him is not going to be the way. Now they can sneak forward and catch him, which is not going to happen here, as Controls has an unfortunate timing on the fading of the Cloudburst there. Steve immediately catches it as it fades away. Now the info obviously being given in the comms, but Redo can't seem to do much about that. Steve ultimately escaping down to hell on the inside, the A site here, or the B site rather.
Well, things fall silent here on Split. Spike apparently going into ropes. Plenty of utility to be able to use throughout the entirety of the map. Self-Seeker ult as well here for Redo. We'll see exactly what they want to try and push forward on this. Unlikely won't be too heavy of an investment inside of the utility department. Yeah, they're just going to go for dry peaks here. They're going to end up losing 2 lives to Zerg yet again here. It's a triple for him on the round. Powell's been read out. Steve with a very quick solution as well. Just simply remove his head. How hard can it be? It's a 6-3 lead with a flawless from third impact.
So, with that lead being established and continuing to get further and further in the control of third impact, TLP once again having to ask themselves what the next step is going to be. They've had quite a bit of success, specifically over on the A side, trying to at least to get site control.
30 seconds left. One enemy remaining.
Less
Spike
secure for
down
this
B.
team, but the constant B pushes, especially on eco rounds, has not been faring so well for this squad. So we'll see if there's going to be a different strategy in the cards for TLP going into this 10th round here. Already looking like it could possibly be the case. We do have the Spike temporarily placed down on the ground by A, but there's options being kept open for the team over towards B2. No decision being made yet. Probably going to depend quite a bit on how this push from Controls goes. Inches around with the op in hand and succeeds in picking up the opening kill as Vanish goes down. The 5v4 now being set up.
Yet again, easy going around here from TLP. Initial pick going into their favor. Third impact so quite spread here, but they're finally able to equalize. But again, we have that problem where they're not able to try and reconcile with this, or try and capitalize actually on the situation. But all my words taken away from me is we'll be able to do exactly that. Third impact lose yet another member, and TLP look to make their way up through mid, down through vents, and straight into heaven on the A site. This is going to cause an adjustment from Evil here. So he'll be forced into screens, but goes even deeper into sight now. The back of L. Has some good info as well. A possibility of a 2K, maybe a 3K if he can get it done, but no, controlled with the
Papa Smurf sneaks off the kill against Frizzy. Steve trying to tap onto the spike, get players within closer range, going for the loop around. Could get the drop on at minimum. Controls, he's ready for it, but apparently not. Now can he get the second? No. Papa Smurf again clutches things out in the 1v1 and saves this scoreline for TLP as they start crawling back now at 6-4.
The Viper's Pit works out for Papa Smurf, and we're starting to see what Viper can produce on this map. It's 10-6 right now, but the ult has played a big part so far, especially inside of this round. Ended up going for different things with it earlier on that didn't end up working out, so it looks like they'd much rather go for site presence here, and as we said, looks like they'll be able to get away with that one and start to close this gap in between the two. Third impact have at least guaranteed a tie at the halfway mark here. The extra rounds are just going to be a boon of hope for them to try and take this in our last map. What are you doing the rest of the squad now, though? Start breaking things apart on A. It's a Trailblazer up in the heaven to see exactly what's going on, but instead it's going to be some presence towards male for TLP. They're going to lose Papa Smurf early, and that's quite sad from what we've seen thus far from him. Looks like they might have some other opportunities here, though, as Control's starting to go hunting with this operator. Doesn't know exactly what the next move is, though, as it's going to be a quick tailwind back into B main for him. An engagement now going down inside of mid, as well as T gets one, making two. Oh, and Zerg
Spike
there as
down
well
mid.
for the assist. Not a single TLP member is allowed to exist inside of mid, and now it's just Controls inside of B main.
TLP, unfortunately, not leaving a whole lot of possibility left in the clutch here for Controls. Falling back into the rounds, maybe on that previous one, but into the game. A lot more work to be done, apparently. Spots the play from the corner of the site as well. Still not be able to time the shot appropriately.
30
And now
seconds
Nebula
left.
blocks Controls his way. Tries to find some way to balance these. Finch coming in now as well, and Steve's just having a good old time about it as he b-hops his way in with the classic to shut that one down and
Last
secure a
round
7th.
before
A
the
flawless
switch.
as well overall there for third impact as we go into the final round of the half.
Oh, and look at that. Steve as well as Zerg both have
Spike down.
14 frags, 28 combined on the half. Incredible stuff from them, and it's not even over just yet. They have an opportunity to make this 8-4. It's going to be the full investment from them, fully stocked and ready to rock on the defense. But for TLP, well, matters definitely aren't the same. It's more or less we went to Salvation Army at this point. They're going to need some assistance inside of the money department. It's going to be a low buy to try and we'll get away with this round. We'll just say that. It'll definitely be a thrifty, to say the least.
Blocking sight.
Controls continuing to vie for an opportunity to move forward, waiting for utility or something else for the rest of the team to have what they need to make the move, as they all, for the most part, are just sitting back here, waiting maybe for third impact to try and check for intel. They're not doing so, though. Third impact at the moment, not taking the bait on any of this, as they have more than enough info for themselves to play off of. In the meanwhile, though, ELP has fallen back entirely. You can see the third impact has the aggression all the way forward to the edge of Garage, which possibly could catch Controls here in a second if he's not careful. Steve very much lined up for it. Thankfully, the dashes. Oh, no, man. The classic versus... Oh, man. The Vandal now for Vanish, which ends up beating out Controls heavily this time, but versus the Vandal. It should be a clear win, you would think, but apparently not the case. Zerg now comes in to push this even further in the favor of third impact. Got a second member of the TLP.
Oh no!
Power gets the
Please,
drop.
Power.
Oh my goodness! It's just whips across the board right now here, man. Zerg in one of the most
Last
awkward
player
gunfights
standing.
I've seen there, able to successfully fend off the push from his opponents. Redo that left alone here in the 1v4 to try to make the best of a bad situation. Maybe get a couple headshots off here, but for the most part, seems to be running low on time and map control to keep himself
seconds
alive in
left.
this scenario. There's the first. Any more than that, going to be pretty tough to ask. So Evil shuts it down. 8 rounds down on the board here for third impact.
John, you know why they designed
Switching
the magazine
sides.
for guns?
Why is that?
Because cylinders run out of bullets pretty quick. And
suppose
that's
so, yeah.
exactly what just happened right here. You only have 6 rounds, John, as Powell probably knows, because he
30
missed 5
seconds
of
left.
them, unluckily enough, up against Zerg, who was just simply bouncing around the entirety of spawn there, just trying his best to stay alive, but just very unfortunate when you're not able to hit some of those initial shots with the Sheriff, because you're always going to run into problems with that. It's low meg capacity, but obviously... well, going to be going into the side switch now. So not going to have to be dealing with the economic issues of that last half. They're going to be pushed into defense, which for their setup overall, honestly, might be a big positive. Have Viper possibly have quite a few implications here to try and slow down this offense. Very similar to what Sage was doing, but I'll just see what they can possibly get away with. Well, just some early intel as to what's going on in mid. Redo will be able to take down one, and they're going to answer with the barrage of or a myriad of different utility, especially with the Viper util coming in there.
We're going to have Frizzy as well as the Jets.
Wow, my eyes
rotate
are down.
over for the A push here. As you can see, TLP does not have much in the way of gunpowder to actually hold this off, but still, Third Impact is respecting the positioning regardless, as there is a 3-player stack on the site here. Not to mention the fact that Steve has walked right through B, so that's going to be a much cleaner option for the team at the end of the day with that information well known. Redo trying to just knife peek here with his shoulder, see if he can get the exact timing on when the Heaven Swing is going to come out, but unfortunately he will never see anything. There's no mid play coming out here whatsoever. It's all coming through the Garage right now. They're going to be working their way out in just a moment. As soon as these toxic barriers fade away, be good to move in. Even the Nebula, I don't think will hold them out because it's so deep in the garage. So once these guys run out of the toxic juice, we're gonna be good. Oh no, Steve, you gonna try it? Okay, I was about to say that's risky going for the knife. I wouldn't do it either, but takes the safe play, right clicks the back of the head, shuts it down there. We will see Tilo start to hold things off though, as the rest of the rotate works his way in. And Third Impact actually able to get control of the site ultimately.
In such a creative way as well. TLP doing their damnedest to try and have some solid cutoffs here, but just simply not prepared. Zerg with a beautiful shot into hell. Tries to make it up for 2, but can't get it done. Knows where power's coming from as well, but the classic. Oh no, it's all going wide. Everyone's gonna reload. Knives out, but it's still gonna be Frizzy. Somebody's got some bullets in a magazine somewhere, thank God. And Third Impact will get away with the round. What a clown fiesta that devolved into.
I was gonna get my first like Valorant forced knife fight there. I've only seen that once or twice in these types of games, and I've never seen it in Valorant, so would have been a treat, but it's ruined, unfortunately, as there's a nice support that comes in the final second. That final player creeping
Damn
back
you,
up
Frizzy.
there.
What happened to gents?
Yeah, man.
You gotta respect the knife fight, man. Come on.
Frizzy just not letting things go the way they were supposed to. Frizzy, yeah, really, Frizzy, you would have had that regardless. You
He's
just
like-
let the fun go off. Still, it's going to be Third Impact maintaining the lead off the pistol as a result of that. Papa Smurf actually going to pop on his core a little bit. Oh, make it out. He actually goes back in for more, and yeah, nearly loses his life as a result of that repeat, down to about 20 or less HP now. Third Impact, however, again, respecting it. Does catch that. Okay.
Oh
right
my
here.
God.
We'll be ready for it. And that slow play is exactly what Tilo and the rest of TLP need to line up shots like that. Control's got one as well against Devol. So even though we see Steve trade out against Papa Smurf, still going to be an advantage at the moment here for TLP on the defense. And I think it's going to be Steve all alone in B until a few seconds from now. But a major mistake from Tilo. Misses the fact that Steve had crept in, doesn't check the hard corner. Now, with the wall going down to reaffirm it and make sure no one's going to creep out from defender spawn, Frizzy, it's a very secure plant down onto the ground. Third Impact will sit even in the 3v3. Have most of the retake angles covered. However, small gap left because the ice wall's in a bit of an awkward position. Zerg nearly loses his life as a result of that. Steve's got things covered on the lower end, though. He gets the quad for the round. We'll see if he's able to accomplish the ace in just a second. Redo is all that's left sitting in the corner. They're going to let Steve go for it. He's going to get the ace on the anti-eco. Great work from him. And also pushes Third Impact up to double digits.
What a round from Steve there. I mean, honestly, nothing would have gotten done on that B site without him. And obviously, that's pretty easy to say with the ace coming in, but he did all of that mostly by himself with this push in from B main. Just finding all of these frags on his lonesome. Obviously, when it comes down to the post plan, a little bit easier to play around his teammates, but just very well done to create that space in such a way with Astra of all characters, and ends up leading the lobby now, 28-1.
Well, we'll see if we continue to climb that scoreboard in such an impressive fashion here. Third Impact, they're feeling like they're in control of the matchup, but TLP respecting aggression as they try to go out heavily into mid there to catch some members of Third Impact. It does not pay out. TLP will lose arguably one of their most aggressive players in controls. Again, Third Impact will have a 5v4 to springboard themselves off of for the rest of this round.
Well, Third Impact, after their engagement in mid that ends up bagging them controls, still have a lot of different options available to them. You can see how they've ended up spreading these agents across the entirety of the map.
You are divided.
Moving over towards A with their Cypher. Have a deep cut here as well for mid if anyone wants to try and go for ropes. More than likely, Zerg will be taking control of Heaven momentarily. Big pickup here from Tillo onto Evil, though. That's more than likely going to hamper this entry point. Tillo, though, ends up losing his life, but Power will trade it out. Still playing the back end of the actual site. Zerg's going to win out the engagement inside of Heaven as well. And that's going to be a rifle for him. It's all down to Papa Smurf. And unluckily enough for him, he's only got a judge. That thing does not shoot very far nowadays, although it's quite damaging inside of those close range engagements. Able to deal at least some damage to Jet there, but ends up tailwinding away. Zerg will be able to play this out. They're going to go for the double swing, and Steve wins it. Papa Smurf ends up tagging up Zerg. Quite a bit of damage dealt to Steve as well, but just not enough at the end of the day. And Third Impact is looking unstoppable right now at 11-4.
Good choice once again there from the remaining members of Third Impact. They know that clutch potential is truly there for Papa Smurf if they try to allow him to make the play there and eventually swing back out. They also knew he was in heaven window, so while they still had the correct information from that play, they just do the double peek. Risks it a little bit. Papa Smurf could have realistically tried to control the spray to get both of those players. With the Spectre, the disadvantage that came with that. Thankfully for Third Impact, it did not go that way. Third Impact is able to just quickly get a 1-for-1 to shut down the round. Only 2 more rounds needed for this team to close out the series and knock TLP down to the lower bracket here for controls at the same time. Maybe one of those players looking to try and survive and not have to face off against that issue later on today. Meanwhile, for Third Impact, this series get it done with. They thought they should have had this under their control back in map number 2, their own map choice, but it's gone the full distance now, and still going to be some problems apparently for Third Impact as Papa Smurf, once again, armed with the Judge, shuts down a quick push outside of Garage.
Yeah, it's the duality of the Judge inside of this game. There's been quite a few engagements where unable to win it out because of it, but still able to find some impact because he has it in his hands now. So it's really what it comes down to is those areas in which you're able to play around that weapon. Either way, ends up being a 4v4 in between these two. Going to be the priority right now for Third Impact. Power with a power position here. He'll be able to at least get the stage, but they know where he is now. They get 2 now for Power before he gets traded out, but that's strong enough for him. He just needs the rest of the team to pick it up, but it's not starting off strong for them. Third Impact fire back with 2 frags of their own, and they tie things up. 30 seconds remain. It spikes down now. Zurich, Blade Storm up, and the rest of TLP have to try and shut this down now. They cannot allow Third Impact to get to this 12th point.
Both of these players started with Judges too, so we've seen one get traded out, but yeah, unfortunately Redo is still stuck. That actually could be a good thing here, but no, the right click stronger for Zerg as he shuts out Redo. Now all that's left is going to be Papa Smurf once again. Same as the last round, upgrades himself to a Spectre, but can't clutch out the 2 versus 1. Zerg once more with those right clicks, 2 on point. Shuts both of the remaining TLP players down. It pushes Third Impact up onto match point here. 1 more round is all that stands between Third Impact and the next stage of this tournament.
I don't think I have ever seen a scoreboard in such unison than what I just saw. Can we see that again, please? 23, 23, 7, 7, 7. Have you ever seen that in your life?
Yeah, no, that's
so crazy.
The full house.
Yes, indeed. You know, and 23 as well. I mean, how many different references can we make? Michael Jordan, they get another kill. We got Kobe. What else? What else we got here?
I don't got any 23. If it was 24, I could make a SpongeBob reference, but
that's all I got.
But 1 number too short for that.
Unfortunately enough. And speaking of 1 number too short, my friend, Third Impact 1 round away from victory here inside of this best of 3. And as I was saying before, they look unstoppable. How does TLP try and get around this?
We'll be finding out in a moment here. TLP obviously restricting themselves to whatever could be bought out for this round here. Third Impact still, though, respecting that type of play, irregardless of the fact they know that TLP, if we see a haphazard execute from Third Impact, is going to shut this down. So they're trying to be cautious about the way they approach this. You can see Papa Smurf, seemingly aware of the play, is going to be blocked off. The only one down this lane now with the wall blocking off access. Rest of the team is going to be up in heaven and unfortunately not putting up a huge amount of a fight right now. Frizzy takes down not only the offender in the site, but the player guarding the rafters up on heaven. So it's going to be a 4v3 post plant in the favor of Third Impact. Not even to mention the fact that Evil just now sneaks in from mid. Only goes 1 for 1. Res off in the favor of Third Impact. 2 with Vanish pushing forward. Redo goes down. Power now the only one that is left here, putting between himself and a 1v4. He's got to go for it. At minimum, should have been able to take down Vanish, but can't even get that done. It is a shutdown yet again from Third Impact on our 3rd and final map of the series here. 13-4 is the final scoreline as they take control of the series 2-1. After everything is said and done.
Impact. I mean, what a game from them, honestly. Just to remind you guys, I mean, Third Impact actually ended up taking this on neither one of their map choices. Yep. They didn't pick either of the maps that they won. The only map that they chose, they lost. So, just very, very interesting at the end of the day. But what a game from them overall. The 2 maps that Third Impact take, they only allow 6 rounds from their opponents.
And for TLP, able to steal away their opponent's map pick over on Ascent. Could have seen that one coming, like we said, because TI has virtually a 0% win rate on it, even with the most recent result being a couple of months ago. But still, at the end of the day, that just barely a victory for them over on Ascent was not enough, as they are going to get shut down with only 6 rounds total coming from the maps that they actually lost in this series. We'll get the bracket up on your screen as well, and you can see Third Impact making their way forward, I believe now qualifying to our final stage next weekend as well, as a result of closing out this matchup. Now we send TLP down to the end of the losers bracket, where they're going to face off against East Hill for the final slot in the playoffs from this group.
After they took out OnlyFans, who was just not having the greatest day. But here's the schedule now, guys, as it has been updated. That was our first game in between Third Impact and TLP Trade Like Pros. And the second game going to be Stay Hydrated versus Team Ancients here in just a little bit.
We'll be moving to Group B for that matchup between Stay Hydrated and Team Agents. We'll also be checking out, I believe, the final lower bracket matchup of that group to end out the day as well. That's what our TBD matchup is. But we got to get that second match prepared, ladies and gentlemen, so stick with us. We're going to go to a short break. When we return, we'll have all of the action here at the MSI Valorant Invitational from Group B.
Hard up, girly.
Last player standing. One enemy remaining. Attackers win.
Yeah.
Back once again, ladies and gentlemen, to the MSI Valorant Invitational. We are ready and moving on to our second best of 3 of the day here. As we get ourselves into it, it should be a fairly good matchup as we're now covering the action here in Group B between Stay Hydrated and Team Ancients. Once again, for these two teams, not a whole lot with regards to the actual tape for these guys. But still, a little bit we could talk about here in the pregame as they've already had previous results. And we'll get some of the graphics up on the screen now to start talking about these two teams here. As we already saw earlier on with the previous matches, Stay Hydrated quickly managing Project 13. Actually, some pretty well-known players on Project 13, so a pretty good victory there for Stay Hydrated to take it 2-0. Meanwhile, for Team Ancients, they'd struggle a little bit more there against Godset, needing all 3 maps to close it out, but got the job done, meaning that we here on the broadcast, like we already talked about, going to be watching Stay Hydrated versus Team Ancients. Meanwhile, off stream, Project 13 and Godset will be playing each other. The winner of that, we will see face off against the loser of this match, following this match as well.
Absolutely, my friend. So Stay Hydrated in Team Ancients on the docket. Should be a pretty interesting one. As you said, not too much history on either one of these teams. In fact, I couldn't find anything on Stay Hydrated. But for Team Ancients, they got 9 maps as of late. So I'm expecting, well, a pretty good result out of them, especially from the maps that we had previously. Let's jump into these rosters and start breaking things down, shall we?
Yeah, for Stay Hydrated, it's going to be Witness, Kazan, Clay, Yahoo, as well as Rich stepping up to the plate for today. And meanwhile, over on the Team Ancients side, we've got Rooney, Luzerato, Adrenaline, Stare, and Anteka that are going to be stepping up to the plate here today. Some players to pay attention to, judging from the last matchup, if you're looking for that aggressive player, that jet player potentially, or more out in the front. Probably going to look at either Stare or Anteka for that, as we do see the duelist will swap around between those two from time to time, depending on the match. Anteka seems to be more of a flex in that regard, so more than likely Stare will be the player to go to for that, with a spread amount of flex and utility support for the rest of the team as well.
Yeah, and this is also going to be 2 changes inside of this lineup as well, as opposed from the last time that we saw them up against Ghost Gaming, in which they lost 2-0. So we're going to end up having 2 new members to this squad here, Adrenaline, as well as the 2-part name there. I didn't end up catching the full thing, but either way, 2 new members to the squad as we get the map pool for what we're going to be going to in between these 2, Icebox, Ascent, and Haven. So 2 new maps inside of this one for us.
Not too surprising to see the Icebox pick coming out there specifically for Team Ancients. It is tied for their most played map. Unfortunately, it is also their most lost map. As much like we were talking about in the previous series, they currently have a 0% win rate on it in 3 different series. Those 3 different series, however, were both against both Ghost Gaming and Obey. So those are no slouches with regards to the teams they're actually playing on that matchup. And the one against Obey, they were able to put at least 9 rounds up on the board, but for the most part, only 1 and 4 rounds for Ghosts going there. So as a result of that, it could be a potential issue for Team Ancients. Like we said, we don't have much tape on the other team, though, so we're a little bit unaware of what exactly will happen for them and with regards to map stats. Either way, though, we're heading into our first map. Like we already talked about, it's going to be Icebox here. So let's see who Ancients are going to be bringing to the table, as well as Stay Hydrated for the Agent picks.
Well, Team Ancients is going to go with the exact same agent lineup that they have been using for every single Icebox that they have played. So not a big change of there. So possibly some stuff that Stay Hydrated could have looked into previously. But as for their lineup, what are we going to get? It looks like we're going to get the exact same thing, John. We're going to get a mirror matchup in between these 2 here on Icebox.
Good to see some Reina, as we have not caught her just as of yet today, so it's going to be a little bit of a different playstyle. Makes sense, though, when we kind of look at both of these teams' playstyles and aligns with, as you were saying, the past more than anything for Team Ancients there. It's exactly what they've brought in the past to this map. For the attack on Icebox can be fairly brutal if you don't have a lot of that aggressive capability to push yourself forward, whether that's going to be through blinds on the Leer or separation, as we often get with the Jet and Raze as well. So going to be one of each just to really overload it on that regard, and we'll see how it plays out. As you said, both teams bring in pretty much the exact same lineup to the table. They'll both get their shot at trying to take that to the attack and seeing if it will work to get them the majority of rounds. Here we go, though, folks, into the first round. The pistol for both of our teams here. We're going to have Stay Hydrated on the defense to start things out, and it's going to be Ancients on the attack.
Should be a pretty interesting one, folks. We'll see what Ancients want to do early on here, as they're going to be looking to set pace. And with this Jet Reyna combo, they're going to be looking for some very aggressive early on picks so that they can use their abilities to get the heck out of dodge after they secure those kills. But expect more of the same from Stay Hydrated. This is where these mirror matchups really start to come into play, as a lot of the strategy is going to be relatively the same. It's going to be down to the team play, as well as those mid-round audibles as to what they want to try and get done here. It all starts now in the next 3 seconds, as Team Ancients will be out on the board.
Here we go with Ancients, a pretty much full commitment immediately over towards the A site. Into the building they go. Immediately, we're going to see Witness get in a position to try and counter out some of the utility that's going to be thrown, as well as potentially some of the peaks, too. Guiding Light out, not sure really affected them too much, though, but either way, Stare, able to tap his way with the Ghost right through Witness, get him onto the site. Well, opening up a plant opportunity. This is, of course, until Clay comes in with the shot dart, trades that right back out against Deleuze, taking out the Sage for the attackers here. However, Stare right next to it, he can quickly pick it back up again. Retake's starting to work its way in for Stay Hydrated, and to some extent it is working, but it's so close. Comes down to the last player alive for Team Ancients, though, and Clay, along with Yahoo, will shut it down for Hydrated, and they, with 2 players left standing, control a very chaotic opening pistol.
Yeah, big round there for Stay Hydrated. They're able to bat off Team Ancients, who had very strong control over the entirety of the site, but Clay having a pretty hefty hand in that one, especially with the cancel of the initial spike plant via those shock darts, able to procure that frag, and then to make things very difficult for Team Ancients going forward. They're able to at least get the spike down, but not too much past that. Just trades and stewing, and Stay Hydrated was already ahead on the man count. So as you trade down, well, you're going to get into a situation where you're in that 2 versus 1, and well, inside of a pistol, things get very hairy quickly, and Stay Hydrated are going to get away with that. Team Ancients back onto the board once again here, and it looks like it's going to be an A assault once again as well.
With the lineup on the Marshall as well
A.
here, just barely gets that headshot onto Inteka, then he sinks it. Plays up next, he'll miss out, but Witness still here, still shutting players down as he finishes off the remaining damage onto Stare. Now we'll go for the 3rd here. He's been able to tag a lose, I believe, as well. Kazan now jumping in. This could still very well be a close to flawless round for Stay Hydrated, except for that first player, the frontline player on A that they lost. Aluz will get 1 going for themselves, and now Yahoo shuts out the last 2. Still going to be a solid hold there for Stay Hydrated. They lose 2 people in the fight. Will still ultimately pick up great control over the retake, but that's too much of a problem to find their 2nd round.
That was honestly incredible there from Kazan. He ends up spraying right through the ice wall and catches Adrenaline off guard there, and ends up catching that frag that could have been a big difference maker for Team Ancients and holding down the A site. But now, as we go to this 3rd round, since they did go for that force buy inside of the 2nd, it's not all going to matter when it comes down to this round, where we would regularly expect rifles and things to come out from the team that is indeed down. Instead, it's going to be a bonus here from Stay Hydrated to make some money, and an economy save here from Team Ancients to try and make some.
Give a bit of an update on the Group B bracket for you guys really quickly. If you care for spoilers, please mute for the next 20 seconds or so. But Godset has taken down Project 13 successfully in 2-0 fashion, meaning that the loser of this matchup will play them for our 3rd and final match of the day. We're back into the action for this round, though. Team Ancients quickly trying to move themselves out through B main, but not fully committing as of yet. In fact, 2 of their players are shifting back towards mid. He's been found to be empty by Adrenaline, as you can see, walking right in, no problem whatsoever. However, the inaction on B to alert Stay Hydrated, certainly. So they'll keep Rooney in position on B to make sure that the rotate still goes so heavily towards A. They're still leaving, though. They're already about halfway there. And in some aspects, they're going to win the race over to the site, as we can see 600 fending off the last B player, but they miss forward positioning of Adrenaline. Now Witness gets himself up on top, but no, both Clay and Witness go down here. The knives are out for Stare as well, so what was looking like a good reaction initially ends up being kind of a poor hold here from Stay Hydrated out, but the remaining players need to find some way back in. They're not going to be giving it. Kazan sneaks 1 away after he loses his 2 other teammates. It's the Sage and the Reyna for Team Ancients that are going to be left alive here, and more than likely have an easy time taking Kazan out. But Kazan now with the lurk, and a lose once again with the Sheriff in hand. Finds a nice headshot to take down the Doppelganger Sage and secure a 1st round for these attackers.
Yeah, Luz being one of those new members that we were talking about on Team Ancients alongside Adrenaline. You see the rest of the team also working their way into this. Rooney, no kills just yet, but plenty of assists to go around, finding so much intel for his teammates in order to have pretty hefty impact onto A and get things done there, especially for Stairs' case. So many frags coming from that Blade Storm as well that he was able to use extremely proficiently inside of that round. It's going to bring things a little bit closer, make it a little bit more palatable for them going forward. Although, now for Stay Hydrated, they've made their investment. That last round was simply an eco for them, or a bonus rather. But this time around, they're going to have full weapons, including an op on their jet.
Tekka, first up to bat here, it seems, for the Ancients push. They're going to hide from the Aldrone real quick by going back into the corner. Nothing going to be revealed by Clay. We'll call that as safe. He's checked towards middle, but seems like he's not fully convinced as of yet. He's going to stick around in the site anyway. Witness, however, a bit of a different opinion. He's going to reshift his own position, moving away from this. Ancients trying to go for the sneaky play here, but it does seem like in part it's been read at least by the A players themselves. Meanwhile, the rest of Stay Hydrated, such as the mid and B hold, no sign of any movement from them as of yet, so let's still find Ancients very easily overwhelming this, but they're going to need to commit to it before any of that happens, and we're now seeing their players shift back and starting to look towards B instead, as once more they're going to try to pull a quick switcheroo here, see if it catches the members of Stay Hydrated off guard. Now who, of course, seeing the wall going down, won't really be able to do much about it. Be in the way as the plant goes down on the ground successfully, but Luz cannot successfully escape the position after the plant goes down. Instead, it's in Tekka at middle, over by Pike. Trade that back out. It's into a 4v4. Overall, though, bad of a post-plant positioning here for Ancients, but they are going to get smoked off, and that'll cause some panic. Yahoo already jumping on the counter defuse there. Adrenaline, though, shutting that down. Rooney as well. Kazan, the first one to actually make some movement past their own toxic walls, but it's not enough. Team Ancients' position far too secure. They'll win out this round and tie us up.
And Tekka, as well as the rest of the squad, able to get things done. And as you said, tie us up here. 2-2 right now. And also on top of that, they put Stay Hydrated on their back leg. Not able to really do much from this position. They'll have to invest very lightly into this next round just to see if they can possibly deal any damage to the economy of Team Ancients. It's going to be some light shields. Make that one heavy shield, actually, going towards Kazan. But besides that, it's just going to be Sheriffs as well as a Ghost by to try and find some of these frags. Going to give the classic on Jet, but she's got that mobility to play around that classic, which can be quite favorable with the right click. And well, already frags starting to come in though. Stare, very serious frag, but no Witness, not able to get things done with the Blade Storm. And oh, that's gonna end up being such a big issue going forward. Not able to make much money off of that one, and instead, so many kills going the way of the Ancients. It's a 2-5 post plant here with Ancients in the lead.
Members of Hydrated just simply not ready for such early aggression out there from Ancients. They're going to pay the price for it. It's a flawless round from Ancients. Push themselves forward, not only past the tie point of a 2-2, but now in the lead also. Stay Hydrated. I believe that's going to bring them very close to, if not a broken buy. In fact, no, it's the opposite. This will just drain them out completely. They save up just enough for the buy on this round. Will be it, though. Ancients really going to start to take control if this round does not pivot back the other way and start putting some of these rounds back to the Stay Hydrated favor. It's very important to pick up as many of these defensive rounds as you can. So it's not the way that Stay Hydrated wants this half to go. They need to retake this as quickly as possible.
Yep, Stay Hydrated, mowed lawns all summer to make enough money to be able to invest inside of this round. These last couple have not been going their way, and it's been kind of a drag when it comes down to it, but this could be the big game changer here, and it all starts now. The Owl Drone will be disposed of very early here, but that's going to give a lot of space for Ancients to work with as they've made their way on the A side yet again. Also going to have the Viper's Pit coming down as well from their Viper, but gonna have some answers coming back through from the defense, especially with these slow orbs and these snake fights. A big pickup here from Clay, but Rooney with the cross angle ends up taking down Kazan. He's gonna end up getting rid of a couple of the different options that they had essentially, but also 600 ends up popping Empress now and starts going off on his own. The 3 versus 3 now going forward. Stare in such a strong position inside of 410. He'll take down 2, make it a triple with Witness the only one to try and bring things back, but he can't get away from Scare, who will hunt him down. Hops up on top of the screen. That'll be a Blade Storm going forward, but he might not even need that. It's a 4-2 split right now in between these two squads.
Witness trying to desperately escape to save the operator for the next round, but not going to pan out. Once more, some great work from Stair to make sure that that play gets locked down, and more importantly, pushes this advantage even further into the favor of Team Ancients right now. Like I talked about, that last round being a relative miss from Hydrated, they are now broken. We can even see a stinger buy coming in from Yahoo to try and add just a little bit of something different to this composition, so it's not going to be 5 full sheriffs going into the round. Regardless, though, team has spawned out once more, and it's looking like Stay Hydra's going to try to get hyper-aggressive to look for their first advantage here. Viper's Pit coming out behind that aggression as well from the defenders, so force teammates instead of him to go the other direction. Rooney, though, going to bring out the Hunter's Spirit, see if he can lock down some of these players himself. Witness will be able to get one, but unfortunately he's left standing inside of that laser circle. A moment later, where he'll find himself going down. Luz sneaks up onto the site, and with the assistance of the ice wall, will be able to get the spike down on the ground. But trades continuing to come in, actually, a pretty palatable extent as this goes down to a 2v1 for 600 now. Got himself a Phantom to pick back up. Trying to play this safe, though. They'll bring a third member back into the fold. At this point, more for economy reasons, more than anything else. That will really secure and make sure this 3v1 does not go awry, that 5th round is picked up by the Ancients.
Yeah, this is looking very, very, this is looking very, very strong for Team Ancients right now. For Stay Hydrated, they'll be able to at least invest into this next round, but once again, Joan, we're presented this issue where if things go awry, they're back into just this constant death loop of just losing their economy, and they can't really do anything. It's just Team Ancients constantly racking things up, so they really need to get around on the board here, because just look at the economy from Team Ancients. They simply have it stacked to the ceiling right now. Utility's starting to come in, and they'll try and hold Witness around inside of this tube area in the upper space here. Going to try and get some marks out. Also going to dedicate the Hunter's Fury here is Clay, but not really hitting his mark when it comes down to it. But speaking of hitting your mark, Rooney's going to be able to do it and make it twice as Stair add on. Adrenaline loses one, but Witness with 2 and a hell of a shot onto Stair as he'll try to fly directly into Rafters, but he'll lose his life. The play will still go down, though. It's a 2 versus 3 here as Stay Hydrated tries to battle back.
Witness looking for an opportunity to sneak back in. He's already gotten 1 kill because Ancients have over-regressed right into his part of the map. He sees the rain on the back line here. He's going to trade it out, though, to try to make a quick play with the Vandal. And where is his teammate at while doing all of this? A few seconds behind, unfortunately, so that's going to leave Yahoo completely on their own to try and make that play, which Rooney will easily handle. And a 6th round will go up on the board for Ancients as a result of that.
Yeah, well, it's doom and gloom right now for the Stay Hydrated camp as they're once again broke as a joke, and they really can't do too much with this round. They'll have some light investments, maybe some Spectre buys coming in here as well, but it should just be the light shields and a couple of Sheriffs with a spice of life coming in here every once in a while. We saw the Spectre, the Stinger the last time, actually from Yahoo, ended up using his Viper's Pit as well in line with that, so definitely a pretty good choice of a weapon when you're going for those close quarters engagements. But outside of that, definitely not something that you want to try and reach for. It's where we see a lot of the Ares and Spectre and Sheriffs coming out when it looks towards these economy type of buys. Even some Marshals coming in now and again, as that's starting to become a pretty good weapon. It's going to be a full-on retake now as Team Ancients already gets this down and trades ensue with Stay Hydrated actually making it on top of the pile.
The knife making the difference here right now, giving them that freedom to push forward back into enemy territory and hopefully get some pressure back onto this defusal. As they move in, it's 600 that sticks in a second kill, as does Witness. Knives as well as the Sheriff here. Witness cleans it all up. Great work between that double team. We had Witness as well as the Viper doing some excellent work there to make sure that members of Team Ancients could not hold on to their positioning in the back of the site behind yellow. And ultimately, Stay Hydrated to pull off a near eco for themselves here.
Yeah, just look at this. Just look at the bonus from that round alone. Just made so much money off of how many losses they had in a row. But the issue is now is they have to try and work through all of Team Ancient's economy, and they have quite a bit of it, especially when you're looking at Inteka and Rooney. Inteka alone sitting at $5,000 right now, so pretty scary when it comes down to it. But doesn't mean that they can't try and get away with this. We just saw a beautiful round going towards B the last time, but this time around they're going towards A once again. Got to keep these goalposts moving and try and keep that defense guessing.
He's going to be bringing the Aldrone forward, and he'll end up stuck inside of Snake Light for just a second there, but doesn't really do a massive amount of damage to him. The rest to Stay Hydrated. They're going to work on a long flank here. Try to come in from the backside, see where the attackers move in from, but they've already been spotted out. Witness has at least. There's a nice reaction from Ancients to account for that. Stare's gonna be able to catch Clay now. We're into the site. Not put off any of the flanks just yet, but you're not. You're very well aware Clay is coming in. Themselves forward here. Kazan
Enemy remaining.
allude. Very well. Stare and Adrenaline getting those final kills, and the same story we've seen many times already on the inside of this half. Your Ancients bullying their way onto the site. Stay Hydrated's initial defensive setup can do nothing to stop that because they just don't have the gunpowder utility to do so, or they falter through some other method. And the rotates, unfortunately, come in far too slow to account for that as well. So Ancient wins round after round after round, as you can see there at the bottom of the center of the scoreboard.
Yeah, it just becomes such a problem, especially when it becomes a firearm issue, right? Because you're talking about weaponry that really can't even solve any of the things that you're walking into. Even those, you know, the far engagements, close engagements, everything, they're always going to have the upper hand. So it's just such a problem when you start to run low on money like this. Although things might not be changing up. I thought Witness might have had the shot there, but Stare simply better in that situation. Not ready for the fast peek with the Vandal here, and they're moving fast indeed. Ancients already sliding into place. This spike going down. It's already 50% planted. 600 with a nice swing. Clay will add onto it as well to try and equalize here. They're actually going to jump ahead. Spike's still going to be planted. That means they're going to be able to play the post plant here, excuse me. So Luz will be able to at least get one and go for the res onto another. Kazan able to trade it out, but Luz continues to add on, finally getting taken down inside of 410. It's down into the 2 versus 2 as Kazan has a res of his own.
Gonna bring back another player for the defense, and immediately Kazan himself will find the impact. It's gonna fall to Stare. It's already got the recon bolt on him though, so there's no easy way for him to get out and try to fight this. The recon dart goes onto the ground too. And Kazan with his 3rd kill of the round will make sure that Stay Hydrated finally gets themselves a successful retake onto the board, and that the scoreline stays somewhat winnable. 4-7 in the final round of the half here, though, so we can see that stay consistent if we're going to look towards a 5-7 scoreline. If not, Team Ancients will still have a pretty serious lead here at 8-4.
So Ancients not guarding the cutoffs as harshly into the A site that time around. But it's ill-advised. Stay hydrated with a very forward approach to that retake, and it works out in very big favor towards them. So we'll have to see what they try and get done going forward. But that last round could have been the saving grace for their defensive half. Have an opportunity here to make this a 5-7 half here. Obviously still down, but definitely more palatable at the end of the day. Zahn trying to manage Kitchen. Witness one of his own, and oh no, the kill started to come through already here. Witness with a big kill onto a Luz. Almost a beautiful shot. The lower player here, the Rays, but starts moving over towards Snowpile as the dust finally settles. It's going to be a 3-2 lead in favor of the Ancients. Not if Clay has anything to say about it. Witness could add to this as well. Tries to tear one out, but it's a fake. Endika ends up getting caught off guard and Stay Hydrated. Able to come back on the half and make this 5-7 in Team Ancients' favor.
Hydrated finally waking up inside of these final 4 rounds and winning 3 of them in the process. But still, that's going to be a pretty massive run in the middle of the half that we can see from Team Ancients. Will it ultimately be enough, though, to give them what they need to push over towards 13 rounds as they now try to pick up the defense? A lot more going to be asked of this team on the defensive half. We saw plenty of those issues affecting Stay Hydrated, such as rotation timings, the aggression with which Team Ancients were able to cut off some of these sites. And now it's going to be Stay Hydrated's turn to bring all of that to the table. We're immediately going to see that faltering towards the A site. We'll try to take control there. Ancients has a big stack in middle. We'll wait and see exactly what they're going to try to line up for, whether it's countering pressure they would think is coming from that direction or something else. We will see in a moment, because only one player, their Sova, is going to be in the way of this assault.
Ancients going with the nuclear option here is going to be pushing 3 up mid immediately. The only flank watch here, Yahoo. And he does indeed have the headshot pistol if he's able to get it done. Can he get 2? No, he can't. He immediately traded out, but that's going to be the comms going through as well. So what's happening on this flank? Who's next up to bat? This punch starts to come in. Witness with 1. Make it 2, but it's not from him. All of a sudden, a 1 versus 2 with Adrenaline at the helm for Team Ancients as he moves into the clutch. Trying to find a better pistol here. That one doesn't have any ammo, though. He's going to end up hitting the rope here. Maybe a fake, but they know exactly where this gentleman is. It's going to be 2 inside of 410, and Adrenaline just not really able to do too much inside of that situation. Just trying to figure out what he can do with these different pistols laying on the ground, and simply doesn't have the time inside of his own smoke.
So with that round going the way of Hydrated, they are only 1 away now from being able to equalize the situation. It's up 7-all here, and even better for them. It's right after the pistol, too, so it shouldn't be too much of a tough task to acquire that. They're baiting us with the Marshall buy, but it seems like it's gone away now as the team's going to try to stay on more even footing economically wise here. No crazy investments into the second round. Okay, maybe there is going to be one from the stair. Makes sense, and considering what we saw earlier in the first half, trying to use this to change things up for Team Ancient's overall face, but still going to be a big investment that'll knock him out of the running going into the fourth round, or excuse me, the third round after this. So we'll need to be cautious to make sure that he's ultimately successful, or the team somehow tries to keep that gun alive going into the following round. Up, we are going to see Stay Hydrated move, though they very quickly get a site control for themselves. And Rooney is going to get decked by Witness. 600 also takes down Stair. There goes that Marshall and the extra money spent on it. Remaining here for the Benson. Good start from Adrenaline. See if it goes anywhere else, though. Lose going to get traded out. Now Adrenaline is the only one left in this 1v4.
Yeah, I think the only way that this is going is the way of Hydrated here. We'll see what Witness can possibly do. One moves towards two. Has the Sheriff with the shot starting to go wide? Actually, both of them. Missing some very, very big shots there. Lone switches things out, but it's going to be the fake back and forth in between these two pieces of weaponry. Not going to matter at the end of the day, though. 600 there to clean it up with a broom, and it's going to be 3 frags for them. Stay Hydrated. Finally able to tie things up for the very first time here in between these two teams.
7-7 will be the scoreline here as Stay Hydrated finally wakes up at the bitter end of their attacking half, or excuse me, of their defensive half, and now moving over here towards the other side, towards the attack, excelling pretty well off of the first couple rounds. We'll wait to see if that process is going to continue, however, as we get into this next round here, where it's going to be a bit of a scrap buy for Stay Hydrated, all things considered. Spectres and whatnot. We'll see if that will potentially negatively affect them as they try to push their way forward against Ancients, who should be coming into this one with a pretty full buy themselves. They're actually up to a dangerous extent. Even I don't even think he realizes how close he was to enemy territory right there. He walks right past 2 of the members of Stay Hydrated. 600 moving in here to try to finish off at least the Jet after some damage had been done to her a few moments ago, but not going to be the case. Instead, these players end up peeling away. We're going to see still relative in action on the Team Ancients roster after that rotation away. They're starting to shift their players from mid over towards the B site. Eventually will arrive. We're going to have so much crosswork going on over between the Viper lines as well as the Sage Wall coming out here. That will create enough confusion for Ancients to hydrate and get their plan down onto the ground. Adrenaline picked up the first kill of the round, however. Rooney will follow that up with a quick second here. The utility work from Ancients has been pretty good.
Last player
That
standing.
control Hydrated kind of just walking in here. Too much of a plan with regards to utility, throwing it all out at the beginning, and while 600 puts up a great fight, it's not going to be enough. It's a quick retake from the members of Team Ancients, and more importantly than that, they also retake their lead now. Stay Hydrated, just catching it 1 round back. Now going to see Ancients take it away one more time here at 8-7.
Well, Stay Hydrated, able to do something initially, but Team Ancients battle back and take the lead yet again from them. Wrestle it away, and now, well, Stay Hydrated. They have the money to fight back this time around. Ended up obviously running into those issues earlier on where they were caught inside of that loop where they simply could not get their economy going. This time, I actually have a leg to stand on here, as well as an operator for Witness. So some early potential here for some frags to go down, but you can see Team Ancients knows that this is coming to the B side. Witness with a beautiful shot. He'll take Rooney down as well. This could be them pushing forward. The spike's still at the back, but they're looking for more here, especially from Witness. 600 finds a kill of his own. Not able to hit the flick onto a lose, but oh no. Ancients, they have the stack for A, but they lose every single engagement that they take on this site. Stay Hydrated, now choose to barrel on, and why not? I mean, there's nothing that Ancients can do to try and stop you. They tried to dedicate the Viper's Pit to B as well. That's going to be a waste, they'll say, on this round, and more than likely Stay Hydrated, trying to tie things up here.
Yeah, the Viper's Pit getting absolutely chucked right there to try and prevent a rotate after, for the most part, Stay Hydrated were just holding off-site positions. Wasn't going to be needed at the end of the day here. We can see the final 2 players not going to be making any actual attempt for a retake, just playing for exits. As Alud is going to get himself in position just outside of the main exit towards A. And then we'll have the shotgun watching the other one here closer towards Heaven. Adrenaline can find any way to sneak back in here and pick up a few players that are trying to sneak their way out through the defender spawn. Alud, though, sees the action coming, has to dodge the recon dart. Moves its way forward. Hydrated well aware of the fact that this is an exit player right here. So 600. Watch out into this spot specifically, but Alud Hope it's at least one. Let's see if we can get any more than that, though. Unfortunately not, because he gets traded out. This will take him down, so the gun not even going to be saved going into the next round. And we're tied up again. 8-8.
Pretty unfortunate for them, as the economy is very dire across the board. Adrenaline getting away inside of that round, but obviously doesn't end up dying or anything, so doesn't get the death bonus like the rest of his teammates do. So ends up only being able to invest into a heavy shield here, as well as that judge. And without having the Viper's Pit like he had the last time, not going to be nearly as potent as it once was either. So they're going to end up shifting him away from B over towards A, and it's going to be a mid-assault yet again here from the Team Ancients defenses. They just continue to choose for this aggressive front. See if they're able to secure any picks this time around. The Owl Drone will be able to at least get one. Entica will try and go for a frag, but does not end up working out in their favor. Stay hydrated, manage this situation so very well, and they'll get away with quite a few rifles and 2 big kills.
The reason for me about what just goes down there as a lose actually fends off the first member of Stay Hydrated is the Aldron, I'm pretty sure, saw the players on the left side, but they're still kind of ignorant of the cross when they make the aggressive play anyway. So kind of a weird one there from the Team Ancients roster. And now Rudy, well, he's just going to get run over here by 600, and the rest of Stay Hydrated. Solid 4 to 5 players working their way in there, speed running their way through. Not much that they can do to stop that. Meanwhile, still have adrenaline in the backside. You've got workable territory to try to make
Spike
Judge
planted.
pull something off. It's about getting it into the correct position.
Last player standing.
All this toxic gas, and okay, really gets the headshot flick off there with the Judge, but Clay will be a little bit quicker on the trigger. Shut him down instead. And now, for the first time, I believe, Stay Hydrated going to take the lead from Ancients.
Well, it'll be the second time, but still, it's been very, very close for them. And every time they do take the lead, Ancients make sure to shore things up. They're not letting this get away so very easily. So we'll see if they're able to continue that on this round. Although for Team Ancients, this one's going to be a lot more difficult than the last. We've been seeing a lot of very aggressive fronts from them on their defensive side, and it has been working out in a certain sense, but other rounds have just been very poor at the end of the day, especially with that stack on A going so awry. This time around, though, the weaponry obviously going to be the biggest issue here, as it's going to be a small buy, only an investment into Sheriffs as their solution to what's been going on. They need to save money and possibly get some frags. It's going to start off well here for a lose. Looking for more, though. Cross angle held. He's going to get the ice wall up at a minimum, but Kazan, the frag of zone, he'll take down Rooney, and now the recon bolt will take up a lose as well. But Stare, oh no, the updraft, because he's going to go for it again here. Thought he was going to try and stick down, but no, not the case. Looks like Ancients are going to continue to run this over, but not if hydrated, especially Kazan can do anything to stop it. Adrenaline will falter, and now a lose, the sole member with only a Marshall to try and get this done. Luckily enough, though, Zano very low here. It's going to be who he's playing with inside of 410. The shot will land as Kazan goes down. The ult to make it a 2 versus 1 as well. Oh no, he knows where Yahoo is now, though. They need somebody to hit this cross. He's gotten, well, at least part of the spike done, but no, Rooney swings it with the Sheriff. He's going to have plenty of time to get this spike defused as well. So very well done there from Aluz as he opens up the site, plays through the mid round of that as well, and continues on to not only clutch things up inside of a 1 versus 2, but gets the res off and gets the stick on the spike as well. I mean, what can this guy do?
It's like the battle of the sages in a lot of ways right now here. Kazan opening up the opportunities for our aggressive team to play onto there for Stay Hydrated on the A site. And in the meanwhile, the lose closing them all down for Team Ancients there with a very clutch play. The shot right to the chest. One of his opponents there with the Marshall and the quick res to really flip the script on Stay Hydrated, who seemed to have the control they needed, but could not properly leverage that into the kill against the lose, which would have shut down the round in their favor. More importantly, allowed them to preserve the lead. Ancients have a chance to get it back now, but just as quickly, Kazan is going to be able to start things out well here. His own opening pick. It's one of the members of Team Ancients. Plant's going to go down as a result of that, too. It's a very, very quick and full control play for the B side.
The problem here for Team Ancients as well is that they've actually ended up losing Viper and also lose in the process as well. Rooney will be able to get a pick as simply spray the panel here that checks out the bottom of the tube. Yahoo will get immediately traded out. It's still a 3-2 in favor of Stay Hydrated, but not if Stare has anything to say about it with this operator. starting to pressure forward here from deep inside of the B site. They need some serious frags here for Yellow, but they're just going to call it off instead. They know it's more than likely all for naught, and they've got some very big guns that can have influence throughout the rest of this round. So Stay Hydrated may have won the battle, but Team Ancients wants to win the war. They have the cross, but oh, the tailwind across. I don't think anybody has a reaction time like that, but Stare definitely does for someone walking. And Tekka will be able to take down Witness, and that's going to be an impact enough for them on that round. Stay Hydrated takes the lead yet again.
Hydrated just barely inching their way forward to try and get themselves to 13 rounds first. That's going to continue to happen here. Quite a few players going down in the final seconds of that round. Not going to completely knock them out of the buy game here. Witness, there's enough extra money left over on 600 to be able to account for that, so should be pretty good to get him a full buy. That's assuming they're not going to just use the knives, which is looking like the play they're going to end up making here to try and save that money for the long run. This is a very close match, so that's exactly why that play would be made. There we go. There's the knives immediately coming out here. That will be used, but it's also going to get denied pretty heavily. However, Witness has the res. Bring them back into the fold very quickly and keep things at a full 5-player play.
Well, as you said, still up on 5v5, which is something that we have not been able to really say about a lot of these rounds early on. No one really taking their time. They all want to get right into the nitty-gritty and try and find these frags. Very forward position here for the offense, with the Jet currently on pipes. Has a couple of opportunities to possibly abuse here, but it's actually Sarah to find the angle first. He'll catch 600 all the way back on Belt. That's going to be quite the big frag at the end of the day. The second one, in fact, of the round as well, is we're going to have some trades starting to ensue. Clay's found some space. He'll take down Stair. That was the op user at the back of the site, and also their Rafters player gone. So only 2 on the bottom level now, more than likely unbeknownst to stay hydrated, though. Now drawn out as well, but oh no, only a singular knife, and it doesn't hit correctly. Lose with 2 big frags in Clay. Now the lone soul alive for Stay Hydrated to try and maintain this lead.
Like with a good start, immediately finds the headshot against him. Tekka still has a solid 30 seconds to play this out as well. He's of the belief that the big stack is over on top of his side. That's going to be a mistake that costs him his life ultimately, though, as Rooney has the operator angle to shut down Clay the moment he peeks it over there towards the middle. Tied up once again here. Money coming to the bitter end for Stay Hydrated, but surprisingly, they're still holding on. Ultimately, I think they're going to be okay for this upcoming round because they went for the knife play, because of the extra money that would have been left over as a result of that.
They're crawling across the finish line right now. They have just enough money to invest across the board, although 600 is sitting on some fat stacks, and that's exactly where that money's going to go, straight into the hole. Just burn it up as he ends up buying the Vandal as well as the heavy shield. So they'll be fully invested for this next round, and this could be the decider, all things considered. 10-10 right now in between these two, and anything could give. Witness is going to be very forward with what he wants inside of this round, already darting to the top of 2. Shock darts out. Not enough presence there to actually create anything up against him, just backs him off instead. And speaking of backing off, that's exactly what Team Ancients will do with mid.
You can see the long wall set up here and attempt to spam Witness through it. Nearly succeeds as well, but I don't think the penetration's going to reach where it needs to this time around. And in the meanwhile, for the rest of Stay Hydrated, a big stack being built up, specifically in A mid. Try and make a play directly out onto the site from here. Well, drone coming in to support that. It's going to spot at least one, if not both, of the players moving in. Recon Dark here does get some of that same intel for the defense, but it's a 1-to-1 exchange as they move in. Viper's Pit coming out. Lead from the attackers as well, and indeed that is the case. Lock this into an even 4v4. The shade's a little bit low for the attack, but thankfully got Witness in a great forward position here. He can go for 2, dashes away before the third peeks him. Behind Generator there. Rooney now as well. On top trying to sneak in on these players, but that'll be caught by Kazan, so it leaves only Stare alive in this situation for the 1v4. Off the back away. They know he is an operator, so there's going to be an attempt to hunt him down over on the Stay Hydrated side of things, but probably will not be too successful. They got the wrong read on the situation right now, so this all depends on... Okay, hold on.
Turn around, Stare.
They're going to check the kitchen. They will.
Oh, Shorty!
The clutch Shorty play, though, coming out from Stare. Saves his own life and leverages it into a double as well. What are the odds of that setup being there when it was needed? Either way, it works out well for Stare.
Well, I guess every once in a while, buying a Shorty isn't the worst thing in the world. Although, that doesn't mean that I'm a Shorty supporter. I'll be honest. I'm not a Shorty supporter. I still think that gun is absolutely terrible. But It still works in certain regards, especially inside of those very CQC situations where you're able to get both of those shots off. So just very well done there from Stair, and you'll end up making it away with the operator yet again, which can have some heavy influence going forward. That's always a weapon that you want to have in your arsenal at the end of the day.
Moving into a very bitter end of some of these rounds here. Stay hydrated, like we said. Gonna crawl their way across the finish line, and they may very well be on the path to do that. 2 more rounds is all they need. It's 3 for Ancients, but overtime certainly in the cards as well, with the way these teams are going back and forth at each other at the moment here. The Aldrone, once again, usually the siren call for the rest of the XQ, but I'm not so sure that's going to be the case this time. Sova pretty much on his own with this push, although Witness is there. That's what the Aldrone was for, to allow Witness to move forward and hopefully get a kill, but okay, Clay getting one. That works out pretty well also, as Adrenaline will falter. It's going to be the defenders. Viper walls will no longer be in play here. Rooney, though, with his own response, keeps the members of Hydrated humble as this goes to a 4v4, and now it's 600 Stair impact as he works his way to the A side. Successfully to start, but Stair again, great on that operator, immediately shuts it back down. No one else is here still for Stay Hydrated. These were the lone lurks. So, the rest of the team still at mid, gonna group up, go for B. The problem, though, Ancients have taken the bait. Hook, line, and sinker right now. The full rotate, specifically from their Sova, is going to leave this site wide open for the taking. And not only that, but the members of Hydrated are going to have a solid 10, maybe even 20 seconds to set up their post plant before even a single member of Ancients arrives to the site.
This is such a huge issue. As you said, Ancients, hook, line, and sinker on that one. They lose the plot of what Stay Hydrated wanted to do with this round, and now they're forced into a post plant here on the B site. Wall set up as well. A Stair will lead us off, simply sailing into sight right now. Doesn't have another updraft to try and have too much effect over this, but does have a tailwind to try and get out. But now Kazan has anything to say about it. Some beautiful shots, but now it's down to Kazan to clutch it up as well. Rooney, the lone soul here for Ancients, but not enough time. Tries to run it down, but Kazan knows exactly what he's doing. Surgical inside of the clutch as he simply gets it done. Ice in his veins, and now Stay Hydrated after a rocky start to... Oh my goodness gracious, why am I falling apart here? Icebox, I want to say icebreaker, oh my goodness gracious. After a solid start to Icebox here, Stay Hydrated are actually in the lead by 2 points with the opportunity to take this map.
The wild thing about the Kazan situation right now is he's not even at the top of the scoreboard. He's 2 kills. Yeah, he's 2 kills under where Witness is at here. So even aside from the impact that Kazan is having, their teammates are matching, if not outpacing that entirely right now. This is a very, very dangerous roster going up against Team Ancients. Team Ancients, though, putting up the best fight that they certainly can, and that's the main player doing it. Stair, as well as Anteka jumping into the fight here, now getting 2 for themselves. Yes, Witness will be able to trade, and now they're going to try to revive play to even up the numbers, but with Stair's pickup, okay, hold on, Kazan again being the hero that this team needs with that pickup against Stair to keep the numbers even, and more importantly, palatable at a 3 versus 3.
Battle stage. Number called up.
Was Adrenaline, though?
And delivered. What? Adrenaline. He's going to get some insight, but he doesn't go for the re-peek here. He knows all of them were simply staring at that angle, and he cannot lose his life in this situation for this 3 versus 3. Just look how much he's going to get done here as they go for B long. Hopefully, this is where he's set up to try and make an impact as they're starting to work their way through. He'll see the initial shoulder there and gets away from the recon dart as well. Wall up, as well as a snake bite. Now this could get some very serious damage, but Yahoo gets around it instead. Oh no, Adrenaline. The misplay here, but Rooney able to actually reconcile the situation. Shock dart out as well. Can it deal any significant damage? It definitely can. But now before Kazan removes the head of the Sova, it's into the 2 versus 2, but Stay Hydrated on low HP, especially for their Sova, as Illuze will start to use here. Scare ends up taking down Kazan. Clay starting to work the outside as well here. Scare with yet another one, and that's going to be all she wrote for this one. Ancient staying alive.
Some great work coming in again from Stair here, the hero of Ancients. We've talked enough about Illuze and some of the other efforts that have been coming out from Stay Hydrated as well there. But again, Stair still very much the MVP here for Team Ancients, leading the count by over 10 frags compared to Illuze, their second highest player there. 29 and 19 versus 17 and 15. Massive proponent of the team, but that creates an issue as well. Obviously, a top-heavy aspect in play. If Stair finds himself in a more aggressive play and he fails, goes down first, as we technically saw at the beginning of that round before he got rezzed and brought back in, and that is potentially going to remove too much of the fragging power outside of Team Ancients' roster here and allow for Hydrated to have a relatively easy time closing out the rest of the
utility out now, and a late cloud burst as well. That'll end up messing up Stairs' positioning, but a nice trade here between the two squads, and Tech is going to get taken down, but before they'll be able to at least remove one here. That's going to be the Jet down for Stay Hydrated, but Ancients losing their Reyna. So two duelists in exchange for each other. So things are going to slow down just a little bit here for both of these squads. You can see Ancients has also dedicated their Viper's Pit to the A side here. And yet again, that Judge coming into play to play these close quarters engagements. Kazan trying to provide assistance for the rest of his squad, some oversight here as to what's going on in the actual site. But the issue is this smoke is just so thick, they can't really work through it at the current time. Gonna pop off the Hunter's Fury, but that's going to gain them nothing. Adrenaline here, but have a very, very big play depending on how this angle ends up breaking down. He's gonna snake bite out, but is doing a very good job of managing this space currently.
Try to use the Owl drone to sneak around the edges of the Viper's Pit, see if anyone in the backside will be presented. The problem mainly now is because of the amount of time that was spent here, you would assume there'd be a full rotate call already from Team Ancients, but that's actually not the case. They kept the Sage over on the inside of Kitchen, and now the cutoff from Stare. This is a dangerous play to leave here. Stare realizes how quickly the play is coming. The rotate call has already been sent out. Starting to move them back here. Stare going to be in position, sitting up on the top level of the site. Do they catch him? No. He gets away with the first kill here. Rooney, in fact, gets it. Stare gets traded. Never mind. Clay takes him down. The spike goes down, with just a couple seconds left in excess. Now Stay Hydrated, putting themselves on the right foot forward here in the 3v3. Once again, look at all this time they have to set up post plant too. Ancients are here, but they're so far behind that it's not really affecting the setup phase for Stay Hydrated at all. They're doing all this work for free. There's the first attempt to get the defusal going. Clay cuts off Rooney, trying to move to the top level though with a headshot mid-rope swing. The last two players from Ancients now trying to find a way to jump on to the spike here as Aluz sneaks up the yellow and takes down Yahoo. Only evens out the player count here though, and Aluz needs to do a lot more than this if they want to keep the team in play for overtime. Clay now gets a fourth on the round here. The shock dart sent in. That might have gotten him the ace, but Kazan seals it away instead as they close out on this map 13-11 in their favor, putting them ahead 1-0 in the series as well. That's Stay Hydrated, shutting things down here on Icebox.
Well, we don't know much about Stay Hydrated, but we know one thing now, and it's that they're fighters. I mean, Team Ancient with a very, very good showing there. Stare 29-20-5, but still able to make it through it at the end of the day. And honestly, you just got to give it up to them. It's just been very hard fought rounds back and forth. Early on, Stay Hydrated looked like their head really wasn't in the game at the beginning of it, but finally able to find something to work with. And I honestly agree with you on what you were saying inside of the game, is that it's kind of a Jet diff a little bit. We have this Jet on Team Ancients just popping off, but then the team play from Stay Hydrated ends up getting them over the hump, and they end up taking Icebox.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day there, well, yes, the dominance, and I won't sugarcoat it, it was dominance from Stare inside of that matchup at 29-20 was great to see, with the next highest player being Rooney, a little bit lower, and I mean, even Aluz falling off a little bit there towards the end after he had some great contributions in the first half. Just didn't leave the team as a core package looking that great when no one except for Stare was really able to consistently win out their gunfights as we were getting towards the edge. Meanwhile, you had Witness obviously doing great from time to time. Kazan showing up in nearly every round. Clay being in that final round right there, incredibly potent on his entries, and even 600 having some great runs throughout the course of that map as well, specifically on Ecos being able to steal that away. So there's a lot of work that needs to be done here now by the loser from map number 1 to come back. We'll see if they can do it though, as we're going to take a short break. When we return, we'll have map 2 of this series to see who's moving forward into next weekend and who will have to continue the fight into a third best of 3. Welcome back once again, ladies and gentlemen, to the MSI Valorant Invitational. In the midst of our second of 3 best of 3s we have here today with Stay Hydrated, just taking control of our first map of the series. We're getting ready to move to Ascent for our second map. Similarly to our previous series, it'll be the same second map here. We can get the scores up on the board, and once again, you can see our winner from the first map. They're very close to fair, going all the way to the final round of regulation, ultimately ending 13-11 in the favor of Stay Hydrated. Now we go to Ascent. Stay Hydrated has the possibility to shut this one down in 2-0 fashion, but very good chance it does not go that way, and we end up on Haven because it was a very close-fought battle. Wasn't it right, Stokes?
Yes, indeed, my friend. And, you know, with Ascent being the next map up, we're probably going to see a lot more of the action coming in from the Jets. You know, Icebox being arguably her best map. I mean, Ascent is no slouch for her either. So we can definitely see a lot more of this action happening in between these two. I'm extremely excited for this one.
Yeah, definitely going to be a fun affair to see, simply because so much of the kind of like doppelganger action has been so relevant. Obviously, the Jet versus Jet gameplay has been very relevant to talk about with regards to how much it seems like one has been kind of outshining the other, even though it's such a top-heavy reason behind that. And it ultimately doesn't matter too much. And the same can be said for the Sages on the inside of that last map, too. Them constantly going back and forth at each other, and in some cases having to clutch against each other in a lot of situations. Don't know if we'll end up with the same type of mirror composition going into this one. This map will probably demand a little bit more variance out of the two agent lineups, but we'll be getting to see a better picture of that in just a second once we actually go into the agent select here and the teams are ready to play.
Yes, indeed. Should be interesting, especially inside of the agent select, as you were saying. So that's what I'm excited to get into, to see if we're going to have any adjustment here, especially after that mirror matchup that we did indeed just have. And, you know, we kind of talked about this inside of the game as well there for Icebox, but, you know, it could be a big difference as to how the beginning of the map goes for Stay Hydrated, because we talked about how their economy got just crushed early on. There was nothing that they could really get done. They were just in this constant death loop of just not being able to buy in and actually have a successful round. So just very, very difficult for them. So hopefully with the change up inside of their agents, they could possibly see something a little bit different early on. Let's get right into it.
All right, agent selects coming up on the screen now. Ladies and gentlemen, let's take a quick look at what exactly the picks are going to be. End up with some nice crossplay between the two teams. No surprises that the Jets are sticking. That's the one we would kind of expect to see carried over on a map-to-map basis. We got an Omen pick, interestingly enough, coming out there from Yahoo, who has been locked in as well. But Witness as well as Stare going to both be sticking with that pivotal duelist role. We still will have the second duelist over on one of our two teams as well here. 600 going to bring it back once again for Stay Hydrated. Ancients, though, are happy with just the one, and they will be bringing the Sky to support with flashes, as well as the Astra to do the smoke work.
Oh, so much playmaking ability on the Stay Hydrated lineup. I think that's the thing that I like the most out of these two here. Obviously, with Ancients, they're going for more of a utility front, especially with the Sky pick coming in, just to have some stuns to play around with. But the thing for Stay Hydrated is they have that and more. Not only do they have 600 with the Leers, but on top of that, they have Yahoo's Blind and also just the playmaking ability of Omen in general. You know, with his Shrouded Steps and everything else, he's just going to be able to have a lot of influence across the entirety of the map, as well as be able to make some very creative things happen. So we'll see what happens in between these two, as we're about 10 seconds away from jumping into our first round.
See that in just a second. What exactly these two teams are going to bring out, we are paused, I believe, for just a second here for tech reasons, so we'll figure out what exactly is going on with that and get ourselves back into it as soon as these teams are ready to rock and roll. Probably just someone's ping or something like that being a little wonky, so give them a moment to sort that out, ladies and gentlemen. And then we will be resuming the action, which immediately as soon as we have it available. Once again, though, you can see important players that are going to be standing on the inside of this matchup. A lot of them, at least for Stay Hydrated, are going to be on those same operators, not moving them off of the pivotal roles. But some of them will be changing slightly. Kazan, for instance, over here to the Killjoy now. So his playstyle will be just a tad different as a result of that, not necessarily bringing the Sage into the fold here. Both teams choosing to ditch it for Ascent, where she has been popular in the past. It seems that, at least for today's tournament, that is fading a little bit. People are finding that the wall not as useful as it used to be, and that other agents can fulfill the same role. Killjoy is still very popular, so we've seen that picked up by both of them as Adrenaline now moving over to that one for this map.
I mean, she's just got a lot more influence over the entirety of a round than Sage does. Sage has some great influence. Again, like we were talking about on the previous map, we're not saying that, you know, Sage is a bad agent. She is always a good agent, but sometimes there's better options inside of a slot than Sage, and this is going to be one of those perfect opportunities. It's going to be a flood out onto A for Stay
Spike
Hydrated,
down
but it's
A.
met immediately with artillery from Rooney. So throw some shock darts in, and actually ends up procuring a frag. Spike hasn't been placed down yet, though, as Clay will start things up, landing on the opposite side of the generator here from Raptor. He's going to back that up with some owl drone action up into the actual Raptor area, but Witness more than likely now knowing that there's way too many bodies for him to try and deal with on his lonesome. They're not worried about the defense anymore either. That's where Yahoo springs to action, but now Team Ancient able to get so much done and deal with the hell position all in that case. So Ancients running away with this one. It looked like Stay Hydrated had it initially, but Ancients overwhelming a lot of these key positions from Stay Hydrated. They'll get the spike defused going forward.
Good start for Ancients once again here, similarly to our previous map over on Icebox. I think they're going to go well for them on the inside of the pistol. How they move it forward from this point, though, that's the important one. We're not going to see any sort of aggressive response from Stay Hydrated to immediately jump back into the fold here. That's not to say they're not going to get any investment into this round. We do see 4 sheriffs picked up to try and utilize here. But away from that, don't expect anything else. Even with regards to utility, it's going to be pretty light for the team going into this round. So Ancients should have pretty much every advantage. They're going to use it with some aggression going down here from the looks of it quickly. However, Adrenaline catching it. It's actually not towards A main. It's closer, I believe, towards the B side. That was going to be picked up. Still found here for defenders.
I want to say that was an aggressive tailwind into B main here, but either way, as you said, it does indeed go down in B main. I thought it was just shot through the shrouded smoke there for just a second. Obviously not the case. Instead here, Rooney going to start towering forward. The owl drone, finding a little bit of insight as to what's going on inside of B main, but the answer is not too much. Everyone's actually left the area. The spike's now moving over towards mid, and this is where things could start to become problematic for Stay Hydrated. They do indeed have the sheriff to deal with these long-range engagements, but especially with these Spectres, they just have a lot more ammo in the magazine, and it's going to end up providing a lot of issues for Stay Hydrated. Can't get a singular frag inside of this one. Some decent damage off onto the Jet, but nothing inside of round 2. It's going to take round 3 for them to get some actual firearms and try and take it to Team Ancients.
No surprises there on the overall outcome of the round. Like we said, Ancients giving themselves every advantage they could possibly play off of, and they utilize it to the fullest extent there to shut down Stay Hydrated. Now, Stay Hydrated is going to get a little bit of an edge as a result of that going into the 3rd round here, since it's not an entirely clean hold for the Ancients there, specifically in the pistol. They're going to end up with some excess guns. That means that, of course, they're still going to be fine. If they drop this round, the extra money will still be there, but they could potentially allow for Stay Hydrated to get on the board early on, because pretty much every single player is bringing a lackluster gun into the fold for this round. That also means that we get some exciting strats. The team needs to kind of throw themselves at their opponents to get to the appropriate range for these weapons. We're going to get to push out through B main. Kazan able to fend it off initially here, however, as he takes down Aluz. See Tekka still chasing this down. He knows the advantage is there. They need to trade out against Kazan. He'll succeed in doing so. For the flash, he's able to leverage 2, and let's make it 3 as well. Yahoo and Clay both go down. Witness trying to make a last-ditched effort to push out onto the A site, but without the spike, what's the point? You can't go anywhere. 600 as the rest of our attackers going to be turning back around to try and fight for control over their own spawn, but even just that's going to be difficult to achieve. As you can see, there's a cutoff at top mid here. Recon working its way out, and even with the play animation there for Rooney, still wins the fight. 600 just getting spammed through the lattice work there between the spawn and the marketplace here, and ultimately he's just going to get jumped on by Stair. 600 doesn't even seem to notice it because he's so far blinded out there. It's a quick 3rd round on the board for Ancients, and the first gun round for Stay Hydrated goes right down the drain.
That's the exact opposite of the words that you want to hear. You are indeed a fan of Stay Hydrated, because right now Team Ancients is just running them over. 2 players haven't even died. Make it 3 players that haven't even died yet on the defense right now. 5-0 for Tekka, 5-0 for Stair right now. And he's got a big bad op as well with $5,000 in his pocket. As for Stay Hydrated, this yet again is going to be a save round for them as they try to get some money in their pockets to possibly get something done down the line. Rooney looking to see if there's anybody currently inside of B main. He will be right to assume so. Witness being here immediately vacates the premises. Can't exactly blame them either, as usually Sova in this position is damnation for anyone trying to cross their way into B main.
Stay ready for this challenge. He's actually get it out into the open. Shot there's going to be a little bit too far to the left, so no connection. See some of the members of Stay Hydrated still getting lit though, specifically the Jet. Witness down incredibly low. Around 30 HP here from, I believe, getting hit on the cross by Adrenaline. Another member that might have been here previously. Rest of Stay Hydrated. They're ready to move out now that the first Nebula has faded away. Second one will take it. Those who have to worry about how they got a snapshot that sits on the other side here. Kazan and Witness moving forward, but Rooney absolutely tearing apart this execute, tapping his way to the win. That's a very easy fourth round going up on the board for him and the rest of Team Ancients.
1, 2, 3 into the 4, my friend. Rooney gets them all, and they simply just line up. Look at this. Doesn't even adjust the spray pattern, John. He just pulls down. Just does what he does best. That's all he's got to do. They all walk right into the spray. Easiest 4K of this man's life.
Great stuff coming in there to make sure that things don't even come close to getting dodgy. The Team Ancients roster, they continue to maintain very solid control over this opening half of the map, so much that second half might not even be super relevant at the end of the day. We're very early for that, though, so we'll talk about that a bit later on here. As Stay Hydrated, once again, moving themselves as a combined group out onto the A site here. All 5 players stacked together. Gonna keep flank watch, obviously, but no one keeping an eye on the areas towards the middle, and that's gonna present issues now that they've been fended off, at least initially, over towards A main, in the form of a lose hiding out here in the pit towards top mid. Not going to be able to initially leverage anything from that, and even better for the Stay Hydrated roster. 600 will get that initial pick they've been looking for against the Heaven Hold. So Sova goes down. That's Clay out for the count. Witness ready to push as well. Should be easy, and indeed it is, as Anteka is knocked out here. More players are going to try to push themselves into mid. This time a lose gets the unexpected angle against 600. Will be able to take him down, but it's a small gesture here. Stay Hydrated still has not truly made the selection about where they want to take the spike yet either, although it's drifting pretty convincingly back towards A. It seems like that's where it's going to go, and no, that's where it's going to go. After those two additional pickups from Witness. Opens up the site, pries it wide open for this team to get their plant down, and unfortunately leaves only the Jet. It's going to be Stair, so still a very dangerous player, but only Stair indeed. Trying to play for clutch the 1v4, and will ultimately probably just make the call to save the op.
Yeah, probably not going to be the actual call. I don't know if that was an actual lineup, but if that was absolutely insane. All the way into the trees at the back of site. Kazan pushes up all the way to B main. Stair caught off guard, and that's going to be a free op for their Jet instead. Stay Hydrated with an opportunity to start claiming some rounds of their own.
That seems to be the problem maker once again here, similarly to our previous series where we saw the team leading in the first map struggle on this second choice, and seems like once again Stay Hydrated running into that issue, but finally getting some footing down on the ground in the previous pickup there. We'll see if just like Icebox was the sign of a comeback for them or only a passing win. Team Ancients ultimately trying to take over again in the follow-up. Either way though, Hydrated will be in a delicate position than anything economically going into this one, so very important that they close out or at minimum contend evenly with their opponents here. Lose sneaks out, but Clay getting the better of that. The 2-for-1 exchange ultimately, and all of the aggressive positioning suddenly for Team Ancients just not going to work out anymore. Just having their utility to try to gather that intel now. Of course, remains on site. Down to only 3 here.
Uh-oh. Another Hunter's Fury out here to try and counter out the other's Hunter's Fury, but now we're going to have trades ensue as well because of that situation. And Tekka steps up, and Tekka loses one, ends up getting one, but ends up losing his own life. Gonna have an adjustment here from Stay Hydrated now as well, as they'll start looking into the A site. Rooney will be able to at least make it towards Generator, but they know this. Tries to go for the cross. Witness ready for it. He'll take him down with the Operator. Now it's all left up to KJ to try and make some magic happen here inside of this 1 versus 3, but I honestly highly doubt that will happen. Kind of difficult for him, but we'll be able to at least get his turret back. Enough. Some very good damage coming out, but no! Witness is gonna miss the shot! Oh, so very unfortunate for them, but Stay Hydrated now with an opportunity. Oh no, Adrenaline, he's able to get it done. Had a very lackluster first map, but able to procure the clutch inside of the 1 versus 3 and make it 5-1 in Team Ancient's favor. Stay hydrated is going to want that one back.
That's a huge loss for Stay Hydrated. I hate to say this because it's such a cliche phrase, but they really got to win those in that type of situation.
You really got to win those.
We did have Dehydrated with, I mean, full control over the A site as well. Team Ancients had nothing to try and throw out there against them except for the final player and Adrenaline, and Adrenaline just goes for it. Both 2 out of 3 of the remaining members of Stay Hydrated try to take the challenge, but neither one were able to find the lineups necessary to eliminate him, and that last player fails as well. So a huge loss coming out there for Stay Hydrated. Should have been the springboard they used to get back into this game, but now it is potentially what's going to put them down a road of early defeat here. If they don't try to rebound again, they're going to get aggressive, but immediately we're going to see the paranoia come out and blind the majority of the players that pushed in. Some still in here, don't get me wrong. You can see that Killjoy silhouette to your left on the screen right now. However, hearing the shots come out, Witness quickly adjusts, only allows for Adrenaline to get the 1-for-1. Away from that here now. Hydrated will have their positioning to move out, but how they utilize it, that's going to be the issue from this point forward. Agents knows what's going on. Aluz has already rotated into mid, and Aluz is shutting down any potential rotate into that part of the map.
Stay hydrated now, starting to run into so many issues, especially around this mid area right now. That's what Witness is trying to solve. He knows that there's multiple bodies around this space. The right click doesn't work out to be able to get the Phantom out in time, but he needs some assistance. But no, Aluz with 2 big frags. He cuts the support line off and then immediately takes the out of position Jet out of commission. Team Ancients up 6-1 after a heck of a round. They simply dissect, Stay Hydrated as they try to take over B.
This is getting dangerous here now for Stay Hydrated. So many rounds starting off well, but faltering because 1 or 2 players from Ancients are allowed to get away with a play, as we've seen time and time again. Aluz, for instance, in that last round right there, pulling it off on the inside of middle, and the round before that, Adrenaline doing his magic in the 1v3, which obviously that was him. A heroic performance. Take that. Miss trying to challenge Stare will pay the price for it pretty much immediately. Same lesson that needs to be learned from our last series there. Directly play against that. Aluz trying to get cheeky a bit here against Yahoo. Goes for the fake Nebula as he withdraws the star, but he'll get read into by the Omen on the other side here. Stay Hydrated will use that to trade things. But somewhat even, 4v4, but you can take a look at the minimap right now. Not a lot of control from Stay Hydrated at this point, despite the trades.
Found one.
All quiet around the map right now. All minus those share of shots that end up not hitting their mark. Nobody really taking any damage inside of the last handful of seconds. As said previously, not too much action going on. They want to try and deal with mid here, more or less poking out towards tree. Taka doesn't know where these players can possibly be playing around. Can't heal himself either, as he has been playing Sky. So simply only heal his teammates. It's going to make it very easy for Yahoo to move forward and getting that big frag. Now down into the 3 versus 3 as the trades continue to ensue. Warmbot picked up Adrenaline, also able to move back and see what's going on with the position of this ult out from the Omen. No cancel as they start to try and push onto the actual site. Adrenaline, the only point man currently, as he's waiting for the rest of his teammates to try and show up. He'll be able to deal just a little bit of damage to that Raina, but it's actually going to be Yahoo to spring to instead. He'll take down Adrenaline, who was playing the stairwell. 600 almost ends up getting red out there, but oh no, Stare with some nice shots, but he can't land all of the time. Really have to get it done, and he's got the spray transfer. 600 goes down, doesn't have enough bullets, and Team Ancient stay on top of these rounds. Only 1 going the way of Hydrated thus far.
Bernie even kills the player that's not even looking at him first there as well. 600 with so much time to react to that, but failing outright. Out of ammo, or it was just a spur of the moment mess up, but either way, hands yet another round over to Ancients when the prospects were looking perfectly fine for Hydrated up until that clutch player activated themselves yet again. Pull off an unthinkable play here. Once again, working his way in there. The outright advantage for 600 is probably where his last 2 shots on his pistol is my guess as to what happened there. And he ultimately just ran out of ammo, didn't have anywhere near enough time for the reload, didn't have an actual primary to work with, and as a result of that, dropped the duel and the rounds. 7-1 is the scoreline here. Ancients rocketing their way towards a map 3. Stay Hydrated is not going to step in here and stomp momentum.
Rocketing is definitely the best way to put this, because this is like a speed run as of right now, what Ancients has been able to do. Very few rounds looking like to go Hydrated's way thus far. They've been able to fight back a couple of times, but even inside of that, only one round going their way as they look to try and change things up. Stare is going to put him right back down into the dirt. They're alive. Witness trying to power forward. Gets one. Can he get the second? He can, but not before he's traded out. And second, Rooney. Rooney for two, and Kazan's going to go down as well. The solution was simple for Ancients. They simply have to stand and bang with Stay Hydrated as they beat the floor yet again. 8-1 in favor of Ancients. I mean, what can they do at this point?
The theoretical solution there for Stay Hydrated was to go for a fairly straightforward execute out through B main and Fish Market over onto the site. And unfortunately, Team Ancients very much ready for the challenge. They fended off for those crucial seconds needed to buy the rotates from A and middle. And once they're there, it's gone the way of many, many rounds before it. Team Ancients controlling the large majority of the duels and not allowing them to push them into a winning position. 8-1 now. The lead continues to grow ever more here for Ancients as they look for a quick exchange. Just barely dropping the first match. Enemy. Play, being able to spot out the position from a lose as well as get the recon bolt on. No safe harbor for him. And Tekka with a saving trade though moves out, and Clay apparently is not paying attention to us to catch the trade himself. Moves in there, and while yes, loses a lose in the corner, and Tekka makes sure that, oh no, he's actually gonna be able to get Clay as well. This is with just a classic in hand. Beautiful stuff from Tekka. Ancients embarrassing. Stay hydrated here in some of these situations. Hydrated now down into a 3v4, and well, yes, the economy wasn't looking that good for Ancients here. The 4v3 buildup and the incredibly split remaining player count for Stay Hydrated. A very real chance we see the defenders once again sneak away with a win on this round.
It's the Zed skin difference, my friend. They need to use some of that economy and invest into skins, because right now they are indeed equaling wins. Stare gonna knock 600 down a peg. He tries to peek into tree and he'll lose his life because of it. Now they're trying to find some other areas to work, as KJ for the offense will at least be able to gather some control of the B site. This is gonna guarantee at least the spike going down, but it's a 4 versus 2 as Stay Hydrated. Down to their last 2 members, they'll have to be forced to stand tall here. Kazan for the very forward position here on Hut Stairs.
Last player
The lead
standing.
off, but no, Yahoo with a very forward move of his own. Kazan with 1, make it 2, able to
enemy
the
remaining.
push here, and then Tekka will lose his life as well. All of the ones going the way of Kazan, and this is looking like, oh no, you can't get it. Stare!
It's the
You
shorty
do it in
again!
such convincing fashion. What the hell is that? He simply B-hops around the turret. It can't shoot him as it only faces a 180-degree area, and he hops right into his face with the shorty. It's 9-1 Ancients.
Stare's going to be the most proficient shorty user I've ever seen. I've
Same.
never seen a more successful player with the shorty. This man somehow brings it out at the best of times and never at the worst of times, making for some very interesting plays,
Poor
some really
Kazan.
great clutches. As we see right there. Yeah, I mean, really poor Kazan, right? Because Kazan plays that perfectly. Kazan doesn't really do anything wrong there, in my opinion. He takes the aggressive fight because he knows if they just try to hide in the pit, the 2v4 is eventually just going to lead to an obvious advantage for the retake. So he tries to get aggressive, picks up the immediate 2 kills, even gets himself another one, but it's that last player that's so elusive and stops him. Stops the round from finally being picked up again here from Stay Hydrated. And oh, what is
Down
this? The Hunter's Fury coming out is not only going to kill a player, and Upshot will take down a second.
Oh,
Reyna has been heavily lit to under 50 HP as well there for 600. Seeker's going to hunt him out around the corner, and Tekka knows 600 is right here, does not know Yahoo's here. Why he goes for the jump peek real quick. Makes the smart play to ultimately fall back. Even still, man, there's so much work that needs to be done. Yes, 600 gets a trade in middle. That's great. But Tekka was the aggressive player. They can afford to lose him in this situation. They still lost their only other player that was holding a main presence, and now they're stuck at top mid with no control over this map. Staring down his crosshair there to get a quick pick against 600. Only Yahoo left alive, and Stare will take him out as well. 10-1 is the scoreline heading into the final round of the half.
Last round before the
Stare
switch.
hits him with the triple and then the no-no as well, just to rub salt into the wound. They are taking it to Stay Hydrated right now. I mean, they're obviously angry about that last map. It was not supposed to go down like that, and they are running things up here on Ascent. in just such convincing fashion. Stay hydrated, just not able to do much, especially for 600's case. I mean, this is just where those duelist comps, especially those duelist comps, get you into some trouble, especially with a character like Reyna. When you're not getting flags, your kit just simply doesn't do anything. So being at 3 and 11 is very hampered in the likes of what they can possibly produce going forward. Hydrated gonna lose yet another key member here. The KJ going down, and now Clay simply trying to find anyone that's pushing his way, and he's not gonna find anything at all. Might have gotten one of those bolts to end up hitting the Sova, but the real action happening on the other side of the map. That's where the spike is currently, and they're gonna be abandoning ship as the KJ ult goes down from the defense.
And a lockdown will send them running the other direction here. Lose
Spike down.
well, still gonna be able to kill the spike
Enemy
carrier
remaining.
on the transition through middle. Clay with the only trade so far coming from a Guardian. A second one, in fact, found by him. Hey, the round not over yet.
No, please, Stare, no.
Count these players out as Clay, a beautiful shot against Stare. Absolutely mind-reads his opponent there to find the headshot. Left with 6 HP. This is where the rubber meets the road, and unfortunately not in a very friendly way. Adrenaline shuts down Clay. The 11th round up
Switching
on the board.
sides.
If Ancients win this pistol, it is pretty much all but over.
3 shorty kills, by the way, now. Almost 4 if he was allowed to reload there, but it was very, very close. He was about to
He's
make
gonna
some
have the
major
craziest
plays
shorty
in that
stats in battle at this rate.
and his VLR is going to be looking very pretty for his shorty stats, let me tell you.
Like,
Yeah.
you sort by shorty kills. This man's gonna be at the top pretty soon.
That's really what matters at the end of the day, let's be honest. It doesn't matter about your Vandal kills, your Phantom kills, or your Operator kills. We're looking at the real hard-hitting stats, and that's shorty frags.
Great stuff coming out there from the members of Team Ancients, who give us a true show after just failing to come back on Icebox. Now potentially going to completely run away with the second map on Ascent here. I stay hydrated. Only one round to write home about so far here. If they can make it to the pistol, probably going to be their best hope in a while of being able to claim one here. They're already up on top of Gen. They've
Parts destroyed.
successfully isolate out the player in heaven, and even better, Kazan uses utility there. With a Molly burn out one of the members of Team Ancients.
Spike planted.
A nanoswarm doing enough damage to burn out one of these players. Still 4 more to deal with, though. They're now safely tucked away on the inside of this site, and quite a bit of intel about what's going on up in heaven. Also, Stare and the rest of the Ancients know how to react to this. Adrenaline and Stare already picking up. There are 2 exchanges needed. Yahoo trades it back and forth. Importantly, breaches through, but it's Rooney to be the hero once more on the inside of this round. Finding the exchanges onto both Yahoo and the 600. Clears out the on-site threat. And Adrenaline shuts down the last one. 12-1. Like I said, with absolutely zero economy,
Match
it's
point.
not looking like Stay Hydrated are going to be able to hold on for much longer inside of this map.
Well, as you would have assumed, my friend, they're going to invest. So, inside of this round, we're going to have some Sheriffs alongside some heavy shields here. But the biggest thing here is going to be Clay with the Ares. Now, he's going to be playing towards the B site, and that's exactly why you can see Ancients completely avoiding this. They know that Stay Hydrated has to invest, and then more than likely the play is to have Soba on B. So they're going to go for A instead because they're going to know that the investment, at least weaponry-wise, is going to be a lot different here. And they're more than likely going to be able to abuse it. Cloudburst out as well as a dash. Doesn't get on top of the generator. They're also going to catch the frag. Oh my
Spike
God,
down A.
Kazan! Oh, 2 bullets, 3 frags, 3 birds, 2 stones, and another recon out that'll at least get some info on the Stare. They'll be able to at least, at a
Spike
minimum,
planted.
get this spike down. But now Witness
One
with a
enemy
power
remaining.
position. He gets one. Oh, can he get the second? Dashes out instead. Now a 1v2 clutch here.
One
for
enemy
Rooney.
remaining.
You saw what he was able to do the last time, but Clay, it's the adjustment. He gets all the way across the map, and the Ares will win it out at the end of the day. Stay hydrated. Stay alive.
Hydrated indeed, keeping themselves into the fold here, nearly seeing that almost double collateral come out from the Sheriff on the inside of that situation there. Unfortunately, completely destroys most of the attacks again for Kazan. As he gets that
Spike
second
down
shot off.
A.
Wasn't a double collateral, just getting confirmation on that out. Was the second bullet as Stokes initially said. But still some really impressive stuff there to immediately stunt the execute and finally stop what seemed like an unstoppable run from the Team Ancients roster. Now putting them into a bit more of a delicate position, but ultimately they got a 10-round lead, so I doubt they're sweating much just yet.
So now we reach a really awkward point in between these two, because the money's kind of broken on Ancient's side. Stay High doesn't have enough to actually make a stand here. Got a recon out once again, and Clay will just be operating around this B main area, waiting to see what they want to try to do in this space. And what they want to do is leave. They want to go out towards mid, but now Witness with 2 big kills. 600 to tag on as well. Not really able to trade out in the way that they want to. Not really anything meaningful. Up until that point, where Adrenaline is finally able to tag on, but they more than likely know what these last numbers are going to be. Adrenaline trying to swing hard out and find these frags, but still stuck on the Sheriff. Knows where both members are actually, and actually has some weapons that he could try and cycle through if he could get up mid, but it's not going to be the case. Just too much pressure here, and they're also going to be able to tag him up. This is just such an unfortunate situation for him. He's going to wait for this to go out. Shock darts out as well, as he still tries to figure out where he wants to dedicate himself with very minimal time remaining.
He's going for the juke all the way around spawn as well. We'll see if this pays off for him. Clay currently not watching that as a possibility, so as long as Adrenaline doesn't give away sound cues and Clay doesn't change his mind about his thoughts on the way this is playing out, Adrenaline could very well walk up,
30
find
seconds
a free
left.
kill right here. Oh, lucky for Clay that he's on the other side of the wall, but Adrenaline saw that slight
Well, they heard
peek.
that.
They're going to hear the footsteps now, but the problem is Kazan, or excuse me, not Kazan, Adrenaline, way too far ahead of the Stay Hydrated members here at this point. He's got the plant down on the ground. He's not going to have a whole lot of time, to be honest with you, to secure it, but he does indeed get it. And now, the lockdown as well. No Hunter's Fury to immediately counter that on Stay Hydrated. They're going to try to force it. That job ends up working out here. They got to go back to kill the Killjoy, though, just to make sure they don't get locked down, and we don't have a very unfortunate end to this map. But indeed, Stay Hydrated quickly retake things with their 3rd round up on the board. However, not a super successful one. Only 2 players left alive. That's still going to hurt their economy in the long run. Not that this is necessarily a major issue. Stay Hydrated are going to be force buying every single round from here to the end of the map regardless. But still, as you can see, for at least a couple players, it is going to kill the integrity of some of these purchases here, as they're either going to have to sacrifice full shields or go down from a Vandal to something else.
Yeah, you can already see it inside of their slow to buy attitude. They're kind of talking amongst themselves right now and figuring out exactly what they want to do with this economy, because going forward, this is going to be so very difficult for them. And they're actually going to end up investing here. 2 different weapons coming in. Clay's going to stick to the Ares, but also the Guardian coming into play as well. And we saw some pretty prime shots coming through from that just a little bit ago. So we'll see if it has the same influence. It's going to be a hard entry here from Ancients. They know that Stairs gotten on top of Jen, but Kazan cannot simply land the shots. They'll be able to close the door, but now Luz takes so much damage, he can't get away from Kazan swarms and ends up losing his life. Somebody has to pick up the spike, and Witness cut off on the flank as well. Ancient set up and ready to take control of site. They'll get the spike down as they set for war.
No good positioning for Stay Hydrated to play up. The good news is Ancients themselves have not really set themselves up for much. Rooney does it again. No, here comes number 3 and number 4 peeking right out. Clay will deny that at a minimum, but Anteka makes sure that this round goes the way it needs to, into the hands of Team Ancients, and more importantly, into the end of this map. They're going to tie us up at 1-1 and take us to a 3rd and final map. Settle the series. Let's get a quick look at the scoreboard here really fast to see who was excelling. And once again, it's no surprise that it's Rooney there getting the multi-frag at the end of the round, with Stair and Anteka close behind. The entire team firing off on all cylinders as they barely dropped any rounds on the 2nd map after trading back and forth to the death on Icebox.
That was an extremely clean ascent. I mean, there wasn't very many errors made by them on either side there, especially with that last offense. It was just so very clean. They knew what they wanted and they took it immediately. So for Stay Hydrated, I mean, they made some solid stands around the map, but the biggest issue is it seems like a lot of their playmaking ability just happened few and far between for their players. At least when it came to rounds where they were able to work together, we'd have people find, 2 to 3 kills inside of a round, but it doesn't mean very much when you have such a low man count. So just very difficult for them to try and get through it at the end of the day.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, well, that's going to do it for map number 2. Map number 3 is coming up right around the corner, as we're going to take a short break. When we return, we've got much more Valorant action. Welcome back again, ladies and gentlemen. Map number 3 coming up right before us here. And we've had two very, very different maps so far, with Icebox going the full distance, nearly going to overtime as well, with one team just barely able to scrape it out. And meanwhile, on the other side, we've had a very one-sided map 2 on Ascent. Isn't that right, Stokes?
Yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, both of these maps have been pretty interesting. This last one, obviously going the way of Team Ancients after Stay Hydrated, just come out in a slump. They cannot get the ball rolling at all and continue to deal with economical issues throughout the entirety of the map, which is a 13-3 scoreline, where at the half, well, we still saw Team Ancients taking it to Hydrated. Really couldn't get too much done here. So now we move on from checkers of only having 2 bomb sites, John, because that's for wussies. We can't do that. We're going to go to Haven instead, to where we can possibly play some chess.
And that can be a potential issue here for the STA roster when you consider the fact that, again, some of the issues that we saw specifically on Ascent were rotation-based, as well as quite a few other issues popping up in the middle of trying to manage more complicated team fights. There's going to be a lot more of that going over on to Haven. It'll continue to get more and more difficult to try and counter out, especially on the defensive side for this team. So we're going to have to hope they're ready for the challenge here. At the same time, we've already seen a good performance coming out of them in Icebox. Perhaps Ascent just wasn't necessarily the best map for them to try and lean onto to try and close out the series. So we'll have to wait and see if Haven will be the correct one to try and get the real closeout that this team is looking for.
Yeah, the problem is, I guess, that, at least for me, is that looking at Haven in comparison to what we just saw from them on Ascent, I'm going to have to agree with you. I was going to say, I don't really think that, you know, a map like this where they're going to be trying to go for these fakes and these kind of things is really going to work out, because their map control overall is kind of lackluster, especially when it came to Ascent. I think Icebox was played much, much better for them, especially moving into kind of like the midpoint of the map overall. But I mean, for Ascent, they really couldn't get too much done. It was just constantly being berated by these Team Ancients members on every single angle, and really, especially on their offensive side, they just couldn't get anything going, especially when it came for their mid plays. So, you know, on a big map like Haven, how are they going to try and control so much map all at the same time?
It's not even like we necessarily saw anything hyper aggressive coming out for them as well. We're going to go into the agent select now, by the way, and take a look at what exactly the picks are going to be, as that's also going to be changing up as well. But yeah, it's not like the situation was really desperate here where they were getting completely outwitted with regards to aggression coming in there from the Team Ancients side of things. So it's under control for the most part. They just need to be a little bit more consistent with getting out and about onto these sites, as they're losing far, far too many players upon executions, which was giving over so many of those rounds over to the side of Team Ancients. Either way, they would stay hydrated, looking for the rebound on this third and final map. We'll see if they get it. We got the picks up in front of us now. We're already going to see a change up for specifically Adrenaline, as he'll change his agent once again. So we're going to see as well Reno stick over onto the Astra as well. So that'll be remaining in the fold. For Stay Hydrated, though, they are going to ditch that out and once again stick with the Omen, which worked out pretty well, or seemed to work out pretty well for them in the last map, according to them.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we'll see what they can possibly get done with it. This is going to be what Stay Hydrated is stuck for the entirety of this, I do believe. Except I believe they switched out the Omen from the first map, obviously. I only used him for that last map and this one. But either way, though, still going to be going with this duelist composition, especially going into Haven. Now, the thing is that they will be starting out on offense, so this could be a positive thing for them, as they'll have access to more of that round opening utility. But for Ancients, they've stacked things up yet again for their side. They're going to be bringing the Sky back into play here with their single duelist comp, all going on to Stare yet again. And honestly, I would put my cards on Stare here. He's been so influential throughout this series thus far, and I don't see it slowing up here on Haven.
Definitely not going to be the case, although we did see Rooney begin to take things over there. He ended up 21-8 on that last matchup. Stare wasn't too far behind, though. It's 16-9, so definitely the two big fraggers. Even Anteka close behind them at 15-10. Obviously a much less impressive KD overall, but the contributions certainly still there in the fragging department. We've got Stay Hydrated quickly moving through a short A push out onto the A site, and interestingly enough, Ancients not going to respond to this despite utility working its way in there now. Adrenaline is the only one ready to watch this. For the most part, the team will be playing for a retake if that is going to be where they go, because Stay Hydrated already falling back, taking another option. Stare with this aggressive positioning, though, is going to send them right back over to at a minimum mid, if not all the way into A, with his early push out through C1.
This is more than likely we're going to be seeing a lot of these early engagements here for Haven around that C ult points. Will they be trying to take control of that early? Or the offense that is placed on their side, and similar straits here for the Ancients as well on defense. Ultimate placement around A, and oh man, stay hydrated. Finally able to find their frag. Witness moving forward, but a
Spike
C
down A.
blue here
One
as
enemy
they take
remaining.
down every single member of Stay Hydrated, trying to get onto the A's sites. It's all left up to the last remaining member, the Sovas. Well, Clay will simply hop into 3 Ancients members, and I don't exactly think that's the strategy going forward. They'll end up losing that round as Ancients jump ahead yet again here.
Hydrated, unfortunately leaving too much out in the open and too much up to question with regards to their own strategy there as they try to float themselves around the map. They end up running directly into Sarah, who had already taken full control of C long, and that sets up the beginning of the end there, forcing the Stay Hydrated to execute pretty much full-heartedly into the A side. His pistol executes on B are very hard to pull off due to a general lack of utility for blocking off the 2 other angles. So they were forced into an A play, and Ancients responded to that pretty much as you would expect them to. They had a pretty passive hold on the site as soon as they got the siren that, okay, yep, they're coming here. Move everybody over, and they have no problem fending off a large majority of that and setting up their first pistol win on the inside of this map. Obviously, they get the economy bonus going into round number 2 here. That is not to say that Stay Hydrated did not invest anything. And Rano also going to get spotted here as he tries to push out from the A connector. Will attempt to hide behind the boxes. No one from Stay Hydrated going to move in to challenge him.
Oh no.
Oh, there you go, though. That's going to be a great trace for Kazan. Immediately doming him. The second he gives out some tracers over there to take down the recon dart. And now, Witness with some positioning up to the top of mid, too, meaning that Ancients can no longer swing aggressively from the back of B. That's an option, but Stay Hydrated certainly not favoring it for the same reason as the pistol. They're still working with a scrap buy here. They do not have the utility to maintain that in a post plan. They're going to go for C instead, from the looks of it.
Oh, big round here from Stare. He's able to get it done. And oh, can he? He does indeed. He gets the reset as well for the tailwind. No ammo inside of that. He's gonna need some assistance. And it's there at the dying moments of the round. Ancients looking worse for wear at the initial point of that, but Stare able to make it matter most on the entry to the C site. Masterfully done. And Stay Hydrated, not able to get that second round that was starting to look like it could have possibly have went their way. Look at that spray there. Stare with 3, and definitely the biggest impact inside of that round. 5-1 currently.
Talked about how Stare was going to be an important member of this team, and he's already showing us that with that amazing contribution just on the inside of round number 2. That's not even accounting for the aggressive pick he already got back on the pistol, which set his team up pretty well for victory as well. Should be investments coming in from both sides. However, on this next round, with only 2 players surviving that last round, for Ancients, more than likely, it's going to be a pretty full buy with those 2 players still sticking with bonuses. We'll make sure that when we take a quicker look at things here. Away from that, though, Hydrated quickly moving up through mid. Witness taking this control for free yet again. And in fact, having the crosses here, and Tekka seems to be aware that there could be someone here, but have to sneak out against it anyway. Challenging the direct headshot angle. Witness will get the first kill as a result of that. The second player on the rotate has yet to try and re-challenge that. So Witness still with a free path into the B site, although Rooney also adjusted into here, looking to try and catch Witness, but not ready for him when he's actually caught standing in the open. Reno going to move back in here, try to help out as well, though will get himself smoked out pretty quickly.
Oh, Stare yet again with such a strong position. Somebody's got to check this. And they will initially. Yahoo with a great shot. Or he had the line out as well. And that's going to be the big difference maker here. They'll take control of Garage as well. Take Rooney out as he tries to adjust into the back of C, but it's ill-advised. It's going to be taken down immediately upon entry from the smoke. It's all up to Adrenaline now. And obviously, he's got a bone to pick with the entirety of Stay Hydrated inside of this 1 versus 5. But with that many people, he's going to be having to check every single angle that he walks past, including everything inside of Garage, which hopefully means that he finds Witness here, but more than likely not. Obviously has to stare things down on site, and I believe this KJ turret will see him when he goes around this angle as well, so we'll see how he goes. Ends up picking it off, Yahoo with 1, and as we had thought, Witness steps out from behind the box. Adrenaline not going to check that as the turret will catch him off guard from down the Garage tunnel, and that'll be all she wrote for that one. Stay Hydrated, finding their very first round, and hopefully not their last here on the offensive side.
We'll see there a quick pickup from Stay Hydrated, and the reason for that being, at least in part, I talked about how Ancients could invest into this one fully as well because their players were down. They decided not to do that. They went for a full-on, for the most part, just bonus round. They're only buying up to the necessary degree that they needed to behind the saved guns, meaning that they've got enough cash to go in one more time here. This is going to be first full investment for them, and the same can be said for Hydrated. So really are the on both ends of it, and Stare is immediately going to leap into action. Using that shorty as well to quickly take care of the recon dart as he takes down the doppelganger. From the other side, Witness going out, not going to be able to contribute.
Yeah, that apparently is not just a for funsies picks. That's actually intended there for Stair, John, as he's bought into that multiple times now. Wants to make sure to have that shorty as a secondary option. You can't necessarily blame him. Having something that works up close and personal and is so very cheap to invest along with that op can definitely help them along the way. There's almost some big kills. Clay with one of his own, but Adrenaline finally to get the refrag inside of mid here. It's going to end up pushing the spike over towards C with most of Ancients towards the mid of the map. One inside of defender spawn as well, slowly transitioning to C side link here. So let's see what they're able to do from the spawn side setup. Like they want to try and push things out now. They'll be able to at least get rid of the turret and stay hydrated. Have already set up for this post plan. It's up to Stair to try and hit some very critical shots.
These nano swarms going to get in the way to a pretty big degree as they try to work their way forward too, assuming they have not been shot out. They should have been noticed. Here's going to be the first defuse attempt as well. Lee are going to blind Stair as he tries to get himself into the open. As a result of that, this post plan is just far too strong for the members of Ancients to really do anything about here. We'll see 600 shut out the final two players. More importantly, a second round going up on the board for Stay Hydrated as they tie us up 2-2 between these two teams here and finally break the economy of the defenders, paving the way for a Stay Hydrated lead to potentially come out of this round.
Yeah, very unfortunate for Ancients, excuse me, that they didn't use Stair in more of an aggressive fashion there, you know, in part with what Enteka wanted to do with C Long. They end up pushing the guiding light down. They get a really, really strong stun inside of Cubby. But what we didn't know at that moment is that he already had Blade Storm up and active. So at any moment there, he really could have just jumped into the fray and tried to get something done, but he was playing more favored towards the op, which wasn't really doing too much in that situation. And, well, speaking of Enteka and what he was doing inside of the last round, he's doing something major this time. Another guiding light out, and he's made it away with a Vandal.
Moving himself forward here, trying to get up for the lost teammate once again as their jet goes down. They had that same issue in the previous round, but already have shown us once they can make up for it. Going to do so once again, but they're also trying to get cheeky. Defensive jet looks to find a kill against Kazan and nearly gets it as well. Kazan down to 20 HP after that engagement versus Stair, but ultimately wins it. Keeps the numbers even now as it's exchanged down to a 4 versus 4. The rest of Stay Hydrated continues to stay stacked over here towards the A connector. Ultimately looking like they're going to lead out onto A in a second. Team Ancients with the wrong read. However, they've learned that it's the wrong read, and they're quickly correcting. And I don't know if they'll arrive in time, though. And Tech is going to be the one that needs to get into some type of power position up towards Heaven if they want to stop the XQ from being successful, but they're all on their way out here. Adrenaline tries to go for 2 different headshots. He cannot find either one of them. Tekka has better luck, in fact. Very good luck moving in here. The guiding light down below here. The cutoff from the big Cubby messes things up a little bit, leaving 600 still alive on the inside of Hell. Very winnable 2v1 clutch here as 600 still lurk out to a more exposed position. Here comes the hop from Enteka, but it's caught again by 600. Now he just needs to find that last player. That's a really easy task, but no, whips on the spray, and it's Rano instead that gets it for Ancients.
Oh, that, well, sometimes you gotta make sure the crouch works. You know, just every once in a while, usually on the opponent. That's the best way to make sure that it works. And Elise will do that really quickly, then defuse the spike. Because sometimes, guys, you just gotta let them know. I mean, you know, if you're gonna spam somebody's angle and then get capped like that, you probably deserve it, just a little bit. So very, very nicely done there from Elise. That's actually gonna be his very first kill of the entire game, John. Is that beautiful Sheriff shot that we just saw. Very well done on the retake as well. For the defensive team of Ancients. I mean, that was just so very beautiful, especially from Enteka inside of Heaven.
Couldn't have picked a better time to get onto the board in all reality there for Rano. So good contribution finally showing up, and a moment's notice there to keep the team, more importantly, in control of the economy to some extent, but in the lead to a much larger one. Stay Hydrated, gonna go for a big stack towards C Long. Could be a pretty direct play out onto the site. Sapphire sitting in the way. Oh, still in a corner, not going on with that. Might have been disconnected. See in a second here what's going on. Yeah, looks like he's caught something going on there. The play's gonna take him down at the end. Ultimate 600 moving in here. Does spot the other player towards logs. Be able to immediately take them out just as they can. No, Enteka finally recommitting at a moment when 600 wasn't expecting it either. Kazan quickly moves back into position, however, to maintain the aggression here for Stay Hydrated. And it's looking like they're going to be able to frag their way towards a win more than likely. As we see something crazy come out from Stair here. He's got the 1v3, but with an operator in hand, this will be an awkward gun to try and use in this situation.
Well, hopefully we can at least get him the lead-off pick here. That's really what he'd be looking for. But as soon as he steps up, checks the initial angles, and it's like, yeah, no, I don't really want to go for this. And you can't necessarily blame him. You gotta remember how much money you have to invest to get one of those rifles. It's $5,000 every single time, or just a little bit under that nowadays, actually. But either way, though, you know, it's still just a major, major investment to get one of those on the board. So instead, moves to the other side of the map and plays for the exit frags. Not even really that, just plays to defend himself instead. We'll see what Stay Hydrated necessarily want to do, but they're going to be able to tie things up here in pretty convincing fashion as these offenses are starting to come together.
All right, so with this being tied up at 3-3, Stay Hydrated once again forging their way back into the fold here. We do have a disconnect, unfortunately, from Rano, so give us just a moment here, folks. We are going to come out of the game for a moment, and we'll return to our faces for a second while we give Rano the time that he needs to hopefully reconnect to the match here. Making sure that obviously these players can play with their full rosters. That's a pretty damn important thing. So we're going to give him the time that's necessary to get back in. As we saw there, unfortunate circumstance that he gets kind of, disconnected right in the middle of that gunfight. But I believe with the nature of the way that the round played out there, didn't see a request to change that. So I'm pretty sure that that is going to stick as is, and nothing will be done about that. We'll just resume at the beginning of the round when we finally get that player back into the fold.
Yeah, and well, up until that point, folks, we're able to get him back in. We're going to throw you guys to just a little bit of a tech break so we can get this ironed out, and we'll be right back into the action. See you in a bit.
Bringing it back to you guys once again in the midst of this third map as our teams try to battle forward into the grand finals next weekend, where we'll be having them all play out for a share of $10,000 in prizing that'll be available once we get our teams qualified. But we need to get our teams through the closed qualifier first, and that's what we are doing in the midst of this matchup here. We'll go into one more round. It's Stay Hydrated versus Team Ancients. If you are just joining us, the series is tied at 1-1. We've had two very different maps between these two teams, and it's something like this one is going to be much more like map number 1. Although, unfortunately, as you see right there, while Rano is back, he kind of just ran right out. So not entirely sure what's going on there. If he's still having some net issues, we'll other players on that going into the next round. It seems like he went right out. By the way, Adrenaline responds with one pickup of his own. Yahoo also going right back here for stay hydrated. So come down to Adrenaline now trying to get some foot forward, and he gets isolated out here as well with
Last
the
player
cyber cage
standing.
fading away. Doesn't really look that great here for Team Ancients as they only lose their player count. It gets bled down further and further, and with that, it's going to leave only one player alive here to try and retake that player who's already committed to a save.
Spike
So this
planted.
round's going over to stay hydrated.
And more than likely, another little bit of a pause while we're waiting on our other player to get in. We'll have to see exactly how that ends up breaking down, but either way, this round going the way of stay hydrated in pretty convincing fashion. They just simply win out the engagements inside of the garage area. You guys can look over the map on your left-hand side and just simply look at all of the X's. Ancients really just tried to put the pressure on them early, and they won out all of the engagements. I think the biggest thing inside of that round that I didn't like was Adrenaline's play inside of mid. He just simply mistimed how much time he had left on his cyber cages. And simply put, you know, if you're going to get nervous about the window player coming, towards mid window at that time, you really can't get caught out in the open. There's way too many people to worry about, and really, you're not going to get much done in that position unless you're able to get draws. So either way, stay hydrated. It will do their best to chase down the last member of Ancients here, and they'll claim stairs up in the process.
All right, guys, so Rano is still having some issues, as you just saw there. It looks like he disconnected once again going into the following round. So we're going to take another short technical break while Rano, I believe, is trying to switch computers or switch internet lines or something along that. We're going to give him a few minutes to try and accomplish that, and we'll come back with more information soon. apologies for the delay with resuming the match, but welcome back once again, ladies and gentlemen, to the third map of this series here. We should be just a couple seconds away from jumping into the action. We're just waiting for that last player to fully reconnect. We have confirmation that they have done so here. We're just waiting for the timeline to catch up as we're running on a slight delay to the actual game itself. So once we've reached that point, we'll be good to continue on with the match and continue on with finding our winner, who will be able to carve their way forward into next weekend. For the loser, though, you've got a long night ahead of you. You've got to get immediately ready to replay. Pardon me. You've got to be immediately ready to replay another best of 3 versus the loser, or excuse me, the winner from our lower bracket.
Yes, indeed. And as you said, it's going to be a long night for them. So we'll have to see exactly what comes of it. But hey, we're back into the action now, folks. We finally get to see the end of what happens here on Haven. 3-4 currently in favor of Stay Hydrated. After Stay Hydrated, very successful round. Ancients having that unfortunate disconnect, but also just so many bodies being lost around the garage area. It looks like it might be happening yet again here. Lose on the initial receiving end of this. Will be able to avoid the shock bolt. Clear out as well, and Yahoo gets the pick on Despair. Too hard of a take here from Stay Hydrated for the Team Ancients members as they'll all go down. And now into the post plant yet again here for Stay Hydrated.
Definitive stance being put up by Stay Hydrated on the execute. Not a single player going down in the process. Only the Omen taking a slight amount of damage, to bring him a little bit lower than the rest of his teammates. But now leaving only Adrenaline fills the sky for Ancients alive and in the fight here. Definitely not vying for a retake. That seems to have already been given up here by the squad. And for them, 600 going to be trying to hunt them down, but Adrenaline catches that. Good spot to at least keep himself alive in this situation here. In terms of winning out the round, we're nowhere near closer to that. This one still over. Still going to be a 5th one going up on the board for Hydrated as they manage to push themselves up and close out this CX from a position.
It'll be very easy for them. Only that one body falling. Reyna going to go down for Hydrated, so they'll be able to stay on top of their economy and have quite a few ults here as well. I've been playing way too many different games because right when he shot right there, I thought he was going to kill his teammate. I freaked out for a split second, but hey, all right, we're still alive. That's good. That's the thing that matters the most. So, oh man, Valorant always throws you for a loop in that sense, especially when it comes to competitive shooters, because it's just, you know, every other game it's like, okay, is there team damage? Is there not team damage? You know what I mean? But yeah. Either way, though, Hydrated still ahead of the curve here. Team Ancients just not really having a chance to try and fight back in any convincing way. They'll have an opportunity yet again here, but it's still going to be a half buy for a few of their members.
Going to be moving into these couple moments of action. Really bringing out the Hunter's Fury here against the usual A main push, and it's going to work out here. Gets some good damage and takes out the other side of things for Stay Hydrated, bringing him down, leaving them with 4 players standing. Once again, them stunted here. Is that truly going to be enough to leverage a win? That's the question we'll see in a moment here. Stay Hydrated will get themselves in position to move out to the execute. Tekka still going to be maintaining short control here. Has the support from one of the Astra stars a little bit further forward as well. So the call-out's given for that. Immediately assist with the many forms of utility that Astra provides. Away from that, though, Stay Hydrated because the pick happens so early, just kind of baiting their time down. Going off the garage, as we can see here. Rooney trying to take out Kazan and nearly succeeding in doing so, but also being cautious to keep his own life in check. Both players will back away from that fight with neither one being the victor, and ultimately Stay Hydrated starting to lurk out towards B now. Rano swings a little bit more, and he'll have himself all these players. He'll spot them now because of the recon dart moving in. It's time to execute here. The leader makes things incredibly awkward for Stay as he can't spot it out. Rooney and Adrenaline starting to battle this back, but Adrenaline already down on the ground. And now Rano starting to work his way in from that flank we talked about earlier.
Spike planted.
Garage position. Kazan with a big kick, though, takes down Tekka. But the immediate exchanges from Rano as he catches it at a perfect moment of opportunity. Team Ancients will finally rebound here. So many rounds in a row coming in there. 3 in fact for the Stay Hydrated roster. It'll set things up to a much closer scoreline, 4-5.
Yeah, that one was sitting right on the edge there for Rano, as he simply didn't know which time would have been the most suitable for him to exit garage and try and make his play. And it was very close. Got a good read on information, but still able to find some space and ends up waltzing right in behind The offensive squad there, Stay Hydrated, just simply not ready for it. And they would have been ready for it earlier on when they were all inside of mid either. Not a single person looking at that garage area. So either way, Ancient's able to get away with that one, but Stay Hydrated, still plenty of money to invest into this round. Stare with a very aggressive look. Oh, what a shot onto Witness. It's immediately traded though, as Yahoo will take down Rano on the B site.
Stayer had an opportunity, but second-guessed himself. Backed away just a tad from the angle, and so he'll miss the opportunity to trade things down in the favor of the defenders once again. And Tekano, not going to miss that opportunity, but still only going 1 for 1, so just keeps us at a 3v3. More importantly, it slows down the push onto the A site, buying time for these rotates and possibly for adrenaline to get in the face of these players. He'll take a massive swath of damage from the shot that went right into the face. Gets them to roll theft off, and on top of that here, the rest of the teammates now arriving for Team Ancients to make sure that this gets shut down. More importantly, the Ancients tie up the scoreline yet again at 5-5.
And Ancients have got to be happy about these results since getting Rano back. That's going to be 2 back-to-back rounds that Hydrated have not been able to deal with. And still plenty of ults to be built up here for Ancients as well. Although Hydrated looking quite strong in that department as well. The KJ ult available, so could lock down any of these sites on a moment's notice. They're also going to have plenty of money to invest into this round. So full rifles as of right now. Let's see how they want to try and push this out. KJ does indeed have that lockdown like we were just saying, so we could see that coming to the fold quite soon.
Play moving himself forward. He'll be the front leader here for Hydrated. Not gonna be the only one though. You can see he's going to teammate right next to him, ready to play this out. Recon Dart goes in to hopefully clear things out on the inside. We're going to see Dark cover comes out. Actually works to Rooney's advantage, even though it's slightly there, as it blocks it from being revealed by the Recon. On the site itself, though, Rano ready for the challenge at C. Only for that 1 for 1. It's Rooney that's now going to step it up yet again as he takes down Kazan. He's pulling back out of the site, though, as the pressure is just a little bit too much to handle. They're going to try to rely on their numbers to take this back in a 4v3. Plant goes down, though. 600 finds the first pickup. 600 also going to be able to dismiss further back to the group of players. Look at that, though. The intel coming out, and we can see Rooney spamming through the box. It doesn't matter, however, as Yahoo and Clay are ready to get aggressive themselves. They shut out the last kills coming in from defender spawn and pick up that 6th round as we get ready to head into the last round of the half.
So very well done from Hydrated there. It was looking kind of dire as that recon bolt ended up finding 3 members on the other side of the box there. But either way, Stay Hydrated, able to stave off Ancients in pretty convincing fashion. Now Ancients onto a pretty poor buy here, but they're going to be able to scrap something together. Some light shields in here as well as an ult ready for Stare. We'll see if he can make some magic happen with this Blade Storm to tie us up.
Yeah, but how useful will it be here for the defense when we continue to teeter-totter back and forth on the scoreline, or definitive point being reached? Starts out well for Stare as he's going to be able to isolate 600, still pushing on his own regard. Go back and forth. First to get him further back up. We are going to see the lockdown come out from the attacking Killjoy to try to restrict this A site. Not only that, but an exchange is found against Stare, traded for the earlier kill, bringing us in to a 4 versus 3 here with Rooney finding his pickup as he finds a tiny little bit of real estate to play off of there outside of the lockdown. Although it gets the one, it will end up being traded by Stay Hydrated a few moments later. So just like many rounds before, it stays locked dead and even to 3v3. Team Ancients have to try and work their way out with that factor to play against here. Control there for Stay Hydrated as well. You see the members of Ancients trying to look for ways to cleanly hop out, but they're just not getting them. Yahoo nearly messing up there, but the turret actually helping out and assisting a little bit. Kazan's turret picks up the final kill of the round against Rano. Secures 7th round as we finally end the first half.
Well, 7-5 in favor of the offense. I bet you probably expected that one, though, when it comes to Haven, as it usually does tend to trend into the offensive favor. There's just so many sites for the defense to manage all at the same time, and when you start to get those big picks early or get those picks in transition, it just makes it so difficult to try and retake in the way that you want to on this map. So, for Team Ancients, she was now on the other foot. They're on offense, and they really need some big impact here early, because as long as they get ahead of it, especially here on this pistol round, if they're able to win this out, that's more than likely the lead going their way, or at least a tie.
We're going to see in a moment here. Game spawning out. It's looking like Stay Hydrated wants to try to get a little bit more aggressive. At least to throw out that intel. We're going to see a Cyber Cage to try and mask just how many players are working their way in. But here we go. Witness ready for the initial challenge, not the second one. As again, things go 1-1 on the initial fight. Life forced back into a corner. They're very well aware of the fact that he's here. He also has crosses. However, those players need to go far enough out for Kazan to get access to that
down
cross.
A.
He too can only pick up
Player
one here.
standing.
Zenteka, now Rano are cleaning things up. Yahoo has been the only defender left in play. The jump out works. He actually kind of
planted.
surprised that works. He goes back into the tunnels pretty quickly. But still, find the prize versus Rano. Want to throw out the paranoia, but that'll be a complete miss. And Zenteka, as a result of that miss, will get the quad kill at the pistol round here, securing things for a quick comeback yet again at the beginning of the half.
Well, here we go, folks. Ancients able to bring it back inside of the pistol round. This will almost guarantee the tie unless Hydrated have something to say about it. We saw an earlier round go pretty awry after the pistol, but more than likely not happening this time around, as Hydrated's investment is going to be quite low. Just 3 sheriffs and some classics, and they hold on to as much of this money as they possibly can and just invest the next round instead. So to make sure that they can possibly deal some damage to this economy if they can possibly find a space in order to work this. And speaking of spaces to work things, Ancients is just simply walking onto A. There's not a single person here from Hydrated. This is going to be a free plant and straight into the post plant here for Hydrated to try and deal with.
Blinded.
Great flash work here on the guiding light. The turn across as well from Witness. Nowhere near as effective as he thinks it is there. So it's going to be an absolute shutdown coming in from Ancients after everything is said and done. Hydrated, try to get in the face of the Ancients and just fails outright. They're completely shut down. Beautiful work from Ancients.
Yeah, I mean, there's not really much more to say about it. You know, they're going to get a very, very solid buy coming into their bonus as well, because this is also going to basically guarantee them that they have heavy shields moving forward here. And you can see, since Hydrated didn't get any kills that round, they are going with Vandals and Light Shields instead, and they are at the bottom of the barrel when it comes to money. If they lose this round, this is going to be Ancients running it up here for quite some time. At least the next handful of minutes. More than likely 2 rounds coming their way, if so. Play with a good read on the recon bolt, and more than likely telling of what's about to happen here on this site. A dash forward, and well, Team Ancients trying to find any pick they can. A weapon upgrade now in the hands of the Jets. They're going to get immediately taken down, though. The trade starting to ensue. Adrenaline freshly in the back, as well as the rest of Ancient starting to flood out onto the A site. They'll be able to clear out ramp here, leading into sewer, and well, now it's all down to Yahoo inside of this 1 versus 3.
Yahoo's still trying to get aggressive here to find some way to get out onto the site and make this winnable for him and the rest of their team, but
Cover going out.
not presenting much of that opportunity at the moment here. Yahoo continuing to hope someone takes the bait on the fight, and that opens up the floodgates for the 1v2, but as he tries to inch his way forward, he eventually inches his way into the crosshairs of Adrenaline. Will take him out with a quick headshot there. That's the lead going back over to Team Ancients as well at 8-7. A delicate one, but as you can see, been very one-sided so far on the inside of this half. It's up to stay hydrated to try and turn things back around, but probably not on this round. It's going to be all Sheriffs and a single Marshal pickup for Clay.
Well, that does open the gate to opportunity, and that's exactly what they're looking for. But the issue is that we look across to the other camp of Ancients, and the money's starting to stack really high to the ceiling. They might actually have to, like, rip that thing off and start putting that somewhere else if this starts going any farther, because they're just sticking to the ARs, haven't invested in an op or anything like that. And also, they do indeed have an ult map as well that could possibly be a guarantee for this round. Very well done from Stare there on that pick on Yahoo. 600 will be taken down as well. That's a free plant here on the C site, and yet again another retake here from Hydrated on their Sheriff round, trying to get something done for the economy, but can't do too much. Stare will take down yet another, and well, Hydrated once again faltering.
Not much they can do. Looks like they're popping up some shots, get something done. Takes down Adrenaline. He's going to be surprised about it. Rooney trades it out just as provision, though, and Kazan going to be left very much alone in the corner just outside the B site. Trade for Zenteka. Although one player does go down, it's a fairly flawless affair from the members of Team Ancients as they push up on 9. Really controlling things so far on this attacking side. Could be a response from Hydrate on this round, once again getting a full investment from them, but I think for the last one, don't look too bright. However, that last one was kind of an interesting strategy they tried to bring to the table and didn't really work out for them. So if they play things more normally, odds just in that aspect should be a little bit healthier.
Yeah, this is starting to call back to what we saw from Stay Hydrated on Icebox, where they're having a lot of issues early on trying to get rounds on the board, and Ancients was able to snag their economy so very high. This time around, it's looking like, well, it honestly might be a big change here, as Rano simply runs out and ends up getting gunned down trying to manage his own utility in the middle of the C-long angle. Pretty ill-advised, but either way, that is going to be the pick that Hydrated were looking for, although this one's delivered on a silver platter. As for Ancients, they're trying to find different areas they can try and work this map. Have to worry about quite a few different areas that the Hydrating members are still occupying, including a Link, which we'll see another member of Ancients fall. This is definitely going in the way of Hydrated. As the trades ensue, the defenders will win it out up 3 men. Ancients starting to lose a little bit here as they let it slip, and Hydrated are able to create some space for their economy.
Only the first round picked up in this half, however, by Hydrated. It's not the end of the world as far as Ancients' lead is concerned, just as of yet here. Plenty of opportunity specifically in this round and probably going into the next too to try and rebound things with significant gun power before they have to go through an economic chain of woe. Try and rebuild themselves for this matchup. It'll also be when Stay Hydrated will potentially take control of the lead, so obviously it could be a very pivotal moment, but at the same time, we now need to figure out, was the last round just a passing fan for Stay Hydrated, or have they truly caught on to the issue that's affecting them against Ancients? Well, as far as site control is concerned, not much being learned here. Utility overwhelms the 2 players very quickly, and they will back out, letting Ancients get the plant down on the ground. Not the end of the day or the world here. Still Hydrated. They've got plenty of ways to get back in. Just like that, Fury going to work its way out here. Finds a nice lock onto Anteka, taking him down and trying to get some damage off onto a third player, though that does not end up, or second player, excuse me, that does not end up going down to the defenders. Lockdown Adrenaline moving in here, however, to deny some of that progress that was working its way in, and as well, the attackers completely avoid getting locked down by. Get out towards mid and try to challenge the operator with it. Will end up going down, and with the plant now being forced away from C as well, they're going to take this over to A. They won't make it there without too much of an issue. Witness will be smoked out. He won't be able to stop the plant. This time, it's going down successfully.
Now is that they self-play utility, but no Witness! He goes for the play! He tries to blade sword an updraft over the wall to find the angle, but he simply can't land the shots. It's a 2 versus 2 now for Ancients, and this is completely doable. They have so much info, so much insight as to what's going on. Oh, a quick pop out from behind the wall. Will be a trade and play. Oh, what a shot! He'll take down Rano and keep Stay Hydrated's life alive here, and he'll be able to get the defuse.
Rano definitely going to be kicking himself a little bit about that round. Had the opportunity to try and take down this very Sova as Clay was walking past him when he caught him moving in from the defender's spawn route, but missed that opportunity. Let his opponent, or let his teammate, I should say, get overwhelmed in the 2v1 just because he was not able to rotate in a position to support in time when time finally came to try and clutch things out. Not managed to make the effort happen in the 1v1 there. Clay clutches it out instead, keeps his consistency going, and as you can see on the scoreboard now, ties us up at 9-9. Stay Hydrated are back into this, but for how long?
That is the question that all of us are asking ourselves currently. How long is Hydrated in this for, and can they possibly continue to get things done? Witness certainly thinks so. He'll take down Rooney as he peeks straight into Sewer. Stare with an advantage. But Witness bursts him down with the op instead, if you can even call it that. Just one shot heard around the world. Send them down range! A triple for him on the round. Yahoo adds to it, and Stay Hydrated. Well, they're hydrating these rounds for sure. It's hydrate or dihydrate, John, and they got the water jugs along with them. These rounds are starting to come in huge, bountiful waves.
That's Hydrated, really picking it up now, almost trading out the entirety of the count that the members of Ancients were able to get for themselves at the beginning of this half, and that's with pistol advantage considered too. So Stay Hydrated, truly getting themselves back into the fold here. Starting to build up a pretty half-decent bag too. If you look at players like 600, something there's a bit more delicate. As you can tell on Ancient's side of things, they're strapped line a little bit here, specifically for their jet. It's going to have take flight forward with, I believe, the shorty once again, if they weren't able to find anything else up behind them, as they're using the knives as the primary weapon with the shorty being the secondary if it's needed. So in comes the play from Stair. The knife gone. There's the fifth, and now this is going to get really awkward as Stay Hydra will begin to shut this down. Rooney once again being the hero of the trades here, at least takes down Clay on the other end of it. But they're still going to be down a player. 600 very much ready for the follow-up that would potentially come into the garage as well. So Adrenaline not going to be able to get the jump onto the plate. Player inside of there.
Things fall silent now around Haven. 600, we read out from the Trailblazer, makes the quick move into garage window. Positive thing for him is he'll be able to create some space here and holds on to his life. No real peaks coming out from Ancients just yet. They want to see what Stay Hydrated's moves are, but they're simply sitting on their hands, waiting to see what Ancients want to do instead. Trying their best to poke and prod around the map currently, but finally we have some movement from the defense. They seem to be aware of what's currently going on B, and just look at the stack of utility that they have in this area. Yahoo will get a kill of his own as it's going to be the pressure from Rooney up C long. It's going to be all on his load, so loses the spike. It's a nice shot from 600 after that move to garage window. Very well done, and a triple for him on the round leaves Stay Hydrated in the lead by 2 rounds.
2 rounds and 2 more away from winning out the matchup here. Their money pool continuing to grow while Ancients shrinks, shudders, and is ultimately putting themselves into a fearful position here now. 600 doing a fantastic job of shutting that one down, as he's been doing throughout the large majority of this series. Not just him doing it, though. You could see it's a very even affair across the board there for Stay Hydrated. Yahoo at 19 and 13, Witness at 15 and 14. Struggles, meanwhile, over on the Team Ancient side. We can talk about that later. The teams are out and about once again. Stay Hydrated actually going to steal the ult orb away here, too, to try to get the Hunter's Fury close to ready, and should be doing so with that orb in check. Adrenaline, though, will move himself forward with 2 cyber cages used and take some of that A long control. Getting the only one, though. The rest of the team very aggressively pushing their way up and down.
He ended up actually tagging the turret there, so they'll be able to at least see that through all of the smokes and to get rid of it, but that's still going to lead into the spike going down. Witness trying to get some frags on the exits here, but Ancients have already left the area. Kazan now going to go fishing around the garage space. Gonna have the Omen in tow to be able to assist. Blind out, but oh no, Stare with 1, Stare with 2. It doesn't even matter if he's blind. He doesn't need to see. The game sense will simply guide the bullets for him. Guiding light out to try and hold on to space inside of mid. It's all down to the lone soul here for Hydrated, but 600 can't simply get it done. And Ancients make sure to hold Hydrated off of match point.
That's a good move there coming in from Ancients, really abusing a hole in the defenses from Hydrated, as V has, for the most part, been ignored by both of our teams throughout the course of this matchup, so able to sneak that strategy in there and, more importantly, get the plant going without too much of an issue in terms of resistance from the defenders. So once that job is done, just the simple nature of setting up the post plants for the Team Ancients roster, they will secure themselves. Straightforward round, a 10 to 11. Still not giving up on this one.
I've got your trail.
Stay Hydrated in the lead. Does not want to lose it, and at the same time does not want to lose the economical advantage they've built up for themselves. Big play coming out from Ancients onto the C site in this round. Full commitment. Yahoo's ready for the play at Logs, however. Catches the move from Stare and shuts him down. Hunter's Fury coming out from the Hydrated roster as well. Clay's going to be able to take out one player as a result of that. So far, only one successful pickup from the attack. And that player, oh no, nearly gets traded, but instead Adrenaline from the garage side saves the day. Rooney penetrating these defenses as well. It's all falling to shreds for Stay Hydrated right now after looking so strong. A couple small slip-ups could very well cost them this round. However, we can see Clay and 600 trying to work together to get the job done. 600 realized he was looking at his opponent at the very final second of that, but still Adrenaline better with the aim here, shuts out 600 and ties us up at 11 to all.
Stuff here from Adrenaline, excuse me, and the Ancients overall in general, actually, but Adrenaline especially. Inside of that clutch moment there, very scary stuff with what 600 could have possibly have done. Ended up getting the Lear out there to save himself, create space there for that neural theft. Able to at least get away from it for the time being, but it didn't matter at the end of the day. Adrenaline just better, as you said, in the clutch. And now we're led into a very interesting, possibly best of 3 rounds in between these two to decide who wins this. 600 going to push forward into sewers as a multitude of members from Ancients on the opposing side. The Trailblazer will be burnt from his teammates, but Inteka, the rest of the Ancients, seemingly wanting to back off, and you can see exactly why. They've gotten space on C, and also Aluz has gotten a frag. Somebody has to step up and try and stop this spike, but oh no, it's not going to happen. Instead, Yahoo will try and get some of the exits, and he'll accomplish at least that to shore things up here. There's a 4 versus 4 going into the post plan.
You
Also gonna come out here as well to get some intel. Rooney, though, tearing both of them apart, as well as the ulted Omen as well. Quickly getting rid of him before he getting intel. Great paranoia moving out there. I believe blinded everybody stacked up towards the cubby. No confidence to jump onto the defuse itself, and with good reason. Adrenaline and Inteka are still keeping close watch on it. They shut it down without too much of a problem, and it's Team Ancients that gets themselves up onto match point first.
I mean, so far, Ancients have got to be happy with the roster moves that they've made. Adrenaline with a huge clutch there. Luz Rano has been having some very, very big plays today. Even inside of this map, especially, minus the DC, actually had some pretty impactful frags, although the scoreline doesn't exactly show it. Both of these teams playing extremely well right now, though. Hydrated, have the full buy here, moving forward. Witness go up and try and get this, or he'll be successful and just dashes out instead to maintain his life. Once you get this Blade Storm up and alive, and instead of getting rid of the arrow, will Cloudburst themselves, but it's not going to matter. Witness can't even get out of the corner because Ancients are so quick to get to the angles out here. And the Spike's actually not even here. They're going for a full shift all the way over to C. Adrenaline's poking out this area right now as well, and now stay hydrated. They finally know what's going on, but they're across the entirety of the map. Adrenaline's worked his way in behind Yahoo as well. No way it goes down like this. It'll be a guaranteed Spike plant into the 5 versus 3 now for Ancients.
Ancients continuing to assert more and more control over the situation here. Not really looking like Hydrated's going to have much of a dog in this fight, but we'll see if they can get themselves towards it regardless. C600 creeping out, but immediately denied by Inteka. Rooney finds Kazan. No, man, not like this. Clay goes down to the Hunter's Fury, and it's a 13-11 finishing scoreline in the favor of Team Ancients as they take control of this series 2-1. They are moving onward. They are moving into next weekend, where they will have the chance to fight for the lion's share of our prize pool. You can see the stats on your screen now, by the way. And for Stay Hydrated, they've got to stick around as they still have one more matchup to play. Still to potentially qualify, to be fair, but it is going to be in the lower bracket now against the winner of the other lower bracket matchup in this match.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, Inteka, especially inside of that game, he's got to be happy with that Sky pick, man. He was just doing so much for his team on that map, making it very impossible for a lot of those situations where these guiding lights just flying in out of nowhere. You simply just can't take gunfights. It felt like half the time there's a smoke up or somebody's blinded or a flash is out. You know, there's just so much stuff going on up against this squad. Just very unfortunate for Stay Hydrated, but that does not mean that they're out of it just yet.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we've got one more series coming up here to close out the night, so stick with us. And when we return, we'll get that one started for you with more action here at the MSI Valorant Invitational. Back again, ladies and gentlemen, with more action here from the MSI Valorant Invitational. We're heading into our third and final series of the day. Before we talk too much about the specifics, we'll go ahead and get the bracket up on screen to see where we're at specifically in our tournament now. This is for Group B here. We have four total groups to be played out between both today and tomorrow. I believe we'll be showcasing Group C and D on tomorrow's broadcast, but we've already played out, obviously, that Stay Hydrated versus Team Ancients match. That's what you just watched here if you've been tuning in the whole time. Now we're going to show off the losers bracket final match, which will also give us a qualified team going into next weekend as well. And that'll be between Godset and Stay Hydrated. No, not Godsent, it's Godset. They're different. So Stay Hydrated, of course, from our previous matchup, coming so close to victory and even taking one of the maps there, faltering, and now they have to reset and go all over again against a different team here.
Yeah, and that's the biggest thing here, the possibility of playing 6 maps. And not only 6 maps, John, but 6 competitive maps. That takes so much out of you. It's going to be a strong mental test here for Stay Hydrated to see if they can win this up against Godset, who, as we saw, actually had a pretty good series up against Team Ancients as well, who Stay Hydrated just lost to. So this could be a pretty interesting matchup.
Go and get the rosters up on screen. This will be our first time seeing Godset on the inside of this tournament, so we're first time checking out the roster for ourselves as well. It's going to be Shrony, Swung, Aloha, Delight, and Bad. Great name there. I love that one. Meanwhile, for Stay Hydrated, of course, if you saw the last match, you already know, but just to run them over one more time, it's Witness, Kazan, Clay, Yahoo, as well as Rich. With the top 3 there definitely being the highlights to talk about. Witness, Kazan, and Clay constantly giving us play after play after play during the course of that last matchup.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, Stay Hydrated. I think that the biggest thing standing out for me inside of this list overall, besides Witness, obviously, which we just watched him pop off constantly, it's got to be Kazan for me. Just time and time again, this man steps up and is able to pull Hydrated back into these rounds where it doesn't seem like they really have a chance or an opportunity to actually end up claiming it. So be looking at Kazan to make some really, really big plays here. As for Godset, I mean, we're just really going to names that are drawn to us. For me, I'd say either Warmest, Aloha, or just Bad, because if you're calling yourself bad, then the other people can't call you bad. And when you do good stuff, they're going to praise you even higher. So, you know, it's just a smart name choice overall.
Yeah, unfortunately for the Godset roster, there's no tape or stats or really anything.
We're really sorry, guys. We tried.
On VLR or anything like that. So as a result of that, it is going to, unfortunately, limit our discussion points to talk about them. But once we get in-game and actually see them play for this first map here, we'll obviously have a lot more to go back on. But we're going to be limiting the discussion for players, at least, over to the side of our other team, over the side of our other team for the time being.
Yeah, and also, guys, if you didn't know, we also have some more action for Valorant going down next weekend as well. So here you go, folks. September 18th and 19th will be the grand finals weekend for the MSI Valorant Invitational. Make sure you guys tune in around 4 p.m. EDT on youtube.com/Battlefy, as well as on Twitch. So make sure you guys are tuning in, hanging out with us next weekend as well.
Plenty of prizing and lots more fun is going to be going on next weekend, folks, so be sure to join us for that. Not to mention, of course, we still have the continuation of the closed qualifiers going on tomorrow evening as well, so don't forget to tune in for that. I believe we can go ahead and get the maps up on the screen here in just a second and see where these two teams are going to be duking it out at. Got an icebox start once again. Split will be the secondary battleground. We'll be finishing things off on Haven.
Yes, indeed, my friend. So we've gotten all of these maps today. We didn't get any Breeze, and I'm kind of sad about that because you and I haven't got to cast it just yet. But, I mean, this time around, we're having a very good set. I think the biggest thing, you know, as opposed to what we'd seen throughout the day thus far for our best of threes, is this is really going to give us, you know, kind of the most different maps inside of the pool right now with, you know, Split being very CQC, Icebox having a lot of vertical play where Jet especially can abuse a lot of that, and then Haven, like we just saw with its 3 bomb sites and the ability to throw that spike around the entirety of the map time and time again and really try and confuse that defense.
Would expect to see some slight similarities in the play styles between both Icebox and Haven, but we'll talk more about that if we even go to a third map. We need to get ourselves into Agent Select, which I believe we'll be doing in just about a minute or so here between these two teams and see where exactly the compositions are going to line up. For Godset, obviously, we don't have much tape on them, so we don't know where they're going to go. As far as their opponents are concerned, however, we have already seen plenty of play, so we know exactly what we are going to get out of them at the end of the day. Stay hydrated, relying quite a bit on the usual go-to methods At the end of the day, we're going to see potentially still a double duelist composition come out quite often from them as well, between both Witness as well as 600, bringing the Reyna into the fold on quite a few of those maps, whereas quite a few of the other teams we've had in this tournament have just been sticking with the more standard, at least as of the current time, the one duelist composition that we've seen pretty much everybody else run.
Yeah, I think that that's a big thing, you know, that comes to the surface for the squad as well, is 600's influence inside of those games. You know, there was maps where he was just very strong, sitting right there with his duelist, you know, duo, but not really able to produce much on the other maps where it really mattered most. And I think that's where we saw a lot of this start to go to the wayside for them in a certain sense. So we'll see if they want to continue on with that. It is their tried and true. This is the thing that they have indeed practiced, and they want to stick with it. 600 will stick to the Reyna, and we're actually going to have the exact same Icebox lineup that we had the last time around.
Yeah, so no surprises there, seeing as things worked out pretty well for Stay Hydrated at the end of the day, or at the very minimum was very, very close compared to their opponents here. For the God Set roster, we'll see what we will get out of them, and looking like a lot of the same right now for the most part. In fact, exactly the same minus the Jets. And when we get the Jet out of bad, that's the really only remaining question, because we've lined up every other equal opportunity at this point, so it's looking very likely, and there it is. Yep, I was about to be very surprised we didn't have a Jet. But yeah, it is going to be mirror compositions from the looks of it.
I mean, when it, you know, excuse me, when Jet is legitimately like the only S-tier duelist in the game, all the other ones, in any list that I've seen from anybody, has everybody else around like B, you know, A, that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
She's like the only S-tier duelist in the game, and you can see why. She creates so much chaos inside of a round with her kit, and in anybody's, you know, hands that has a very, very strong set of mechanical skills and has practice with Jet, there's just so much that you can get done. So it's just going to be a priority mostly all the time. So that really would have caught me off guard as well if we didn't end up getting one. But we're finally into the map now, folks. God Set will be on defense, and Stay Hydrated will be starting things on the offensive side of the coin.
Not to mention just the economical advantages of getting the Blade Storm out as well. Say if you're in a bit of a touchy spot, the Blade Storm can save you from potentially full buying another gun if the Jet is comfortable enough.
You can guarantee the
using
oppo as
only
well,
medium.
you know?
Yeah, quite a bit with that. So we'll continue to see the Jet pick excel. In terms of role, you can kind of see it in some situations. Getting swapped out for like a Raze, as they still get the same style of execution with the separation coming in from Raze by moving herself forward with the blast packs. But for the time being, Jet seems to be, specifically in this tournament, the by far most popular option, and we'll continue to see her excel in the pick. That. We've got the teams moving out though, and it's Stay Hydrated on the attack. Already fragging out here too, as Euro and Delight will go down. Delight will trade one from the grave here, as will Aloha. And Bad now picking up some of the pieces. Here's him. His other remaining teammate are the only ones left. With Bad's most recent pickup, it goes even to a 2v2. They're going to let at least 600 move in, but that's going to be a problem as 600 lines up the headshot in the follow-up against Swung, leaving only that Jet alive.
Oh, Bad has to do something about this. Starting things off in hell right now, moving under rafters, and might have an opportunity here to actually find an opening. At least get one of these frags. He sees the initial one, knows where the second one is, but 600's quick to the trigger and takes down Bad, giving the first round over to Stay Hydrated in the offense.
Definitely a bit of a touchy affair for both teams, but Stay Hydrated gets the job done. Unfortunately for God Set, you're just for Bad, and Bad backing out, giving up the positioning in sight was a hope of regrouping with Warmest Aloha so they could play that together, but Warmest Aloha ends up getting left out on an island as a result of that fallback. It was down, and from that point forward, the 1v2 is fairly unwinnable. Try and clutch out. So that's going to put us into a 1-0 lead for Stay Hydrated. Let's see how they build upon this and how God Set looks to try and reduce the impact that was already made, the loss of the pistol.
Well, as you'd expect from Hydrated, early forward affair here inside of this second round that's going to force God Set to back off. 600 with a big pick, Bad with a tap and a crack of the Jet, but it's not going to be enough to actually cause the damage necessary to take him down. Kazan will be able to bounce that back as well. Yahoo with a kill of his own, and now into the post plant here for Stay Hydrated. God Set simply just don't have the man advantage right now to try and push the way that they want to. Delight continues to try and go fishing at Raptor's door, but it's not going to matter all too much. Stay Hydrated simply overwhelm them with the artillery, and God Set end up faltering. They get a singular kill, but doesn't mean too much at the end of the day. 600 with a 600 scoreline, if that's what you want to call it.
Just too quick. Oh yeah, that's pretty much perfect for him, man. That's like screenshot materials. Making it work pretty well for him. And rest of the team with only 1 kill to show, but that's because they haven't really been needed for the most part up until this point. That's certainly going to change, though, with 5 Vandals coming out for the defense. The Spectres will be a little bit inferior in this upcoming situation, but don't be scared if you're a Stay Hydrated fan. This is just their bonus. So if they drop this one, it's all part of the plan. They'll be reinvesting the following round. Forward into a big cluster of players, but it gets the kill he needs, gets the dismiss off, and falls back. Kazan with only 1 trade. That's on top of Bad finding another attacker as well. Kazan being able to heal himself, so the damage against him won't matter much, but that third kill, coming in from Euro. That one's going to be the one that matters in a big way here. Yahuito sneaking back up. He finds another trade. He knows he's got Swung sitting on the left side. There's the dink and the follow-up against Swung, and we're even just like that. Back down into the 2v2 again.
Yahoo creating so much chaos inside of the mid round, but finally Aloha able to shut it down. The repeat here from Yahoo as well, feeling confident, feeling spry, but doesn't necessarily have the gun to try and take that angle the way that he wants to. Has to try and hit that headshot off rip to make sure Aloha gets bullet punched, otherwise he's more than likely going to lose out to the Vandal at range. At least be able to get the spike down. And that's going to create this 1 versus 2, but oh no, the recon dart will do its best to find some sort of information out towards B long. But now Yahoo has this wall up. Or actually, no, it's not even his. In fact, it's Godset's as they're playing around this fight right now. They know that he's going to try and poke out, and they read that so very well. Works his way out straight to the corner, and as soon as he steps out, both guns trained on him. Godset with their first round.
Set finally getting onto the board here. It is going to be on the bonus, though, so reinvestments are on the way from Stay Hydrated as they'll ultimately fend off the initial aggression and work their way back in with a much more proficient hold, specifically in the 2v2. As we get back into the round itself, though, let's see what exactly both these teams are going to be looking like, and that's exactly as you'd expect here. Members of Godset are going to be at a reduced buy to a slight extent, very slight as well, whereas it'll be a full purchase of all 5 Vandals for Stay Hydrated this time, and they're hoping to get back into this one with a quick boom and a quick reset of Godset's economy to make sure that they will stay in control for the foreseeable future. Let's see if that is indeed going to be the case. The Swung to resist this aggression, but Witness will be able to sneak 1 kill off before Swung gets the trade himself. Leaves us again in an even trade.
Well, either way you slice it, this could go the way of either side right now. Really just depends on what they want to attempt to do with this spike. Clay will be able to bide for an ult point here out towards B long. But for the most part, Godset still not exactly set as to what they want to do in this situation. They're going to start trying to find out where the Hydrated members are, but they already have multiple angles set up across the entirety of the map, and they're going to lose a life inside of Kitchen. Godset now looking worse for wear inside of this round, and this is more than likely where Stay Hydrated is going to spring too. Aloha will go down as well inside of mid, and this is more than likely the telltale sign of a round going their way. They'll parade their way onto A side, if you can even really call it that, as there's going to be no resistance from the defense at all. They're actually going to set up for a save across the map inside of B, but as soon as I say that, that's actually not the case. They just simply thought things were going the way of B.
Bad working his way over here with knives in hand, cautious of a potential setup already on the inside of mid near generator. Maybe the extreme corner to his left as he works his way forward and into the site.
Last player standing.
It's going to be 600 swinging out. The quick dismiss. That animation actually ends up screwing him over a little bit as Swung is able to find the trade as a direct result of that. But still, 3v1. Oh, all going down. Rope flight. No one doing it yet. Swung with the 3rd pickup now. Finds Yahoo. He's quickly running out of time. Needs to stick this defuse. Here comes the swing. No, a 4th from Swung as he continues to hold on here. Tries to go for 5, but it's finally Clay to shut it down and make sure to stay hydrated. Stay in control here.
That was very well done from Swung there. So what he necessarily wanted inside of that situation is that he more than likely knows that he's not going to be able to get the spike diffused. So instead, tap it, take the gunfights, deal as much damage to the Stay Hydrated economy as humanly possible. And he definitely achieved that. Got it all the way down to Clay, who will end up making it out, but everybody else forced into a rebuy, unluckily enough for them. So now Godset down 2 rounds, but at least dealing some damage to Stay Hydrated in a certain sense.
Let's see the peak come out here. Against the light in a second. The Owl drone instead, though. And Marshall actually won't be able to find the opening opportunity. Even worse here, Yahoo swings right forward. Bad trying to steal some of that usage of the shorty, not finding it nearly as effective on this team's hands here. And then we fall to the final two players of God said it's Delight with trying to flight out.
One enemy remaining.
Gonna grow smaller and smaller as Euro is the last one standing here. Can't even see his opponents by the time he goes down. Kazan locking in on that headshot angle through the Viper line, allowing for the fourth round to go up on the board, as well as a flawless one getting picked up there by Stay Hydrated.
Well, luckily enough for God's set, this is indeed going to be the round where they'll be able to try and change things up. Bad, very unfortunate with the shorty there. Both of those shots just going wide, not able to really get anything done around the pipes area. But as I was saying, this is where the reset's going to come in for God's set, so they'll at least have enough money to be able to get some guns on the board here, and that's going to be a very big thing for them, especially for Bad, as he's finally gotten an operator in his hands and can deal some serious damage to these hydrated members holding on to these long angles. As of right now, they're going for a B to mid Hulk take here. The Jet already working their way out. Witness on a very aggressive push up the way. Able to take down Aloha, will be traded out. And also the Hunter's Fury coming out for the offensive side as well. But no, it's actually Delight instead will take out 600. Thought I saw the positioning there on long, but indeed I'm wrong. And they're able to get things done. Into the post plant now, but this is going to have to be the biggest post plant of Yahoo's life. He moves out, and Bad gets it done with the shorty. All of these shorty frags coming through today. Simply just did not see his legs over that box. Saw the Sage, but not going to mean too much over that.
Relatively even ultimate plays at the end of the day. Stay Hydrated do bring out their Viper's Pit, ultimately for naught, hoping they could clutch the 2v3, but the 2 became a 1 before we even saw the Pit fully expand, so not really going to get as much use out of that as members of Stay Hydrated, specifically Yahoo, would have liked to try and leverage in that situation. 4-2 scoreline is where we're going to be left with finally some light at the end of the tunnel, maybe for God's set, but similarly to the last round they picked up, it needs to be more than just the one. We need to see a chain of events follow through here. They're going to be stuck with the same situation and the same broken economy they've already been dealing with for the large majority of the half.
Yes, indeed, my friend. Looks like we're going to have the ice wall go down inside of Tube, and that's exactly what we'll get here. Swung will more than likely be managing this. We'll see if he wants to check these sides. See that Stay Hydrated possibly want to stick around this area and hold on to these angles, as they'll continue to check them to see if Swung is home. He can possibly get a free kill off of this, but this is going to be limited in this space for some time. Viper utility also down on B, including the Viper's Pit. It's actually down currently around the main area to plant. So God set trying to do their best to stave off Stay Hydrated, but oh no, springing to Witness will go down. Yahoo ends up trading out inside of mid, as they've been able to negotiate for control here on A, really trying to play favor into that B site.
Red's going to bring a fourth member back into the fold here for God's set. Reignites even fight potential. Now they need to get back onto the site. The plan has gone down for Hydrated. Shock Dart going to be a complete whip to the corner. Still a spray from 600 though. He's able to correct it. Make a quick correction upon that. Yahoo already has advanced intel on the opposition, but he doesn't line up the shots the way that he needs to, and then he gets cut off by Warmest Aloha. The good news is that info still gets transferred to the comms. 600 deals with the threat of the op on the inside. Aloha, though, gonna bring this one back still for God's set. At minimum, deals some serious damage. Stay Hydrated economy. Intended the defuse gonna go down here. Recon Dart works its way out. They get the intel they need, and Clay sinks the final shot. 5 rounds now successfully on the board for Stay Hydrated. They continue to push themselves further and further.
I don't believe he ended up getting that ult off. Let's check really quickly here.
No,
No, Kazan does indeed still have it, so didn't get the eco res off there, so unfortunate for that, but either way, they're still well within their right to continue taking rounds. I mean, just look over at what Godset have to do for their buy right now. It's very, very unfortunate. Some heavy shields here and a light investment into the weaponry that they'll be using. Delight, Bad, as well as Aloha will all be stuck on more underwhelming weaponry than they had inside of their previous rounds, but it doesn't mean that they can't get things done here, so they'll continue to try and hold things on B, but it seems like it's been a full read here from Godset. You can see them throwing themselves across the map currently. A flank also coming in soon enough from the range.
Enemy removed.
Move themselves forward. Kazan in a cheeky position catches the flank movement. 600 starts to shut down the site setup, and single-handedly there with the 2-player pickup. Yahoo, of course, helping out as well, and a light not really going to be able to get very far with the recon dart on him. Witness gets the final kill. It's a very straightforward affair as Stay Hydrated find a flawless for themselves at 6-2. Really starting to take control, especially with 600 having the scoreline he's got right now at 14-4 with a positive 10 KD.
Is just something else. This is exactly what we needed to see from 600 earlier in the day. I mean, where was this up against Ancients? But at least they have it now. They're still in the tournament, and that's what matters. And they're swinging their hardest right now up against Godset. They really don't have an opportunity to try and do anything of value inside of these rounds thus far, even with the rifle rounds. Only 6-2 right now, but yet again, they've been presented an option to try and win this out. More rifles this time around and a first pick, but Witness fires back. He'll actually trade out the frag here. Swung now down. Both Sages, actually one Sage down as well as a Reyna exchanged here. So still possibly a res available here to Hydrate.
Okay.
What
You
a
will
shot
not
there from
kill
Euro
my
though.
allies.
He'll take down Witness. It's going to be the immediate res on the ground onto Witness. Hydrated want to guarantee this 7th round.
Great usage of the res coming in from both teams and really sneaking them forward and making major changes to the overall impact in the round as a result of bringing those out. Second time now we've seen that from Stay Hydrated, and we've had it happen at least once for Godset as well. Team is going to rotate away fairly quickly after getting that 4th player back into the fold. However, they'll collapse upon the B site. This is not going to be a very sneaky rotate, however. So Godset seems to already have an idea that this is occurring. They're moving the light into position. Their jet also starting to relocate. That relocation, I will admit, is probably happening a little bit too slowly, so you're still going to have a adequate amount of
30
pressure
seconds left.
on Aloha. More than likely, they'll just need to let the plant go through. I don't think he can actually interrupt.
Spike
He's going to try to
planted.
do something, gets himself scammed by the recon dart in the process. They know he's hiding on the left side of Snowman now, and he needs to wait for his teammates as a result of that spot. But no, it's caught trying to go cross, and Clay will take him down with that.
Scanning ahead.
Oh, Godset with an opportunity. Although it is a 2 versus 4, they still have a chance
enemy
here.
remaining.
Although Witness trying to remove that from him. Can he get the second shot? He can. Bad steps up to the plate, and Witness just knocks it out of the park. Insanity right now for Stay Hydrated on this offensive side. Godset simply just don't have a chance right now, John. It might be cold outside here on Icebox, but they don't have a snowball's chance in hell at trying to bring it back on this half.
So we're going to have to see here. Obviously, the second half in this map tends to lean a bit more towards attackers from time to time. The second half may present opportunities to this roster of Godset. Problem's going to be, though, if they only go into it with about 2 rounds to play, that opportunity is going to be slim to none to try and actually come back. The scoreline deficit they're going to be dealing with at that point. So we need to see something from them in this half. The aggression that we're seeing from time to time on the Godset side of things is
man.
working. But it's too far and few between when baits like this from Witness and the rest of the Stay Hydrated roster are working out so well. Witness rockets himself onto the site. The light is going to hold the lower portion of Rafters, but will ultimately just be knocked out fairly quickly by 600, and the rest of Stay Hydrated here. The flanks are on their way in from the final 2 players. Yahoo already knows that it's happening, though. This is a matter of isolating them, and it's a quick 2-piece for him to set up an 8th round on the board.
The timing could have not been better for Yahoo there. They knew that he was inside of that position. They were just so worried for the other member of Stay Hydrated peeking out from inside of the ramps area. And, well, instead, Yahoo is the one to deliver the crushing blow here to gain their 8th round. This is looking like they could possibly run it up to 10. This is going to be the last opportunity, all things considered, for Godset to get on the board. The investment all inside of this round to get something done, and they'll be able to at least get firearms for everybody, although a light shield will be on the Viper.
Bad takes the challenge and wins it versus Witness, who seemed more than ready to take that shot, but the reaction far too slow. On the attacking end of that far try. First kill coming in for Godset, and we'll wait and see what else they can set for themselves. Bad will still maintain the operator pressure at the mid pipes for some time
Spike
here.
down
Euro also
A.
able to shut out Kazan. Now that we have more players feeling confident forward, Yahoo tries to move through the pipes connector, but Bad's going to catch that as well. The operator continues to punish anyone who will get in its way. There's now 2 still stand here for Stay Hydrated.
1 enemy remaining.
Looks like they can get much done ultimately. Down to 600, arguably the most impactful player for this team, but he is stuck by his spawn, doesn't have an inch of control. You'll see the results
Last
of that
round
pretty soon
before the
after,
switch.
as Euro has no problem pushing him from the inside of A, taking him down and setting up an 8-3 scoreline going into the final round of the half.
Well, Godset's got to be pretty happy about that, but you know what would make them even happier? if they got this round as well, because they really, really need it at the end of the day. A 9-3 scoreline on Icebox is not something you want on either one of these halves. So we'll see if they're able to at least procure that. This round is going to mean quite a lot for them going into their future. And we haven't even hit the pistol yet as to this half split. So we'll see exactly what they can do. It's our last round here between these two on their residing halves. As Witness will be the first one to hit a big kill. He takes down Swung, and that's going to remove the option to try and res somebody inside of the round.
The low ground does not work out on the play from the Jet in the previous round. Instead, the high ground is taken up to the top of the pipe, where once more members of Stay Hydrated get themselves the early kill. We can see as well Yahoo looking every which way when he works his way in here, except the right way. And Euro will still ultimately take him down upon the execute. Empress will get popped too. That means a quick re-entry is possible here, but with the Ice Orb going to be sitting on the ground, he'll wait at minimum exactly out. That buys the extra 5 to 10 seconds for post-point setups to come in for Stay Hydrated. It's exactly what they needed here. They gotta be careful. They overpeak in this situation, and Viper's pick coming out too here for the defense. It's looking good for Godset to get themselves back into this, for this to potentially be an 8-4. Witness with a chance to shut this down as well. The halfway point, but nicely done by Witness. Sneaks in just when he wasn't noticed. Gets 2 right-click kills off with the Blade Storm, and leaves only Delight alive. Clay takes out the first player trying to flank him out from the back of A, and finally shuts down Delight. The only player left on this site, securing a 9-3 scoreline for the Stay Hydrated roster.
That was so beautiful right there, especially from Witness. You talked about 600 and his impact. I mean, look at this guy right here. Just slips right through the cracks, right through the defensive matrix of this squad, as he just gets right around Tube and takes out every single member, especially the Viper there, being the biggest benefactor from that for the entirety of Hydrated. Actually having the ability to see, knocks down that Viper's pit and makes it so very straightforward for the clutch there from Clay. So very well done from the entirety of the squad there, as it took every hand inside of that one to get it done.
With that being said, Stay Hydrated very much earning themselves a massive lead at halftime. Only a few rounds needed for them to truly come out on top of this matchup. They do have to do it from the defensive side. They're going to take a bit of a gambit with their stack here in the pistol round. 4 players on A. They will very, very quickly need to relocate them. They're hoping that the Viper smokes are going to be enough to block off access, but I don't really think that's going to be the case. Already up to yellow. We've got an attacker Viper line coming out as well. Recon Dart goes just through it to try and figure out where these guys are. And the good news is they weren't actually held back specifically behind yellow long enough due to this line's presence to where they hesitated going for the plant. That could potentially cost them. 600 is now here, as is Witness. Plant getting down onto the ground, though, is that stuck in, but look at Witness and Yahoo ripping apart the entire hold and quickly securing a 10th now for Stay Hydrated.
They were so worried about what was going on site. The yellow player wasn't cognizant of somebody going for the flank. They didn't even think that it was something that could happen on the pistol round. But instead of just sending one person, John, they send 2. They send Witness and they send Yahoo on, or excuse me, and Kazan on the flank there. Yahoo ends up approaching from the front of the site and just ends up obliterating everyone off of the back of Witness's efforts. A triple for him inside of that round on the flank, and a round that Godset is surely going to want back.
May not have much of a choice in the matter, however, with a 7-round deficit now sitting in front of them here. Hydrated, only needing 3 rounds to be able to close out on the map. Certainly going to be rough times ahead here for Godset, as not only do they have to recover that deficit, but they've also got to recover their economy, although that's a good way to start it out. Witness pushing on some of the Spectre shots there, and Bad sneaking in another kill from the Marshal. 600 is keeping them honest, though, at a 3v3, but there's another pickup from Delight, so we're not done just yet here. 600 not done either, however. He's going to rip apart nearly everyone, and Yahoo with the final assist. One final time there to make sure things stay in the control of Hydrated.
Yahoo is just getting the alley-oops, man. Every time the ball gets tossed up into the air, he just dunks it and sends it home. 11-3 in favor of Hydrated, and I completely agree with you, man. I thought Godset was making a run right there after those initial frags, but I guess 600 thought there was something else that was in the cards for him, and he was surely right, because GS had no chance at trying to take anything to him. He even ended up taking out the Jet, as Bad ends up peeking out on the other side of 410. Just incredible stuff here, and that doesn't mean that Hydrated is going to slow down and decide as, oh no, Witness in fact will get up on top of Heights and starts trying to deal damage to the back line here of Godset. So shots are going to go wide on the Jet, but now they're at a defensive standpoint here. They see the entirety of this offense. Look at the
One
cones on the
enemy
mini-map as the entire kill feed lights up green. Clay with a triple kill. Godset are
Gun
not
shield.
allowed to exist when it comes to
Match
Icebox.
point.
And so 12-3 is going to be potentially our final scoreline heading into what very well could be the final round here. Stay hydrated. Certainly seems unstoppable, but Godset going to try to stop them anyway here as they're going to move in full investment since it is going to be the 4th round. They've saved up enough for that, but you'll notice on the right side of the loadout for the large majority, 3 of them in fact, no shields coming up behind this buy. It's going to be Glass Cannon Vandals, the top 3 members of Godset. The bottom 2 will have the extra money to buy into that. Let's see what kind of difference that will make. Witness wasting no time pushing forward, actually able to dodge the recon dart. Unless they saw the tracers, or they didn't see the tracers, got the audio intel, they don't know they're here. Zon and Witness trades out the initial frag from Euro. They will get themselves a recon dart successfully onto Witness, so he has to hold back for a couple of seconds. And in fact, a little bit longer than that. Matt's gonna be able to take him down, but it's 600 making the difference yet again here. Can he seal the deal? Well, he can't, because Zon will make sure it happens. At 13-3, stay hydrated, dominate Icebox, and take swift control of map number 1 of this series.
Whoa, easy breezy hydrated. I mean, that's I guess that's what they say, right? Or something along those lines, I'm sure. But no, stay hydrated with a heck of a game right there on Icebox. 13-3, as you guys can see, and 600 in Witness. Even inside of that very low round count, they combined for 43 frags inside of a 16-round game. Now, that is surely something. Incredible stuff from them, and really propelling themselves forward to win this series.
Large majority of that coming from the attacking side as well, so a massive boon to have that type of fragging power in your arsenal, and more importantly, to be so consistent. Not even necessarily on the front point either. Some of those plays from 600, you need to come in as a support because either the Jet or someone else failed to get the entry, and he needed to come in to kind of clean things up while he was dealing with other things on other parts of the map. Either way, though, that is a dominant stance being put up by Stay Hydrated. We're going to see if they can hold on to that with map 2 coming up right around the corner as more action is going to be continuing right after this break. Welcome back once again, ladies and gentlemen. We are getting ready to jump into our second map now of our final matchup of the day, but it ended up being a quick one with the way things went in our first map there. Stay Hydrated dominating on Icebox versus Godset. However, for our second map, we are moving to a Godset map pick, so hopefully they're able to give us a bit more of a competitive showing this time. We'll go ahead and get the maps up on screen, show you where exactly we are headed, as it'll be split coming up here as Godset's choice.
Yes, indeed, it will be, and it should be a pretty interesting one. As you said, this could be a pretty quick affair, depending on what we see here, especially with Hydrated playing so dang well inside of that last one. I don't really know what the adjustments are going to be for Godset, but I hope that it ends up working out for them, because it would be just very sad at the end of the day if we end up seeing them go out in such convincing fashion from one side.
Well, similarly to our other matchups, the first step for this team is going to be to get that solid footing onto the ground for their economy, as well as just trying to find some leverage and control in the early portions of the round that we never really saw, or at least never really saw successfully coming out for any large portion of that matchup there. In the earlier rounds themselves, like right at the very beginning, we were seeing players like Swung, as well as Bad, and Euro too. And Euro continued this throughout most of the matchup, while the other two faltered off, but able to leverage a lot of that aggressive pressure successfully to shut down some of the takes that were happening from the side of Stay Hydrated. But all that fell away once 600 and Witness started taking over. We saw a much more reclusive GS try to play out the rest of that map, and it never played out well for them. Even the little tiny bits of aggression were too few and far between, and usually got caught by Stay Hydrated. So a different approach will certainly be needed here. The good news for them is this playstyle is going to change up quite a bit too as we head to Split. This will be a much more close quarters matchup, and that change up will hopefully help out Godset here. At least they're hoping so.
We haven't had a single lock in here from Hydrated, but all of Godset already set and ready to play. And going with two Sentinels here, as well as a duelist comp. We're actually going to have the duelists match up with each other inside of this matchup here, both operating with Raze as well as Reyna. So we'll have to see how this goes. Hydrated, though, they'll have the Cypher and Omen, whereas with the Sage and Astra coming in here. Also, the KJ being switched out, so the Sages will at least be on both squads, but a little bit of a differentiating opinion at the end of the day when it comes to those Sentinels as well as the Smokes.
I do like the switch up from the Jets over to the Rays at the end of the day, though. This is not a map where you're going to have as much vertical abuse come in through Jets mechanics, just because things are a lot more blocked off at the end of the day and much more heavily cut off, as we were talking about the close quartersness of this map previously. So the Rays is going to find a lot more success in that, because you have a lot more closed off quarters, things like that. A lot of areas where potentially paint shells are going to be able to burst into someone in a corner, force them out. Not to mention that you still get all of the mobility benefits, if we're going to assume these players know how to use blast packs, which I think is a pretty safe call to make. So yeah, they're going to be able to still launch themselves into the site and create that usual amount of separation that you would get with the Jet initiation.
Yeah, I would be... I guess it would be safe to assume
that'd be
that the
weird,
competitive
basically.
players
Yeah.
would know how to use blast packs. We're just going to leave it at that one. But
it's a pretty safe call to make.
Yeah, if they don't, we'll put them into classes or something like that, guys. You know, it's not too difficult. You watch a
Link on my YouTube.
Yeah, exactly. But we already have them out and onto the field. The paint shell is actually going to be dealing quite a bit of damage to the mid players right now. For Godset, it's going to tag up 3 separate people and make this pistol round just that much easier for Stay Hydrated going forward. That's some good info as to who's coming into the actual site. A good one-way here for Kazan, as well as he's trying to tag everyone up. And as of right now, Godset simply stuck inside of B main.
You can see how the attackers can now, and the vendors extension of this too, can overwhelm their opponents with these ability to get paint shells on top of the coming out here. Cat, oh man, Kazan ripping these players to shreds, though, only allowing one trade to go through, taking down arguably some of the most impactful ones, but Swung also finding some impact on his own. A big role change up for him, going from a Sage over towards a Reyna to the inside of this matchup. Well, let's see how it pays out. The dismiss might work out, and indeed it does. Bad and Delight able to completely overwhelm the remaining members of Stay Hydrated that come in for the retake, and it's going to be Godset that go up on the board despite the early advantage Stay Hydrated got for themselves.
And that is the damage of these characters that can reset themselves, like Reyna. We've been talking about it previously, and what you had been talking about with Jet on this map, and the fact of there's not very much vertical play around the entirety of the map, but Jet, we still saw earlier today on Split because of her influence in gunfights, where she can simply reset things. She kills somebody, dashes out. Same thing with Reyna, but it's a lot more controlled. There's a lot more things at your disposal because you can simply dismiss these things and get rid of them. So you move move away in the Wraith form and immediately get rid of it. That's what we're going to see inside of that. It also ends up being a little bit of a bait. But this is going to be a fast-moving offense now for Godset, as they know exactly what they need to do. They'll set the cutoff very deep here inside of screens. They'll end up picking up 600 with a nice headshot. Yahoo also go by the wayside as well. Witness trying to move his way down ramp. He'll get caught off guard by Warmest. Loha will end up going for 2 instead. It's down to Kazan now. Singular Sheriff and hopefully another frag, but it's going to be Aloha as well. The paint shell also coming in for the assist, but I don't believe that's much damage done. It's just going to be yet another round here for Godset.
Yeah, overall, just a pretty straightforward process there for Godset to clean up the full eco coming out from Hydrated. That gets us past that bit of an awkward round, though, and into the real meat and potatoes of this matchup. As finally, the investment is going to come in from Hydrated. Be buying in pretty much fully here. Witness, interestingly enough, is still going to go down to a judge where he can find some usage out of that. Specifically where we'll get in a second, though. It looks like it's going to be leaning towards B, specifically to play the male, the usual position where you would find some prowess out of this. For Godset, obviously, they're still going to be on a bonus. Swung gets himself a Bulldog. The rest of the team is working with Spectres. It's looking like a very quick play to get out onto the A site here. And here we go. All the Nebula being deployed on any other utility they want to bring out here. But it's 600 to strike first, despite the smoke blocking away. Yahoo getting one as well, though he'll be traded by Bad.
Aloha and the rest of the gang out onto A site, but this time around, it's a lot different than the last. Hydrated have more bodies, but they're immediately going to send Kazan to his death, equalizing here. The other issue is Witness doesn't have a gun that can really operate inside of those long-range engagements that he's currently looking into. So more than likely looking to try and fly out off of his own blast pack, and that's exactly what he's immediately traded out, but the trades go back and forth. 600 is able to win it out with the spray. Oh, how well done from him. Able to get their very first round on the board and slow up Godset on their ascent.
600 really waking himself up on the inside of this series here. A little bit more hit or miss in the upper bracket final. We saw them play earlier this evening, but inside of this matchup versus Godset, this player has been on point and is already showing it, taking over control of the top of the scoreboard once again for this team. Some of his other teammates not too far behind. Kazan and Witness, of course, being those players to do so. We'll see more out of them later on in this matchup. But let's take a look at the strategy now for Godset. As again, bonus round. So reinvestments are here. They're at full strength. Now it's Hydrated that'll be at the slight weapon disadvantage here. We'll have to try and win out the round regardless to break the economy. It'll be a slow play from Godset as they're just going to set up aggression towards the middle without pushing into it outright just as of yet. Also keeping presence more than anything, leaning towards A, but no commitment for the time being.
You can see, as you were talking about with Hydrated's weaponry, they're playing this much more controlled, very close to the chest, especially inside of mid. Don't want to try and overswing here, overstep, and lose a life to Godset that could be the difference maker inside of this round. Yahoo gonna go fishing. He'll be able to get one, and he gets away as well. Works his way back into trying to play out his life, and that's perfect timing as well. Clay will be able to swing, get one of their own, as well as he'll still be able to exist at the back of the actual site, but not before Yahoo has something to say about it. Well, at least Swung does towards Yahoo. 600 will get the refrag, and now GS trying to find some space to get this spike down. They'll eventually start putting it down on the back end of L, but are they prepared for the double swing here from screens? Not gonna have access to really anything to give them extra information. Euro will get one, Kazan will trade it out immediately, and now we're locked into the 1 versus 1. Some good insight from both of these members. They know that they have to be pressuring from somewhere. Kazan will right up behind. He sees the swing, and the AK just simply better in that one. The Vandal takes him down through the wall. Was piercing rounds, able to find the head of the Godset member, and the defense tied things up.
That's the ultimate difference that we've been talking about time and time again here for Stay Hydrated. When it comes down to just these out in the open 1v, well, not even really out in the open there, but just kind of more straightforward 1v1 gunfights, the large majority of the time we're seeing Stay Hydrated win these. As a result of that, they're able to press forward, maintain an advantage, and have choice decision-making inside of a lot of these more tense scenarios, leaving them with a controlling factor at the end of quite a few of the rounds now, and tying it up after dropping control of the pistol.
All right, well, things tied up in between these two. Godset will get get some more rifles here to try and combat, stay hydrated, but they're at risk inside of this round, and that's why they want to try and guarantee things here with the lockdown. They'll start propelling themselves forward out of B main, but not exactly just yet. The pain shell's going to go out. Euro's going to deal a lot of damage alongside that with the Spectre. 600 will go down, and now stay hydrated. Getting worse for wear inside of this one. They've been able to hold on to B main for quite some time, but when is this dam going to break? Kazan will be able to stave it off yet again. Euro flies in with his ult, switching back and forth, but finally Bat will be the one to be able to take down Clay. And oh no, the showstopper not going to be used to its fullest potential, although this round is still looking like it could possibly go Godset's way. But not if Kazan has anything to say about it. He'll be able to get a kill and back off into bricks.
The Omen also still out way detached from this action as well, just now arriving to Heaven's position, but because Yahoo has not yet contributed here, back is an unexpected addition. They may not be aware of the Heaven presence. The problem is, it's still a very straightforward position to play. The gods that are going to expect it, and in this case, they're going to shut it down. Aloha now going to be the player to do the shutting down, as well as he swings out and goes for the second kill on Kazan, succeeds in finding it, and just like that, Godset retake the control that Hydrated was trying to get for themselves, and it's not going to leave them economically in too comfortable of a position either. It's looking like we are just going to see upgraded pistols come out for the team now.
Big investment inside of that round there for Godset. They'll be able to get away with it off the back of that lockdown from Warmest Aloha, and even more than that coming from Aloha inside of the round, procuring those last handful of frags as well, which will push them back towards that lockdown coming into play once again. Plenty of ults on the board for both of these teams as well, some more impactful than the others, but could have a pretty interesting one coming out here from Bat.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, a little bit of a tech pause here for you guys. So we're going to come out of the game just for a moment. And with that said, we are going to go to a short technical break. Stick with us here. We're just waiting to get some information from the players about what exactly is going on. And as soon as they're ready to resume, we'll be coming back. More action. back once again, ladies and gentlemen. Apologies for the delay with the continuation of this matchup. We did have a player disconnect. We were told it was a client crash or something of that nature, but I believe we are pretty much ready to resume the game in just a moment or two here. So we're going to be jumping back in and continuing right where we left off there, right where the action was paused at. And here we go, right at the 2-second mark as well. So let's get back into it. See which of these two teams can excel over the other. If you are just joining us, Stay Hydrated currently holds the lead in the series overall with an absolute thrashing they just gave us back over on Icebox. Just like this one, which is the choice from Godset, though, it's them a bit more of a challenge. They're struggling to get their feet on the ground. With 2 rounds picked up by them compared to 3. Here we go, though. Godset out and about with quick mid control.
Hydrated, going with the controlled defense once again here. Not even playing anybody towards male, actually. Instead, giving everyone far back, especially on this B site. Looks like we're going to have some shifts across the board here from both squads, except it's ill-advised from the defense. They're going more towards B when the spike is truly going towards A. They could obviously recoup with this if they want to try and go for a possible flank or just gather control back inside of heaven. That's exactly what they're going to do. Straight in through ropes here, back up into the top end of the A site to see if they can possibly slow down this take at all. There's going to be a huge flank coming in, though. Witness will get taken down, but I believe that they heard the other member. Yes, indeed. 600 pokes his head and immediately loses his life, as will the remaining members of Stay Hydrated. It's all down to Yahoo now. The spike has been planted inside of the A site as Yahoo begin to descend the ramp here, but 2 people going to go in for the swing, and Aloha with a 4K, the most impactful KJ of the day by far.
See a couple of the members of Stay Hydrated trying to get sneaky with the retake there, but unfortunately the control is far too gone by the time those players arrive to the site. They're summarily shut down pretty much instantly due to the massive advantage that they will end up having over their opponents. Getting back into it, though, we're going to see probably a stronger fight put up by them on the next round on the Stay Hydrated side of things. That wasn't eco after all, so not expecting anything amazing to come out from that. And there we go. There's going to be the full investment for this team, as they'll try once again to get themselves onto the board here. 2-4, it's still not the end of the world. They're still very closely fought game, but on the defense, you would assume they would generally be able to take the edge here, so they're going to want to try and swing back control into their favor as soon as possible. Very early lockdown comes out here from Aloha. We'll see what's going to happen, though, is it's a bit of a bait. The rest of the team is rotating over towards the A site to make the play here. We can see pings coming out. I'm not sure if that's coming from our attackers or not. I believe it is, so defenders will still have to try and figure out exactly what's going on. They definitely know that something's awry, but to what nature, they cannot tell just as of yet. However, there will be some defense on this site. Will it be enough is the question. At least as far as 600 is concerned, no, it will not. Yahoo, though, can still put a stop to it. He's got the Cosmic Divide to play off of, too. And now a Showstopper also coming out for Witness. He'll jump over, throws it in the corner, and just barely, gets not only bad, just off the barely corner of the Showstopper, but is able to get another one just seconds later while still midair.
That was absolutely disgusting. And now the spike is down inside of the A site. And although Warmus Aloha has showed us some incredible stuff inside of these last handful of rounds, this round definitely not going to be his for the taking. We'll see what he can do as he's approached defender spawn. The cutoff, though, already set up by 2 members inside of heaven here. Aloha steps into the angle and is immediately gunned down. He'll be able to claim Yahoo, though. Clay with the refrag and the weapon upgrade as well, at least inside of the skin department.
And so the teams will continue to seesaw back and forth. The moment in a series of 2 rounds. Yeah, we'll get this one more time, of course, because it just works so well. The first one, not sure if he saw Euro on the way through the Cosmic Divide or just heard him or something like that. But either way, great reaction to be able to turn back into the corner and ultimately shut him down when he was already mid-air there and dealing with a lot of inaccuracy that would come from that. Seems to not be too much of a problem for him, though, as he shuts it all down. Sets up 1 round of a disadvantage between Stay Hydrated and Godset.
Offense is going to do something here, and it's all through mid. They have gunned down every piece of this ice wall except a singular piece, and that's the last cup, John. That's the one that 600's under, and they haven't been able to remove it just yet. 600 will remove himself from the equation, though. Quickly just misses. Ends up getting out of here. Although, finally, Stay Hydrated, able to try and fight back inside of this round. Godset,
1 enemy remaining.
I obviously lost everything just yet. They'll lose Euro, though. Knock it down into the clutch here. The 1 versus 4 for Bat. Utility usage, but here's the problem. Astra has to be able to get into astral form to end up setting down those stars. Just simply doesn't have the time. be able to use the utility in the way that they wanted to. The defenders end up overwhelming the offense and start to deal some serious damage to this economy.
Once again, all the important gunfights go the way of Stay Hydrated there, not to mention the fact that they fend off the early aggressive play going over towards the inside of mid right there. So that is going to create a bit of an awkward situation right from the get-go for God Sets, as they had to deal with the loss of players due to the aggression from 600 that had came out there. Only started making up for it when they pushed themselves out of Garage, but again, by then it was too far gone, and ultimately, members of Stay Hydrated are perfectly fine to just trade their way towards a victory. 4-4 is going to be the scoreline now. What's more, the teams have continued to successfully go 2 rounds each. Possibility for Godset to break the chain here, but dominant from Hydra the past couple of rounds. We'll see what Godset has in the strat book. Try and change this teeter-totter.
All starts with this swing. All shots going wide, although Witness will get tagged up just a bit and chooses to vacate the premises. You can't exactly blame him. Not only is he quite hot there for a split second, but speaking of hot, things get hotter on ramp as 600 pushes it all the way. Be able to take down 2 big members here in the Godset camp. Not only taking out Aloha, but also Raze as well. So limiting the mobility inside of these rounds here. See what can possibly be done going forward now, as they've tried to reconcile with this by going mid, currently operating inside of Mail, waiting to burst out of this dark cover. They have the Lear out, but Clay has the angle, not able to hit the shots, and since starts to move back and allow time for the rest of the team to try to system.
Swung, trying to search for any valid target as he goes out into the open, but just none being presented to him. Witness! It's a perfect triple here as he kills the entire Execute single-handedly, and a flawless is gifted to Stay Hydrated as a result of that. They take the lead. They break the 2-round streaks that have been going on up until this point in it. Now they're starting to take control of this matchup and this map, as unfortunately for Godset, they've got a save coming up here.
Yeah, this is looking very grim for them as of right now. You know, the initial rounds inside of this half seems like they could possibly link some rounds together, but as you said, the teeter-totter started very early here for Stay Hydrated, and ever since then, Godset has not been able to fend them off in any sense of the term, at least for any long period of time. It seems like that might be happening yet again here. They go in with an early swing, but instead chooses to back off after Delight is able to get a kill onto Witness, who was the big fragger from the last round. And oh no, what's this? Is this looking like a Thrifty here inside of this round? That would be the biggest thing for Godset
everything
right
that's
now.
built up.
A Lear out, also a slow orb, Play in a lot of trouble inside of hell.
Kazan with the first exchange against the aggression from Godset. He's quickly going to fall away from Heaven as he's been brought down to 40 HP. Clay can now jump back in here as well. Pick up the second for the team. It's going to be the equalizer here and suddenly send Godset reeling the other way. Delight seems to still think that the play is valid on the inside of Heaven. Correct to assume so. Given up by Kazan here, not to mention the fact that Delight can now get the res off onto his teammate as a result of that freedom back up in Heaven. The unfortunate part of this round now for Stay Hydrated is they still have the 2-stack on B, so it's all going to fall to one lonely player here on the A side to fend the rest of this Execute off. I guess the good news is, well, Witness is going to get res back up now as well, but Kazan walks right into an unexpected.
30
Yahoo can go
seconds.
1 for
Down
1
A.
on his inner sight trade. Now it becomes a 2v3 here. Sage and the Raze for Stay Hydrated trying to flush out that. Already set up to counter the rotate from Witness, however. So it's looking like Godset should be able to wrangle control over this round.
Well, we've seen crazier things before, but it starts now, and bad. A very strong play, ends up backing off instead into Raptors, chooses to play out his life as well. They've got time, but, well, time may be out of the essence very, very soon because Clay is dealing some very serious damage. What a flick onto Bad, but swings at the perfect time and takes out Clay, tying things up, and the Thrifty for Godset to bring them back into this.
At the very minimum, it's made expensive by draining out the rest of the players, but that doesn't really seem to matter much for Godset. Well, they were on an eco to begin with, so their money was already going to be overflowing going into this next round. Winning it is just the cherry on top. Meanwhile, for the Stay Hydrated camp, thankfully it hasn't completely broken them to drop that last round as of yet, but they are going to inch closer towards it. Players like Witness going down to under $1,000, meaning they'll be in a rough position going into the next round if they don't come out successfully. More importantly, they don't keep a good number of those players alive.
You want to fight it?
Witness challenge this angle and pays the price for swinging just a tad too far. Euro gets the opener. The rest of the team quickly sweeping through the A site to take that full control for themselves. There will be no one else here from Hydrated. Godset are going to be handed this site on a silver platter after that opening pick against the op.
down in the back corner here for A. It's a 4 versus 5 in favor of Godset on the offense. They'll be able to ice wall up screens, but that's quickly dealt with from the defending squad. Swung in a pretty pivotal position here. He's been locked up as he's slowly getting health back here under Raptors. Play doesn't want to send the shot. They try to back off instead, and it's ill-advised. Godset are the ones to push the envelope, and it works out for them. They're going to take the lead away from Stay Hydrated.
So they
Last
managed to
round
steal
in
it
the
away
half.
first with the Thrifty, and now into the next gun round here as well, because Stay Hydrated just does not have anywhere near enough player power sitting on the site to fend that off, and the control is gained far too quickly. We did get a disconnect there from Witness. From my understanding, though, this should be a pretty quick correction on that, so I don't think we'll need to jump out of the game or anything. We'll continue onwards in just a second.
Just gotta get Witness back in here. You know, gotta get the hamster running. Move the what's some other ones? We gotta move the trailer closer to McDonald's. Like there's a laundry list of different things you can say about people's internet connection nowadays. But Witness is very quick to feed the hamster. So the hamster starts to run faster. We got internet connection back, and we can finish out this half here in between these two. Stay hydrated now, though. Seeing if they can possibly tie things up here. The biggest issue obviously going to be Witness's overall investment into this. Although Witness could possibly have a very big hand inside of how this round goes. Not only does he have the Judge, which yes, close range weapon, but he actually in fact has the Showstopper as well, which could play a huge piece to how this last round breaks down.
The God-sent roster. It's once again going to be quick and straightforward out onto the A site here. Oh, and as well, Yahoo not even going to know what hit him. The same for 600. God-sent sweep through the A site once again, and we'll play. Yes, we'll get a small response here against Euro, pushing in through screen. The moment doesn't matter to a huge degree. The second kill, though, this will start to look a little bit more
Last
different.
player
Witness,
standing.
for
No
instance.
way.
Oh, the
He
flick
got
to get it, but it's not going to matter. The presence from the attacker entry is too strong, and Swung shuts down the majority of the remaining resistance.
I cannot
Switching
believe Witness
sides.
got that shot, though. That was simply threading the needle at the last second there. You know, any deviation to the left or right, that rocket ends up hitting a wall and not actually hitting its target. So unfortunate that his team couldn't capitalize off the back of that. But definitely a good try at the end of the day. I mean, just look at that. Literally just crosshair perfect right through that gap. Very, very well done.
So let's go into the pistol. Take a look and see now if Godset can potentially continue to leverage the lead they already have for themselves now. Take it even further, potentially all the way towards a map 3. For Stay Hydrated's case, though, faltering quite a bit on that defensive half. Things are going to look rough for them moving into the second half on the attacking side, where arguably they're going to have a much more difficult time being able to try and win out rounds versus Godset. The first step, though, is the pistol, and that could be a path to redemption for Stay Hydrated if things go well for them. We'll see if that will indeed be the case. They'll run into some issues initially as the wall will block them out at middle, but they won't have too much trouble dealing with that. They've got a 4-player stack here, excuse me. And the damage from that will be more than enough to be able to take that one. No problem. Paint Shell's going back dealing some serious damage. The attackers will spawn with their own. The Boombot going to go through. I think it was killed, but if not, it would have been the end of the attacking raise here. Actually, the Reyna, too. Careful.
They found my
Position
wire.
set up. Even some more damage, or nearly some damage, being snuck off onto the Sage here for Hydrated as well, but that's not going to happen this time. Either way, though, Godset should be happy with the damage and the overall fending off of the attack they've done so far.
Oh, great read here from Bad. He knows exactly where this push is coming from, and he locks all of them up with a singular gravity well. And oh no, Hydrated. They've got to do something drastic here. 600 getting tagged out. Witness will get a kill of his own, but he immediately springs to inside of Hell. And he ended up getting
Last player
taken down.
standing.
But now,
not
actually,
again, man.
600 starting to bring things back. Oh, the headshot as well from 600 into heaven. He'll take down Aloha and Stay Hydrated, somehow stave off defeat inside of the pistol.
600, a massive Herculean effort. That round was gone. Godset had fended them off at nearly every opportunity, but the key thing is the damage on 600 wasn't enough to take him down. He was still alive, still had a tiny sliver of HP left, and that was enough for him, apparently, to leverage into a 4K by the end of the round when everything was said and done, including those 2 beautiful headshots to kill both of the remaining Godset players at the end of the round itself. Still a lead for Godset as they maintain the 7-5 advantage at halftime, but inside of this anti-eco, it could very quickly be lost, and we're right back into a tied situation. 7-7. Gets one of the players, not going to do any serious damage here. Swung, goes by without getting noticed, which will allow him to get the first kill. The dismiss fades away just before he gets around the corner, though. Loses that capability. That's going to bring the retake for Godset down to only 3 with a scrap buy on top of that.
Oh, Godset still with a little bit of a chance. We'll at least give him the benefit of the doubt here. Sheriff out for bad, not enough shots though. 600 actually quicker than trigger than Kazan is, simply holding the angle of the smoke, and it'll go for 3 here inside of this round. Off the entry as well as the defense straight from the site. The attackers will be able to tie things up, but that doesn't mean that Godset's out of it just yet, folks, as everyone is seemingly aware of. Obviously, the pistol round usually follows around quite similar to what we just saw, but now where things truly match up against each other. Stay hydrated will be on the bonus for the time being, and Godset will have the full artillery here inside of this round to try and pull ahead yet again.
Okay, Hydrated going to try and once again reassert control for themselves in this awkward economical situation. So far, doing a pretty good job inside of the first 2 rounds of the half, but said in the last half, this is where things start to get a bit more serious. This is where obviously the investments come in for Godset, and this is where Stay Hydrated needs to not mess things up, so we go continuously just a trading spree of rounds back and forth that these 2 teams were locked into the previous half, as they ultimately went all the way around. Away from that, we're going to see Delight still maintain an aggressive position, looking to catch some of the mid-pressure coming in right now from Hydrated, but not going to get it. Instead, Hydrated are bypassing that, working their way down further into sewers, and push their way ultimately out onto the A site.
Slow and steady for them right now. Do not want to overstep into an angle that could be managed from one of these ARs currently. Actually going to end up doing exactly that, but it's not that initially. Instead, it's a turret to read it off, and well-directed. He has to step up to the plate, but swung with 3. The gravity well can't even stop him. Eventually, Clay will be able to get the refrag, but it's not going to mean all too much. The bonus goes sideways for Stay Hydrated, as they're not able to get it done. 7-8 in favor of Godset.
Godset on the back foot, or excuse me, Stay Hydrated on the back foot once again here. We need to see some of these other players start to step things up, because it's a much more even affair over on the other side of things for Godset. Players stats have flipped to what I was saying before. Kind of average gun duel has been going by the way of Stay Hydrated. Now it's going the other way. Now it's generally being picked up, especially in the early rounds again here by Godset. That needs to put a stop to if you're over on the Stay Hydrated side. So going to be the main goal going into this next round here, to try to get control over a minute or so of the round before Yahoo, you can see, find himself on a slight island there. The ice going down. Hopefully there's going to be a nebula that allows for him to have too much of an issue.
For all the noise going on across the entirety of the map right now, not a single person is taking any damage at all. All this utility going down and missing its mark is on. Able to at least check behind box and ends up tagging up 1, but where that someone could possibly be inside of ropes, and he'll be correct to assume so. Instead, backs off and starts trying to regroup with his teammates currently inside of B main. Gonna end up ice walling across the initial area here for B main, but I believe there's a crack inside of that, and that's what's slowed them down so far. They'll end up breaking an ice wall here as well, but they're still trying to find an answer for as to where they want to actually go. Yahoo will get a big pick here onto A, and this is going to blow this site wide open, but Yahoo starting to take some serious damage, and Aloha ready for the swing, and it's going to take down Yahoo as well. Unfortunately enough, for Stay Hydrated, they now have no sight to call a home, and with minimal time left, they're simply going to have to try and send it up mid.
1 enemy remaining.
The Light trying to pop things off here and finish off the job for Godset, but not going to be able to do that. Instead, Clay try to fight here. Oh man, that's dirty from Euro right there. He's going to have the blast pack on the ground, shoots Clay out of position, and just while he's trying to recover, makes the push himself to be able to shut that down. Beautifully done there. Godset now taking a lead for themselves as the teeter-totter seemingly has continued here. 2-2, 2-3, 3-2, and now 2 again being picked up just there for Godset.
I mean, this teeter-totter just does not seem like it's slowing down anytime soon. Whenever I think someone's going to start making a run, it's the exact opposite. We just see some very crazy stuff coming out from the opposing side. We'll see if Hydrated have something to say about that inside of this round. This will be their eco. We already saw Godset with an earlier Thrifty that we definitely did not see coming in the slightest. So see if they can possibly answer back with their own on their offensive side. As of right now, though, it's going to be very, very patient to see if they could possibly get an early pick here and a possible gun upgrade that could assist them in this regard. Spike currently going to be down inside of the ramen area, and speaking of down, Witness has been dusted. As, well, stay hydrated. Once again, be picked early.
Hydrated, seemingly losing a lot of their confidence inside of the situation here, hoping for some type of mistake to come out from Godset. But yeah, I mean, you can see that's not really happening anytime soon here. Godset are on point when it comes to these anti-Hikers, just as much as stay hydrated, to be fair. So that's going to take us through a relatively uneventful round at the end of the day, with Godset having no problems controlling that situation. The curse for the teeter-totter has been broken in part. It's time for Stay Hydrated to really get back into this. This is getting to a point where soon it will be unrecoverable. The money's going to get too far out of their control. On top of the fact that, again, just the scoreline is going to be too much to battle back against. So, get to the end of the road here for Stay Hydrated. They could be staring down map number 3 very soon if they don't recover.
Well, it all starts here. Big picks going out is, oh, Swung will be able to get away. They have 3 people with their eyes trained on Swung, and they can't get it done. Finally, 600 shows up to the party, and he's like, God, if somebody has to do it, I guess it'll be me. Steps up in mid, gets the frag, but Godset immediately reset Yahoo. Or excuse me, Stay Hydrated actually immediately reset Yahoo. Godset will have a reset of their own, though, on the Swung. So back into a 4 versus 5 with really only Raze being picked inside of this situation, although mid was an absolute hell in a cell there for a split second.
45, not the end of the day, and even better now as Yahoo leaps out from sewers, finding an incredibly impactful pick versus War Mr. Loha. From the Shadow is going to come out here as well as he jumps himself to a different part of the map and very quickly gets jumped. He runs into the enemy Raze and quickly dispatch of that. Here comes the execute, though, onto the B site. The Frost is bad, catching 1. Not ready for the immediate exchange from 600. Still, though, maintaining an even fight as a result of that. Empress potentially going to come out. In fact, will come out from the defender as well, as they're going to try to work their way back in and use that Empress to get the job done. But no, Delight, again, winning out the duel versus 600, pushing it forward even further now. Yahoo needs to race back into the site. He no longer has the control. Their team doesn't have the control. There's the pickup, though. It needs to get him off the defuse, and does, but still Delight wins the fight anyway, as Delight rips through all 3 of the remaining hydrated players and sets up an 11th round for Godset.
Well, Godsent looking very convincing ever since they got on the defensive side of things, and it's starting to make a lot of sense as to why this is indeed their map choice. Though Crush Stay Hydrated's chances yet again here, and this is going to make it to where Stay Hydrated are not allowed to go for a full buy. 600 even thinking that he can try and buy up to a rifle once again, but no, my friend. It will not be allowed. Instead, it's going to be a Sheriff with some heavy shields, a light shield as well, and a Marshal, one of the hydrated team members here, but let's see what they can possibly get done with this light buy as they try and find some money.
Oh! Here, but Witness is going to get some of his own instead. That is, of course, until Swung challenges him a moment later and reasserts the advantage here for Godset, as they are well on their way to control this matchup here. Now, Hydrated's trying to play this slowly, trying to inch their way out, but that strategy has not been working. Not how the team has found success in previous maps here. So they're going to continue to be shut down as a result of that. Clay to go in, picks up the spike for what good it'll do him at this point, as he swings out to challenge the Heaven ramp. Will very quickly get shut down by War Mr. Lohan. That's going to set up map point for Godset.
This is looking like a pretty straightforward answer here for Godset. I mean, this is more than likely going to be their map, and we'll be headed towards map 3, which honestly almost feels like it deserves it at this point. We didn't see much from Godset initially, but now it's looking like this team has came to play. They have the opportunity to close it out right here and make a statement up against Hydrated. As once again, folks, if you don't remember our last series here, Stay Hydrated just played through a full best of 3. This is their 5th map right now. If we go the full distance inside of this best of 3, that's 6 maps for them just today. Oh, some nice shots here from Matt. He'll be able to take down Kazan. Witness trying to progress forward as well with the showstopper, but actually ends up taking down Bad with the Phantom. Be a sniper up now. Solid angle here as well. Tries to wait it out, but no one going to peek behind the boom box. There's three people here. Euro will be able to get one. The showstopper out now. They'll more than likely be able to stop this. Oh no, the showstopper not actually able to deal much damage there. And Yahoo with a very big play, but it's not going to matter at the end of the day. Witness can't get anything done with the op that he procures earlier inside of the round. And Godset simply deliver here on Split.
Defenders
Yeah,
win.
unfortunately for Stay Hydrated, just nowhere near enough of an impact coming in inside of the first half there when they were on the defense. Too many mistakes being made, and while they seem to get somewhat of the plot going into the second half on those initial rounds, it's pretty much immediately turned right back around by Godset. We can see here, Warmest Aloha, Euro, Swung to Light and Bad, pretty much all of them near the top. The only one putting up a fight for the other end on Hydrated was 600, and for the most part, that only existed in the earlier parts of the game, as well as 1 or 2 rounds inside of the second half. Everybody, unfortunately, fell off from that side of Team Hydrated, and it created a major issue where they just could not get into a site for the most part, or minimum, they couldn't maintain any positioning because the rotations were coming in so quickly for their opponents, and they seemingly weren't ready for it a lot of the time at a minimum.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, 600 really being the only bastion that they had inside of the frag department to try and get some of those really big picks, especially inside of those rotations like you were talking about. He was really the person to be the thorn in the side of this team the entirety of the time. So outside of that, I mean, really, what else can you say? We need to see some more from the rest of the team. But folks, that's going to do it for map 2. We're ready for map 3. We're going to send you to a break, and we'll be right back after this.
One enemy remaining.
Welcome back for the final time, ladies and gentlemen, to the MSI Valorant Invitational. At least for tonight, of course. We've got 3 more matches coming up tomorrow as well, so there'll be plenty more action then at the same time, starting around 1 o'clock Pacific or 4 p.m. Eastern. But we do need to get into the third and final matchup of this third series of the day. Let's take a look at the maps here. We've already played out Icebox and Split. Icebox, very one-sided here, but Split a little bit closer as Godset was able to rebound, pick that map up for themselves, and now we're heading to Haven once again, our final map.
Well, it looks like Stay Hydrated could possibly be on the receiving end of a run back once again here. It's going to take the full best of 3 to decide this, as we'll go into Agent to select here for Haven. See who we'll be playing with inside of this one. Hydrated already with quite a few things locked in. 600 will stay on the Reyna, and Witness going back to the Jet instead of the Raze.
We are going to see a couple other things. The Cypher coming in, for instance, over there on Warmest Aloha. That's going to be coming back into the fold. Bad also going to be going over towards the Sky now as well, so acting as flash support. It's actually going to be Euro, who I believe had jumped over onto the Raze, if memory serves me correctly, in the previous map. There is now, actually, I think that might be Bad. Either way, Euro now going to be jumping back over onto the Jet role, taking it away from Bad, who had it back in map number 1. So a little bit more of a varied approach coming out here overall for the GS roster. And on Stay Hydrated, it's really just up to Clay. Probably going to go to the route of Sova, but
I'm assuming so.
We'll see this on a second.
Yeah, you know, if it's anybody but Sova, I would honestly be very, very surprised.
Yeah.
So we'll see what Clay possibly chooses here, but that's honestly all we're waiting on for SH to actually lock something in here. But as for Haven, both of these lineups apply extremely well. I mean,
Select
there's really
your
nothing
agent.
to worry about at the end of the day. Nothing really lacking, and that's really about it. As for, I mean, Godset and Stay Hydrated, it looks like they're
Well,
going
you're
to be
gonna
able to at least
dodge, bro.
match
Be
things up here
careful.
inside of Smokes. I mean, yeah, was Clay dodging the rank game right now? Is that what's happening?
There we go.
Oh, well, Clay's actually going to stick it out, I guess, guys. I guess the squad's good enough. He'll have to stay inside of the game. He'll lock in Sova, and we'll jump into Haven.
All right, so let's get into it, ladies and gentlemen. Our final matchup of the evening here between Stay Hydrated and Godset. Winner of this is moving on, and more importantly, further into the tournament. Loser gets nothing. Gets to go home and the death for today. But still, be on the stream, good to have a nice time. So, we'll see who will come out on top. Let's get into it, though, in our very first round. It's the Pistols once again between these two teams. It's going to be Stay Hydrated getting the defensive start this time, and Godset, the attack.
These pistols have been very interesting between these two across the entirety of this series so far, so expect some early engagements here. Really trying to figure out where the opposing squads are going to be peeking out or anything like that. Everyone is kind of doing their own thing when it comes to these pistol rounds, so we'll see exactly what Godset want to try and send this towards early here. With the stack, obviously, more than likely favoring A, but they have a lot of different opportunities as well as options with the amount of different utility that they have at their disposal to really play out this round.
Scanning ahead.
They won't get beat. Go dart out early on here, the recon, to try and see what exactly Godset are going to try to go for control over, but he fed a whole lot. The recon dart shot out pretty quickly, and Godset continues to move fairly quickly as well. Into the C site now, where Stay Hydrated is going to be waiting. Two of their own players, Yahoo and 600, although 600 struggling to connect those shots right now. Got the kill, though. Gets the dismiss off because of the orb being on the ground, but Warmest Aloha running in for the backside. Trades them both out, and now a third getting added to the counter as well, with Kazan going down. It's the Jet as well as the Sova, with Clay being left.
One
Right
enemy
here
remaining.
now, it's swung. Gonna try to make sure this angle's held, but at this point, it's all Warmest Aloha. He gets the quad now as he cleans up one more player. Clay's gonna be the only one left here. Warmest Aloha is a bit low to try and reach out and go for that, but you might as well try it. Anyway, it is the pistol after all, so maybe the end of the world if he ends up going down here. But Clay playing for frags more than anything at this point to make sure he's able to trade that out as this round pretty much done. He's gonna try to push back in, but yeah, he's pushed out the second he crosses the threshold. That dart comes in.
Yeah, obviously, inside of the pistol round, it's not the best thing to try and save, as you really actually do want to die in Valorant. That's the biggest thing here, is death bonus gets you a lot of money. So if you stay alive in that first round with even like a Sheriff, that, you know, that pretty hefty investment into that pistol, it's still more than likely not going to benefit you in the way that you would want it to. So ends up just sending it onto site. But either way, Godset make it away. And Warmest Aloha, yet again, doesn't matter the agent that this person plays, always finding impact, especially in these rounds, to make it matter most. 4-0 currently to start to propel themselves forward. It's looking like a pretty simple C hit right now for Gods that is they'll simply dash on the site in the one-pronged attack, but very straightforward for them. Aloha will get their 5th kill because Zon will be able to fire back onto Euro, but not before Aloha goes for 2 already.
Aloha, the rest of God's set quickly getting this control for themselves. Witness on the flank with lineups too, but not able to stop the Oh man, the light just styling on him here. The quick 360 to take down Clay. Again, an anti-eco is not the most impressive kills at the end of the day, but still the job getting done. 2-0 lead. Very well established for God's set, and barely anyone going down there, so quite a bit of a bonus coming up for these players. Meanwhile, for Stay Hydrated, it's going to be the first full investment from them. We'll see if those extra guns will make a major difference.
Things start to become very scary for them as well, simply because Aloha already has their ult. So inside of this round where they have the ability to try and crush their economy again, if Warmus does indeed get an early pick, this could mean quite a bit going forward into the rest of round 3. Looks like, though, Godset wants to try and set things up towards A as of right now, but they are no strangers to trying to swing this thing back across the map. Witness will get picked out first from his mirror matchup. Jet will take him down. Euro continues to propel himself forward. We'll get some damage back here. Actually, not some damage, but at least a cloud burst out. That's going to be about it. As for Stay Hydrated, still very, very patient as to what Godset actually wants to do. They'll continue to get marked up, and well, Godset and especially Euro will just find these frags out of thin air. Bad's gonna get one of his own as well, and well, Omen's simply gonna sit on the other side of the map, Blue. There's nothing really that Yahoo can do. You might as well keep a hold of the Phantom.
He yodel his way home. That's about it, as he's going to fall back to the edge of C long and continue to maintain that position here. Godset actually still expecting him to be hiding somewhere towards like heaven, thinking that he would be in this site, but it's a little bit overzealous from Godset, as they are more than safe in this situation here. Yahoo trying to preserve his own life and gun more than anything else in this specific situation. Doesn't want to shoot out that trap wire either, as it'll just give away his current position. It's fairly well hidden. It's just might as well make it a bit of a tougher task to isolate out where he is going to be playing from specifically. But they're on the path to finding him over the next few seconds. Spike Implosion in now. Just going to last 5 more. Tries to take a challenge. Quickly backs away from it, though, when he realizes who it is. He's going to let the timer run out. And more importantly, this gun move into the next round with him.
That's a positive thing for Stay Hydrated. The positive stuff for Godsent is that they have an immense amount of money going into round 4 here. And on top of that, they didn't expend Warmist's ults either in order to achieve it. And in fact, the rest of his team is starting to come up on their ults as well. Looking into Delight and Euro, this could change up a lot of what the future holds for Stay Hydrated on this defensive half. Godset have just set tone here so very well for their offense thus far. Stay Hydrated not really having an opportunity to try and battle back just yet. Yahoo going to be on the forward position available to them currently on the A site. Dark cover out towards the left-hand side of the box for him currently. Still operate inside of this space for the time being. He's really going to need some assistance from the rest of his teammates, though, as he'll eventually get taken down, and that's going to be that big firearm that they had for the round going to the wayside, and more than likely yet another Godset round going their way.
No safe harbor for that Omen, unfortunately, as we do see the Aldred, even when he goes inside of his own dark cover, isolate his position, figure out pretty much exactly where the Godset members need to fire as they work their way out onto the site and take control away from him. Still a full eco for the most part here for Stay Hydrated. A Guiding Light goes out. Somehow Bad is not dead. This is a complete mess. But ultimately, Godset win it, and no one dies from their team. I'm actually very surprised no one went down there.
I don't even know what to say about that round.
Listen, it worked. So
I mean, yeah, it definitely worked. We can definitely say that. But I just feel so absolutely terrible for this team right here. It's not like all of the shots just going so wide and just tries to get out.
Simply just awkwardly shift walking out, like
just like. It just ends up getting shot. He's like, I literally can't move anymore. This round is over.
Don't really know what you guys wanted me to do there, but it definitely wasn't win the round.
Exactly. So yet another round here for Stay Hydrated now, though, that they can possibly try and reconcile this entire situation and get a round onto the board. So far, Haven has been their worst map that you and I have seen. Even the first map that we ended up seeing where they only got, I believe, 2 rounds. They ended up having a round by now. As of right now, now, not the case. Delight's going to go fishing with his Hunter's Fury. Clay will fire back. He'll end up being able to tap him once, and Delight will be able to get away from it. Ends up staying on top of things and also getting some health back from his Resonant Sky. Will to assist him in staying alive. He's on a pretty influential position right now. Do they know anybody's locked inside of this short area? No, they don't, but they'll be able to at least trade it out immediately. Come on.
Only even numbers, though, so they still have to take more challenges as they push further into the site here. Warmus Aloha with a big exchange against Yahoo after he took up that position over here by the tunnels. Heaven position going to be maintained by Witness. Will he be able to get anyone? Yes, they're going to peek him outright, and they don't know that this weapon is in play. Bad quickly stops it from becoming a problem, though, as he shuts out Witness. The last two trying to work their way back in. Is Aldrin actually getting a whole bunch of info. They now know where both of the remaining players are. They just have to play it out. Warmus Aloha can't swing while he's intel. And better yet, 600 finds the next pick here. They're going to try to isolate him out, but no! Warmus Aloha will get the first pick. Clay will trade it out, and there'll be plenty of time for the defuse, as finally, after 4 rounds straight from Godset, Hydrated will get themselves on the board.
I'm so worried right now.
Now they got it.
Okay. I was just sweating just a little bit there.
You wanted that off.
He was making that very long rotation all the way up to heaven, so you never really know what could possibly go awry. Either way, they'll be able to get their first round on the board, but yes, I was most definitely holding my breath because Stay Hydrated has had the worst luck inside of these opening 4 rounds as of right now. They'll be able to get away with that one and get onto the board finally, and finally get some real guns as well to be able to assist them. So hopefully these rounds will continue to rain onto them, as they definitely need it to try and grow and shore up this lead that Godset has already set up for themselves here on Haven.
So the same question we usually ask, was it a passing fad or is Godset, or rather is Hydrated, truly coming alive in this matchup? Yahoo going to try to get aggressive. They know he's here though. Top of the 1-for-1 exchange. Witness will be able to get one with the long angle being established by Witness. However, no one else swinging out into that to challenge him just as of yet. So for the time being, Godset maintain control, if only just barely though. Witness never dealt with it long. He gets a free cross out onto the site. 600 still causing problems too, but with Delight's trade, we're right back on the even turf in a 2v2. And you can see their Cypher on the polar opposite side of the map has found a complete opening in the C site. The members of GS are going to walk right on top of that and get their plant there.
Oh man, look at Aloha's play here. So deep. He'll be able to establish this cut, but the problem is now is that he's actually on the tailcoats of Kazan. I don't believe that he's aware that they've already rotated out, but actually no, he is.
No, he is.
He starts to rotate back, able to read that out so beautifully. More than likely be able to catch people around the garage area, but you can see he's still fishing, doesn't exactly know where these members are going to be moving through. Both of them actually going to come together inside of garage. What's the play going to be? Go for window, or they go for the hall? Instead, they'll go for the KJ or the lockdown now into play, and it's going to touch multiple ends of the entirety of this area. Delight will have to move to the back of C site, in which they'll more than likely be swinging out very soon, but Kazan apparently unaware of the situation. No, 600's out of bullets! Somebody kill this man! No, Delight! He'll be able to take down 600, and I'm sure that he wants that half of that magazine back, as he almost had the frag and was able to help Hydrated get around onto the board.
You know what the worst part was in the 600 situation as well? Was the fact that this last player, Delight, is actually, I'm pretty sure, out of ammo in his primary for the last fight, and he too had to switch to his pistol. But he ends up getting the better of that scenario, when in reality, a little bit better on the accuracy there. 600 might have been able to shut that down a bit more easily. So unfortunate for him, but it's going to cost them a lot in the long run here. Still only that 1 round on the board for Stay Hydrated. They immediately get reset here. 600 makes up for that missed opportunity at the end of the last round, though, but Bad will also shut down 600 just as quickly. We go very quickly into a 4 versus 4 at the start of this round.
Well, Spike still towards C long, so this mid take, obviously not the entirety of the picture that's being built by the offense right now. Alma with a beautiful blind and more than likely swung going down, but oh no, the movement makes sure Yahoo can't hit his frags, but he finally is able to take the head off of Aloha, arguably a more impactful player at the end of the day, but that doesn't mean that Godset can't get this Spike down and still win the round, because it can most definitely achieve that. Kazan simply has a classic to try and fight back. Down. Can he get the kill? He cannot. That would have more than likely blown the round wide open if he was able to take down Delight, but it's not in the cards for Hydrated at the end of the day, as these rounds simply cannot come together for their defense.
So Godset continue to dominate on the inside of at least the opening half of this map here at a 6-1 scoreline. Still going to have gunpowder in play for Hydrated here. They'll be able to even get an operator going onto Witness once again. So still not out of the fight, but gunplay and the activation of those guns in the first place doesn't seem to have made much of a difference yet to the overall round outcomes. Strategy that needs to change up and be successful here for Hydrated. Let's see if they can do it once again. Witness trying to take a challenge over towards Garage, but nearly losing his life as a result of said challenge. Euro the spam in now, see if he can get lucky, get that last bullet so he needs to connect. Meanwhile, over at mid, 600 has already been challenged and shut down by Swung, with more players right behind them.
Oh, Godset, I'm going to get the initial pick and the damage off onto the jet, but now they need to find this spike a home. They'll pick it up right inside of the A lobby and drop it off to their Sky player. So all grouped together, start trying to figure out what their assault will be for this site. Again, starting things off in lobby, but the dark cover starting to go down. One goes straight into heaven, and obviously stay hydrated, very aware of what is more than likely going on inside of site now. Kazan with 2 big kills,
Spike
play with one of his
down
own, and now Godset, they're actually getting shredded right now inside of short. Some info as to
enemy
where the
remaining.
light is as well. Battle loses life. Kazan with a beautiful shot, and it's going to be a 4K for the defender as Kazan rips Godset to shreds.
We need to see some of these players reactivate once again, and we finally get that in the shape of Kazan. Prior to that, I mean, you can see here, Witness, 600, everybody's struggling over on the side of Hydrated here. And this was a large part of what allowed this team to push their way forward, or come very close to pushing their way forward in the previous matchup, and allow them to dominate on map number 1. We kind of lost that magic in map number 2. Hope now that that's just the beginning of what we'll see from not only Kazan, but the rest of this team, because they're going to need a lot more than that. Bring the scoreline back under their own control and actually still try to take control of this matchup here. Godset at the same time looking to get some control for themselves over at C Long. Already pushing down in the out zone, ultimately just a distraction. It goes down here. Euro hopping in and over top of the lasers as well. 600 will be able to shut him down. The dismiss that comes from that kill also allows him to stay alive here, but it's a small gesture as he still goes down a few seconds later anyway, leaving only Yahoo as the player alive in sight, trying to fight things out for Stay Hydrated, but it's just too aggressive, too successfully, and too quickly executed on by Godset. And they pick up a 7th round.
This is looking damn near impossible when it comes to Stay Hydrated's defensive half right now. They'll be able to buy some weapons and muster a defense here. The Godsent are going to continue to send this and pick up these rounds if they don't do something about this soon. It's going to be light shields across the board, all except for Kazan, and a Sheriff bike coming in here for Yahoo to try and do something about this. But just remember, I mean, with 2 rounds, this is a possibility of Godset getting the next 3 if this does end up not going their way. The good news, though, for Hydrated is they have a lot of hold still to play with, but as GS start to take down members, that's going to dwindle as well. They're only going to trade out for a singular one. Again, it's going to be Aloha, but later on, actually, able to take down Bad and equalize these things. Euro actually get taken out inside of C-Link, even though Swung really having a home in this fight currently. Gets a beautiful shot.
Nice.
The split in the smoke gets it up for Witness. 600 overzealous as well as he tries to enter sight on his lonesome. Swung will simply ult away and plant this on A. As it will be an omen on omen fight here before the Sova can come in.
Swung with a nice rotate. Uses his teleport to get himself up on top, back into heaven. He's going to kind of awkwardly roll out on this site now, trying to figure out where did this player go, and he won't really be thinking heaven. Off of a first glance. Drop down, he finds him. Where's the spray though? No, Yahoo wins it. Is that enough time block? Yes, it is, but it doesn't matter. Yahoo quickly finds the light and takes him out as well. Godset had this round, but they overplay it, and as a result, drop it instead to Stay Hydrated, who picks up their own 3rd.
Oh, not like that. Not like that, Godset. That was just a blunder if I've ever seen one. Yahoo on such low HP as well there. He has no right winning that out in any sense of the term, but they just overdo it like you were talking about. They just try to make the play, and Yahoo simply there in the proper moment, proper time, and ends up getting that 2nd frag as well, which that was the one I thought was going to be almost impossible, but able to create the space and make it to where the defense was guessing as to his location and able to get away with it at the end of the day. Looks like GS wants to try and go quick here onto A. A dark cover out into heaven, and not really anybody else home behind besides the Sova here. No possible blind coming out, and we will indeed He'll try and get away from that as Clay will shoot out his recon dart, but that's not going to find too much information either. Only a singular shot to deal some damage, but oh no, he's taken down Swung. They knew exactly where that spike was going down off the audio cue, and now Hydrated start to send it back with every ult that they can possibly muster, throwing at the A site.
Lockdown does get taken down at the final moment here. It's actually going to save Bad's life to a certain extent. Where is the rest of the team coming from? It's going to be Warmest Aloha on the big heaven flank. Pays off as he gets the opening kill for himself. Now they got to pinch the last two players on the inside of the site. No spike control. I believe it's stuck at the bottom of hell right now, so they do need to challenge this. And it works! Bad and Aloha jumping into the fray, taking out Kazan and Yahoo. That's going to be another round up on the board for God's Set. An 8th one, as they've guaranteed an 8-4 scoreline at halftime. Going to try to make it 9-3 with this final round coming up.
Warmest Aloha with a heck of a move there from Heaven, straight under the boxes and so very well timed. This team has been so dominant currently here on Haven, and John, I hate to say it, but it really seems like Stay Hydrated's tank is starting to just turn into fumes. They can't battle back up against God's Set. It's just too much inside of these rounds to try and deal with. And not only that, they still have more ults inside of this nuclear football. The code's already been sent, and Euro flies in. They already have some of those swarms on top, but he still gets away from them. He takes down 600, right-click right into play. No, he's gonna go wide instead. Somebody help this man. Bad's gonna swing into him. Yahoo will go down, and we all of a sudden have a 2 versus 2, which really should have never broke down that way.
Yeah, look at these weapons right here for the Stay Hydrated
What
roster
is
as well.
it?
Kazan's on a Sheriff. They're still able to fend this off here, but Warmest Aloha once again could be the difference maker. Witness thinking he's being sneaky. Wait, okay. I almost panicked for a second there. Bad thankfully secures that kill after a bit of a long delay on the follow-through after the guiding light, but they get the job done. They secure the 9th round, and they put themselves only 4 away now from closing out this series.
They're making this look so easy up against Stay Hydrated, and that's the crazy thing, honestly, is that Hydrated has played so very well throughout the entirety of the day. It's just now where they're starting to run into a lot of these issues where they're not able to exchange things out the way that they once were before. And you can really see this, especially from the likes of 600 and Witness. Just look at their impact in relation to the last couple of maps here. 600, 612, and 2. Just not really being able to get it done. Currently a 0.5 for him, and Witness more of the same, and even lower KD spread overall.
All right, well, here we go. This pistol will be incredibly important for, again, obvious reasons due to the differential in the scoreline right now. Hydrated needs this to springboard their way back in. They've been good at picking up these rounds when they need to, however, so let's see. They're going to go for the B aggression. Witness will, at least, as he works his way in. Swung very much ready for that. The Paranoia is thrown out to defend it. We've got the rest of the team now executing on to C, as the B play was ultimately just a distraction, and it seems like, at least in part, it has worked. God's Set not going to be too annoyed to have to play this for retake, though. They still have the player advantage, and they win the first 2 fights now on the retake attempt. Euro picking up 2. Warmest Aloha getting another. Kazan might be the difference maker, but no, Delight shuts him out as well. And that's going to be 10-3 in the favor of God's Set with the pistol advantage.
Don't even start that shit, mate.
Huge problem going forward, John. This is more than likely a guaranteed 11th round here for God's Set, and then Hydrated will finally be able to fight back. We'll have to see what they can possibly go with going forward here, but I mean, it just really seems like the defense right now can do no wrong. GS are simply better inside of these situations, and there's no answer that Stay Hydrated have for these situations.
Well, going to be forced to give an answer soon here within these next 3 rounds. We will see a light buy from them this one. They're going to take it to the 3rd round and kind of put all of their hopes on the potential. Scoreline and Swung taking all challengers here at the mid window. Witness followed by a quick pick on Yahoo. 600 next up, and just like that, maybe what, like 15 seconds into the round,
No more.
Stay Hydrated down to a single player. Clay, nice shot to start himself off, but he does get 1, ruining the potential flawless round for God's Set, but still, a round very much easily won at the end of the day, and they get their 11th on the board.
I legitimately looked over at my notes and looked back, and the round was over. So that was it, folks. That's all you need to know. That's how fast it was, and Hydrated lost it. So God's Set up 11-3 currently. Good news for Hydrated fans, though. They're finally going to be able to make an investment placement. The bad news is, though, it's not going to be a very good one. They'll be able to get the rifles on deck, and that's the thing that matters most. But the issue is that they don't have the shields that they're really looking for inside of this round. Not on a singular damn person. It's all light shields right now for Stay Hydrated inside of this one, which could mean the most out of any round that they've played today.
For Mr. Aloha, he's going to go right for the jugular here as he sneaks himself
gets
forward.
it too.
600 goes down. Does he realize the omen around the corner? Unfortunately not. Tries to get a cage out, not expecting Yahoo to immediately be there for the refrag. So we go down to a 4v4. Euro needs to quickly get into position on the C side. He's got pressure coming up, and he's ready for it. Kazan goes down. It's a 4v3 now. Another challenger lurking down the depths of C long, but Euro, no utility sitting in his way. Nothing blocking his vision, and truly, nothing potentially even coming down the wire here. Witness sneaks up into Garage.
One
That's the
enemy
only
remaining.
bright light Hydrated have to play from, but Swung shutting it all down. Witness finally countering it here in the site itself. He needs to do it all here now, though, as he's locked into 1v2, trying to out-rotate Swung. He wins out that fight, knows he's got the final one waiting for him. Back over at the defender, stares Delight, does not want to take this immediate challenge. He falls back, the Aldrone will move in.
Oh,
More than likely going to see that
man.
this site is open, but however,
He's got
still
it.
on the Aldrone, he catches it too late. Witness creeps up, gets the quad clutch, and keeps Stay Hydrated in this matchup.
That is so very unfortunate for Delight inside of that situation. That's usually the play you would want to make there. Try and get some info in a certain sense, but the difference between the Recon and the Owl drone is you're dedicated to the drone in that sense. You don't simply just shoot the arrow out there and see what happens from the pulses. So instead, Witness just makes such a beautiful play. He knows that more than likely Sova is going to let the entirety of that clock tick away. And the blind gets one, but Kazan with two instead. Euro and the rest of GS try to blow this to pieces early and get themselves onto match point, but it doesn't work out that way. Instead, Hydrated fight back, and now the shot's starting to go wide for GS as well, and Hydrated get yet another spike down as Witness, making even more money through the frag department.
The overcommitment there down C long. I believe Godset are expecting maybe 2 or 3 players to be there at most, not the literal entire stack of Stay Hydrated. They're quickly countered out as a result of that. Kazan continues to shut down the remnants of Godset as Delight is left as the only one left standing here. The full core of Hydrated, really just too strong in my opinion to beat. At this point, the light also far too low to fend off against this clutch potential. So that will be a 5th round going up on the board for Stay Hydrated. They're not on the path just as of yet. They've got a long way to go. Still 6 rounds needed. That's just to tie it 11-11, but they at least have started the process of getting back on the right foot here and maybe, just maybe, beginning to leverage a comeback.
The good news is for the offense as of right now, they have the nuclear option, John. KJ's lockdown is available now for Kazan, so we'll see what they want to try and do with this. Could guarantee them a little bit more longevity inside of this map if it's allowed to go off without a hitch. As of right now, though, Stay Hydrated have a split offense inside of both of the main lobbies right now. Euro going to be go on to Witness. No one truthfully pulling themselves to either one side right now, although Godset very set up on this A side, and that's going to leave C open as the only person managing this area is Cypher. You'll hear the spike start to go down, but that doesn't mean that the rest of the boys are going to let up anytime soon. Some big frags coming through. Clay will be able to claim a life and make it 2 onto Aloha, but now it's a 2 versus 3 to try and clutch it out.
It's going to be a tough retake as well. This is the C long hold that'll come in for the Stay Hydrated members. Godset taking their time about the retake approach as well. They're going to check everything on the way back, meaning that when they eventually realize it's just a C long hold, they may find themselves in a situation where they don't have the appropriate amount of utility to properly deal with that. And we're going to see those potential issues starting to show up now. First shock dart goes over on top of the spike. We're going to see a leader go down to make it difficult to spot this out. Bad with a good first start, though, is now going to see, and now going to have to fend off the ultimate from Clay. The light does move forward, jumps on it, but did they give themselves enough time? Now that's the question, and the answer is no. As Stay Hydrated still pick up these rounds back to back to back to back again, and bring us to a 6-11 scoreline.
Oh, this is going to be so very close moving forward. Godset starting to reach the end of their purse here. Starting to have to make some odds and ends buys, and it's going to start inside of this round here. We're going to have yet another Stinger buy actually coming in, John, for the day. So make that 2. The last time we ended up seeing it was on a Viper. That was simply because they had Viper's Pit available. For Aloha, actually going to end up playing long with it. So we could see some triple bursts here if anybody's going to be home, but not a singular soul here. All except for Kazan, all the way down range, but it's for Swung instead. No one home at C. It's all A action happening right now. Delight trying to find some frags with his Hunter's Fury, but it's trades back and forth. Swung's going to miss this time around. It ends up hitting him with the hip fire there, deals some damage, but it's not going to be enough to deal anything significant to 600. He's going to heal back up as we go into the post plant.
So they're starting to find a lot more proficiency. We needed to see him as well as some of the other members of Stay Hydrated kick themselves up, and it seems to be finally starting to see that at least to some degree as he finds himself a 3rd kill now on the inside of this situation. Delight leaps in, nearly gets caught in the process by Clay, but Clay will still be there for the exchange. Bad. The only one left now in the 1v2. To be fair, one of these players is one-shotable, so this is very, very winnable, especially if you can get the headshot up on 600. There goes the flash. He actually tries to bait the flash, but it doesn't work. And we see 600 ultimately get his 4th kill on the round. Shut that one down and would Stay Hydrated within just a few rounds. Reached out. They've gone for 4 in a row here against Godset. Godset finally running out of money as well.
Beautiful shot there from Swung to lead us off, but I mean, just such a valiant effort there from the offensive Stay Hydrated to still win things out at the end of the day on the A site. Godset seemingly having an opportunity there to push themselves onto that infamous 12th point, really start to make Stay Hydrated sweat, but not the case inside of this one. They'll have firearms once again here and be able to truthfully fight out Hydrated the way that they want to, and it all starts with Delight inside of mid. He picks up 600, the most influential player that we've seen inside of this series thus far, and now GS have to try and put them deeper into the hole. Witness will fall as well. Warner's Aloha with 2, and it's gonna all end up being on Kazan, who hits a huge 3K. Okay, the KJ ult available as well, and Kazan, is he going to use it? He is indeed, and he's now ready. There's no way for them to try and deal with this besides pushing up and trying to actually get some frags here as well. I don't truthfully see any lines of sight that they can try and abuse either, so we'll see necessarily what they want to try and go for. Kazan, he chooses wrong as to which side to swing, and too much damage coming into the dark cover. It's going to be the 12th point here for Godsend as they're 1 round away from sending Stay Hydrated home.
Yeah, unfortunately that Killjoy not putting nearly enough pressure on the back point of the site, so for the most part,
One enemy remaining.
defenders really had to sit behind the big hole on the back of the site there. And they were relatively safe, and it would be out of range of the Killjoy ultimate itself. So here we go, like Stokes just said, 12-7. Godset set themselves up for match point now. They have to drain their accounts in order to get to that point, but the same can be said in a large part to Stay Hydrated. Both teams buying out entirely. Let's take a look at the duel and see how these two teams are potentially going to fare off, as these opening kills are very, very important usually to deciding who ends up in an advantageous position in the late round. That's going to be a good find from Euro. He pushes forward in mid. The slow play from Stay Hydrated cost them positioning. Clay will be able to trade on his pistol. That's the only thing they found so far. Delight now getting him with the shot dart. 600, getting himself overwhelmed. Clay, the only player left in this fight with an operator, and a missed shot will be the bell to ring the end of the game for us. 13-7 is the final scoreline. Godset will take it 2-1. As they will not Stay Hydrated out of the running here today.
Such an awkward ending to that, especially around the window area. And oh man, Kazan topping the leaderboard in so many different ways. The kill department, the AVSs, as well as the econ as well. I mean, just simply could not do enough for his team, even though he topped the entirety of the lobby.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that's going to close out things for this series. You can see the scores once again in front of you here as Godset, excuse me, I nearly said the wrong org name there. Nearly got through the whole game here without saying it, but I think I nearly said it at the end. Either way, Godset shut things down with 2 13-7 victories on both Split and Haven. That's after dropping Icebox 3-13. What a run back from Godset to get things done. Now, with that out of the way, we can take a look at the overall group standings here, where these two teams are positioned at the end of the day. It's going to be Team Ancients, who we saw take down Team Stay Hydrated earlier on in our previous matchup, and now Stay Hydrated have once again fallen, unfortunately, to Godset, but that's good news for the Godset fans as they are moving onwards into next weekend.
Yes, indeed. Should be pretty interesting in between these two. And as you saw as well, Ancients and Godset actually playing earlier on inside of the bracket as well, and Ancients knocking them out. But either way, though, folks, here is today's schedule and how it ended up breaking down in between all the teams you saw here on broadcast earlier in the day. We had Third Impact versus TLP, Trade Like Pros, which ended up going in the favor of Third Impact in a 2-1 favor. Then Stay Hydrated, taking on Ancients, where we saw Ancients end up knocking them down to the lower bracket. And then what you just witnessed, Godset taking it to Stay Hydrated here on Haven, ending things in 2-1 fashion in their favor.
And so, ladies and gentlemen, that sets us up for tomorrow's qualifiers as well. We're going to be covering the action in the C and D groups as we move into there, so be sure to tune in for the action. It'll be starting at the same time, 1 p.m. Pacific, 4 p.m. Eastern, so make sure to tune in. But aside from that, that'll do it for the two of us today. We hope you've enjoyed the broadcast, and we'll catch you tomorrow for more Valorant action.